Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory for ever and ever. Amen. Members leaving the chamber could do so as quickly and quiet as they can. The Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm tabled the second Morrison ministry list. Thank you. Thank you. And I would table the Australian Government response to the Parliamentary Joint Committee on the Intelligence and Security Recommendations and the Advisory Report on the Counter-terrorism Legislation Amendments High-Risk Terrorist Offenders Bill 2020.
Thank the Minister. And I call the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on the National Disability Insurance Scheme, I present the committee's report entitled Independent Assessments, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Leave granted. Member. Leave is granted. The member for Menzies.
I thank the House. Mr Speaker, in August 2020, the government announced a proposal to introduce independent assessments for participants in the National Disability Insurance Scheme. This inquiry was initiated by the committee following widespread community concern about the proposal. While some disagreement over policy reforms from affected individuals or interested stakeholders is an expected and constructive part of democratic decision-making, evidence to this inquiry suggested there was widespread opposition to independent assessments in their proposed form. This opposition was almost universal in evidence from state and territory governments, academics and universities, allied health professionals, allied health peak bodies, disability providers, advocacy groups and people with lived experience and their families. The committee therefore welcomes the announcement by the new Minister for the NDIS, Senator Linda Reynolds, that the government will not be proceeding with independent assessments in their proposed form and will be taking time to consult in a meaningful way. The committee is hopeful and confident the Minister will continue to listen to the sector, as well as hearing and taking action on the basis of expert advice, to ensure that future changes to the scheme centre on the needs and experience of people with disability. This report steps through the background and rationale for the proposal to introduce independent assessments. Chapter 2 outlines the proposal's initial announcement, trialling of assessments, consultation by the government on the proposal and the new Minister's announcement in July 2021 that independent assessments as proposed would not proceed. Chapters 3 and 4 examine the two reports relied on by the government to support the proposal and key elements of the government's stated rationale for the proposal. Chapters 5 to 7 consider concerns raised in evidence to the inquiry about independent assessments. And Chapter 6 highlights concerns raised by people with lived experience of disability. Mr Speaker, the final two chapters of the report discuss the committee's observations regarding why the proposed introduction of independent assessments were met with such united opposition from people with disability and their families, along with experts in the wider disability sector, and make suggestions for next steps. On this point, the committee is particularly interested in approaches that will allow the government and the sector to rebuild trust and work together moving forward. Crucial among these is the use of co-design and undertaking appropriate consultation on proposals to amend the scheme. The committee makes 6 recommendations set out in Chapter 9, going to broader matters of financial sustainability, approaches to co-design and consultation, and bulk billing consultations, key features that could be incorporated into a revised model if this approach is later pursued by a government with appointments with medical and allied health professionals. Finally, Mr Speaker, as part of the committee's role to inquire into the implementation, performance and governance of the NDIS, the committee has decided to conduct an inquiry into current scheme implementation and forecasting for the NDIS, with a focus on how the NDIS is implemented and funded and what supports are or should be available for people with disability in addition to the NDIS. This new inquiry is designed to complement the report which I have tabled today, and the terms of reference can be read on the committee's website. I commend the report to the House.
And the member for Maribyrnong seeking leave to make a
I
statement.
seek leave to make a brief statement on behalf of the opposition in regard to the report which the member for Menzies has just referred to.
Leave is granted.
Leave's granted. The member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you. Labor welcomes the release of the Joint Standing Committee's report into the Morrison government's failed independent assessments. The report has found what Labor, people with disabilities, indeed everybody who works with the NDIS other than the senior management of the NDIA knew as a fact, that independent assessments were unwarranted. They represented a severe breach of trust against the fundamental tenet of disability policy, nothing about us without us. Unfortunately, due to a revolving door of NDIS ministers with a one-track mind cutting the NDIS, making the scheme harder for people with disability to access, independent assessments has taken up a lot of time and energy with no appreciable outcome for people with disability. The Morrison government wanted every one of 466,000 NDIS participants to effectively re-audition for packages of support. It wanted people who had chronic, lifelong disabilities to prove again and again that they were really disabled. For the deaf to prove they still couldn't hear, for the blind to prove that they still couldn't see, and for people with other impairments to somehow demonstrate that they were still permanent. It wanted families with young children with permanent disabilities to be reassessed by a stranger who knew nothing about their child or their family or their experts and who was being paid by the government. The reality is, for NDIS participants, independent assessments were a terrifying prospect and it proved that the government didn't trust them. People with disabilities told them, experts told them, state governments told them independent assessments needed to be binned. But unfortunately, the government didn't listen until recently. The government underestimated those people with disabilities, their families, the carers and the sector that supports them. They fought back. They did everything that the government asked of them. They took up places in the trial. They submitted themselves and their loved ones to the independent assessment trial process. They provided expert reports on their own experiences. None were positive. In fact, there was almost universal rejection of the independent assessments process, as the member for Menzies has identified. For the report lays out a litany of charges from participants. Experiences of people who went through the trials were documented as follows. I quote, "I'm terrified of independent assessments. I'm scared that I would not be heard, that my needs would not be met and that my funding would be cut." Another quote, "My worst fears were realised." Another quote, "Inaccurate, incomplete and irrelevant." Another quote, "I believe that the risks to the participant and their families outweigh any to the Commonwealth." It was unconscionable, really, that Australian people had to be subjected to the fear of the loss of the degradation of their right of choice and control. Pleasingly, though, the Joint Standing Committee has demonstrated its commitment to the Parliament by unilaterally rejecting independent assessments. The government has been forced to stop its planned independent assessments. It's done it begrudgingly, but it has admitted it has failed. This should be the end of this sorry chapter, the final nail in the coffin. I am concerned, though, that following an election, if the Morrison government is re-elected, they will bring independent assessments back to life. For the past 8 years, we've seen as successive Liberal governments have continuously gone low when Australians were demanding the high road for people with disability. We cannot forget that this is the government who illegally forced thousands of Australians, many of whom were extremely disadvantaged, to repay back money they never owed in the robo-debt scandal. There has been colossal mismanagement of the NDIS at the very top, and it's people with disabilities who are being required to pay for the mistakes of others. We would now like to see the government not bin this report, but respond to the recommendations that a bipartisan NDIS committee of the Parliament has made, and the responses should be done in a timely fashion. The committee has noted that the NDIS has been transformational to the lives of people with disabilities and should never be denied to eligible participants. It pressed the point that Australians across all ideological divides support the scheme because it benefits everyone. It urged the government to introduce an NDIS reserve fund. The committee has also said the government must fix the Tier 2 supports available to people with disability who don't access the NDIS before it even considered cutting access to NDIS supports or reducing numbers. We welcome the innovative recommendation for bulk build-free allied health assessments. We keenly await the government's response to the report. Labor will continue to work with people with disabilities, with carers, with everyone in this country who wants to empower the lives of people with disability. Any changes need to be done with the co-design of people with disability and must be evidence-based. Australians overwhelmingly support the NDIS. The NDIS is one of the bright spots in public policy in the last decade of Australian politics. We support the choice and control and the right to an ordinary life which the NDIS provides hundreds of thousands of our fellow Australians, of whom any one of us might need this scheme one day. But I'd submit that in reading the report, only a Labor government can actually be trusted to fix the damage to the NDIS and make sure that it works in the interests of all.
And I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 1 for a motion to suspend standing orders.
The Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that so much of standing orders be suspended as would prevent the private member's business notice relating to the disallowance of Section 7 of the Australian Renewable Energy Agency, implementing the Technology Investment Roadmap regulations of 2021, made under the Australian Renewable Energy Agency Act of 2011 on the 23rd of July 2021 and presented to the House on the 3rd of August 2021, standing in the name of the member for Melbourne being called on immediately.
The question is the motion moved by the Minister be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 34. Section 7 of the Australian Renewable Energy Agency implementing the Technology Investment Roadmap regulations 2021.
Call the member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that Section 7 of the Australian Renewable Energy Agency implementing the Technology Investment Roadmap Regulations 2021, made under the Australian Renewable Energy Agency Act 2011 on 23 July 2021 and presented to the House on 3 August 2021, be disallowed. Speaker, any 2050 plan that relies on expanding coal and gas is a fraud. All the more so when it's done using public money. Public money should be going to schools and hospitals and renewables, not to coal and gas. Everyone now, from John Kerry, who's in charge of the climate negotiations for the United States government, to the UN Secretary-General, to the International Energy Agency all says very clearly there is no room for investment in new coal, oil or gas projects if we are to address the climate crisis. They have said from this point on there cannot be new investment or will not only fast-track climate collapse, but you will end up with stranded assets. You will end up with stranded assets that produce a product that the rest of the world no longer wants to buy. And this message is getting louder and louder and louder in the lead-up to Glasgow. The United States is asking the rest of the world to sign up to a pledge to cut their methane emissions. The United Kingdom is asking the rest of the world to sign up to a pledge to phase out coal. But what does the Liberal government do? The Liberal government comes up with a fraudulent 2050 plan that takes public money that could be going to schools, hospitals and renewables and gives it to big coal, gas and oil corporations. This regulation must be disallowed by this parliament because it is using public money to make the climate crisis worse. There is a reason why all around the world corporations and financiers are saying we are not going to be putting money into new fossil fuel projects. They have listened to the science and they have heard the advice of even groups like the International Energy Agency that are a conservative group representing energy producers right around the world that have said there is no room for any new investment. What that means is the only way that this white elephant investment in new gas and coal can get up is if the government subsidises it and puts its hands in the pocket of the public and says we're going to take your money and give it to the big gas corporations, many of which donate to the big parties but pay no tax here in Australia and send their profits offshore. This government at least has some inclination of the numbers in this parliament because it knows even it might struggle to get legislation up to turn the Renewable Energy Agency into a funder for coal and gas. So what does it do? This government comes here with a regulation that even its own Senate committee has said is probably illegal, and moves a regulation to say we want the right to take public money away from renewables, away from schools and hospitals, and give it to coal and gas corporations. This government is so willing to give, is so desirous of giving money to its coal and gas corporate donors that it is willing to break the law to do it. Now, this regulation will be struck down in the courts, and that is what the government's own Scrutiny of Bills Committee, headed by a government member, has said. So, with this regulation, if it is allowed to stand, the government is inviting lawsuits that even its own advice is that they'll lose. And it is creating a lawyer's picnic in its desperation to funnel money out the door to big coal and gas corporations. And to rub salt into the wounds, because the government knows that it may struggle to get the numbers in this place to do that, it is using the Australian Renewable Energy Agency to funnel cash to coal and gas corporations. Now, I've got a hint for the minister. I know he has trouble reading and downloading documents from time to time, but all you have to do is read the title. The Australian Renewable Energy Agency is what ARENA stands for. The clue is in the name. The R stands for renewable. Coal and gas are not renewable. Under no definition put forward by anyone in the world do coal and gas count as renewable. But this government wants everyone here to believe that black is white and that coal and gas are now renewable, and the Renewable Energy Agency should be the vehicle through which to channel public funds to coal and gas corporations. Now, as I said, the government's own Scrutiny Appeals Committee has said no, that probably breaches the law. Well, I can say it definitely breaches the law. ARENA, the Australian Renewable Energy Agency, is a success story in this country. It was established in the Greens Labor Independent Power Sharing Parliament of 2010. And it has grown and fast-tracked the growth of renewable energy in this country. To use it to nobble it to say it now has to fund coal and gas is an utter perversion of the purpose of ARENA. Now, I notice that the members for Higgins and Wentworth are here in this chamber, and I am expecting them to jump up and say no, coal and gas are not renewable, and public funds, we should not be subsidising the coal and gas industry. They're supposed free marketeers who think that the market is going to get us to 2050. Well, not if the government puts its hand in people's pockets and says we're going to start propping up coal and gas by calling them renewables. It won't. So I am hoping that those inner-city Liberals who say that they support reduction of our emissions will come with us and cross the floor and vote to stop public money going to coal and gas corporations. Because even if you think that somehow renewables don't deserve support, it's got to be the case that coal and gas corporations can afford to fund their own research, especially when these multi-billion-dollar corporations pay no tax in Australia and send their profits offshore. What could possibly be the small L Liberal case for taking public money and giving it to a coal and gas corporation and funneling it through the Renewable Energy Agency? They're very, very quiet, these so-called modern Liberals and inner-city Liberals, when it comes to this gas-led recovery, because they know that something is wrong with taking public money, asking their own constituents to subsidise coal and gas corporations for technology that is not yet proven. If carbon capture and storage could work, I am sure that these ultra-wealthy coal and gas corporations could have made it work by now. They are making billions of dollars in profits and do not need public assistance. The big gas corporations brought in the last recorded year of income, $55 billion, billion with a B, of income, and paid zero tax. Zero tax. And now the Liberals are saying, as well as these big gas corporations paying no tax, they want their own constituents to subsidise them and give them a handout. Give a handout to these big coal and gas corporations and call it renewable energy. Call it renewable energy. If you need any demonstration that the farcical stage-managed charade going on in the lead-up to Glasgow is nothing more than an excuse to come up with a fraudulent 2050 plan that won't bring down emissions but will allow coal and gas to keep expanding, it is here in this regulation. The government's idea of tackling the climate crisis is to make it worse by expanding coal and gas. And there's a reason. There's a reason that the scientists, the United Nations, the International Energy Agency, have all said we've got to call time on coal and gas, and why we can't be expanding the infrastructure as this regulation and this bill wants to do. To give you an indication, Mr Speaker, of how serious this is, right now we've been told that the world has to cut its pollution globally by 50%, which would mean a much higher target in Australia, before 2030, or we say goodbye to any chance of staying below 1.5 degrees. And we're headed for a world where the reef is gone. And we're headed for a world where droughts are more than twice, extreme droughts are more than twice as likely to happen here in Australia. And on current targets, we're headed for a world where by the end of this century, during my daughter's lifetime, during the kids' lifetime of many people in this House, we'll have a 92% decline of productivity in the Murray-Darling Basin. That is where we are going at the moment, unless we massively cut pollution globally by 50%, more in Australia, by 2030. But the kind of gas projects that this government is talking about supporting are going to blow that budget. The Beetaloo Basin in the Northern Territory a project initiated by the NT Labor government, supported by this federal government, is a carbon climate bomb. According to the NT government, if we extract the gas in those NT basins, we are talking about up to 6% increase in Australia's emissions alone. And on top of that is all the toxic damage that's going to be caused when this gas is burnt overseas. So just one project, one set of projects in the Northern Territory adds 6% to Australia's annual emissions. And the government is saying they want the right not only to make it happen but to use public money to make it happen. Mr Speaker, public money should not be going to make the climate crisis worse. Government should not be stepping in to subsidise coal and gas corporations at a time when money should be going to renewables. And public money should not be spent in a way that pretty much everyone says is illegal. The Renewable Energy Agency is called the Renewable Energy Agency for a reason. The legislation prohibits it from funding fossil fuels. So the government should not knowingly march the public into a series of lawsuits to defend a regulation that is illegal. The government may well be willing. The government may be so keen to please its coal and gas donors that it's willing to break the law, but the parliament shouldn't back it. The parliament should stand up for the legislation that is passed that says in very clear terms what renewable energy is, and should disallow this regulation that says black is white and coal and gas are renewable. They are not. They are not. And I wonder whether the Prime Minister is going to be waving this particular regulation around if he goes to Glasgow, and telling Joe Biden and Boris Johnson that whatever he might say on the international stage, back at home, he's keen to say coal and gas are renewables and that he wants public money to go into it. We should save the public the money that is going to have to be spent from the inevitable lawsuits and just disallow this regulation now.
Perfect timing, Adam. Is the motion seconded? And I call the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I second this motion. I very much support this disallowance. We are really in dangerous territory as a nation when we have ARENA, a renewable energy agency, that has been successful despite attempts by government in recent years to cut funding to ARENA, to make ARENA invest in gas and coal projects. If ever there was an oxymoron, it is clean coal. The reason why the big banks are not supporting new projects in fossil fuels is, for some, it may be that they want to do the right thing morally, but moreover, it doesn't make financial sense. As the member for Melbourne says, they will just have stranded assets. The risk is too great. These are industries that are in decline, and so the government's way of fixing that is to say, well, that's all right, we're going to make public money invest in oil and gas and coal. This is not the right thing to do. This is not what the Australian community wants. This is actually some kind of bizarro world where we would charge ARENA, the Australian Renewable Energy Agency, with that task. And so I would urge all members of this House, and particularly those that like to put in editorials who say, you know, hand on heart, how they're all for a clean and green future, to actually support this disallowance, because you can't say one thing to the papers and go out there and, you know, help put turtles in the ocean and have lots of photo opportunities and then vote differently in this place. The Australian community have wised up to that. They know what is happening in here. And there is a reason why big banks and superannuation companies are divesting, and how people in this place very much of the free market ideology can support this disallowance, can support the government's position and not support this disallowance is nonsensical. So I would urge all of those up in their rooms right now listening to this speech, actually have a look at this disallowance. Have a look at what the government is intending to do by regulation and support this disallowance by the member for Melbourne. Thank you.
I thank the member for Mayo. The question is that the motion be disagreed to, and I call the Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Well, just as the Labor Party created ARENA, the Labor Party will defend ARENA, and the Labor Party will support this disallowance, just as we've moved the disallowance in the other place, and we will stand against this illegal regulation. Mr Deputy Speaker, ARENA has played an important role in the transition that is underway in Australia. When the minister talks about technology, not taxes, he ignores the fact that ARENA and the CEFC have been the central bodies driving the take-up of new technology in Australia, and this minister and this government have been addicted to trying to undermine that work at every opportunity. Never let it be forgotten that this government tried to abolish both instrumentalities when they came to office. In fact, before they came to office, the then Prime Minister wrote to the chair of CFC and ARENA and told them not to do any more work because he was going to abolish them if he won the election. That's how keen they were and how arrogant they were, and here we are almost a decade later and they're still at it. Well, as has been said by the honourable member for Melbourne, this House may disallow it, the other House may disallow it yet, or the courts may disallow it. But it is important that this House and the other House stand up for renewable energy, because this is just the latest iteration of this government's attempt to undermine the focus on renewable energy in ARENA and in CEFC. Now, this is being done by regulation. There's an important reason why it's being done by regulation, because this government is so dysfunctional and divided on matters of climate change that they can't trust themselves. They can't trust their backbench to support their legislation when it comes to the CEFC and ARENA. The minister tried to do the same trick with CFC, but he did that by legislation. He called it a milestone bill, and we're yet to see it back into the House. Where's it gone? It's gone missing. It's missing in action, because the government can't deliver the numbers on their own bill, which they called a milestone. So now they thought they'd be very tricky. They came up with a plan so cunning you could put a tail on it and call it a fox, Mr Deputy Speaker. They've done this by regulation. And this regulation is being done by the minister to avoid votes in the parliament, because he knows that then his backbench might move very inconvenient amendments, but you can't do that with regulations. But there's a problem with the way the minister's done it. He hasn't followed the law, and the parliament's committee, which is run on a bipartisan basis, has found a very real prospect that this regulation is in breach of the law. Now, call me old-fashioned, Mr Deputy Speaker. Call me a traditionalist, but I happen to think ministers should comply with the law, and they should not ask the parliament to vote for regulations which are not in keeping with the law. But this minister, who has made something of a habit of breaching protocols and breaching proper practice in this building, thinks it's perfectly okay to introduce a regulation which members of his own party believe is not in keeping with the law of the land. Now, this has happened before. Governments have brought down regulations which committees have found not to be in keeping with the law. It can happen. I understand mistakes can happen. You know what happens in those circumstances? In every other instance where it's occurred, the government has withdrawn the regulation, Mr Deputy Speaker, has worked out how to make it in keeping with the law. This minister is so arrogant, he doesn't care about those precedents. He is just rolling all along, ensuring that ARENA will be extended beyond the purpose of investing in renewable energy. And not only that, not only has he enabled ARENA to invest beyond renewable energy, he's actually requiring it to invest beyond renewable energy. He's put a floor on the amount of money that the board of ARENA can invest in non-renewable technologies. Now, that is just not on. It's not on as far as this opposition is concerned. It's not on, as I understand it, as far as the crossbench is concerned. This is a government which is addicted to undermining ARENA and CFC. And we will not hear one word from this minister about technology, not taxes, when he has undermined these technologies at every opportunity. He was there with the rest of them bagging electric cars not so long ago. He was the one who said that climate change was some sort of religion. He was the one who questioned wind farms and the role of wind technology in Australia. He works for a bloke who said that electric vehicles would end the weekend. He works for a bloke who said big batteries are like big prawns and big bananas. That's what this government really thinks about technology. That's what they really think about renewable energy. That's what they really think about the opportunities that are created in Australia. And it is outrageous, just as this regulation is outrageous. It should be disallowed by this House. It should be disallowed by the other House. The other House will get another opportunity when the committee actually reports and, as a result, moves a disallowance. And I would say that that's another opportunity for the parliament to declare judgment on the mismanagement of this minister.
I thank the member from McMahon. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the minister.
Well, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, the disallowance before this House is really a very simple proposition. Do you support the government's focus on low emissions technologies or don't you? Do you support a technology-led approach or do you support a taxation-led approach? And we know that the member for McMahon only has one tool in his toolkit, Mr Deputy Speaker, only one tool in his toolkit, and that's a tax. That's a tax. It's what he took to the last election. He said to the Australian people, you make up your mind whether you like it or not. Well, they did, Mr Speaker. They did, Mr Speaker, and they will continue to, because a tax-driven approach has always been Labor's preferred approach, Mr Speaker. It's always been Labor's preferred approach, but it's not the Australian people's preferred approach, Mr Speaker. Now, let's be clear, this is not a question of legality. This bill was always envisaged to adapt to changing technology requirements. When it was established in the first place, Mr Speaker, it was always envisaged to ensure that as the range of technologies that bring down emissions expand, that the regulation and the bill would adapt to those technologies. In fact, it has extraordinarily broad-based support, Mr Speaker, whether it's the BCA AI Group, the Minerals Council, the NFF, the Investor Group on Climate Change, the Australian Industry Greenhouse Network, over 20 peak bodies, Mr Speaker. They're all in support. They're all in support because they understand we have to use every technology available to reduce emissions, and that's exactly what we are doing in this country, and it's working, Mr Speaker. It's working. 20.8% down on our 2005 levels. You know, when we left government, Mr Speaker, the forecast for emissions for last year, 2020, when Labor was doing their forecasts with a carbon tax, Mr Speaker, with the member for McMahon's preferred tool in his toolkit, the forecast was over 630 million tonnes. Well, you know where it ended up, Mr Speaker? Around 530 million tonnes. 100 million, more than 100 million tonnes lower than their forecast, Mr Speaker. And that's because technologies are working. We're seeing record levels of investment in household solar and utility solar across this country, Mr Speaker. 7 gigawatts of new renewable capacity last year. That's 4 large coal-fired power stations in a single year. In a single year, we saw more investment in renewables than the entire time when Labor was last in government, Mr Speaker, 5.4 gigawatts. And the year before, exactly the same. This is world-beating stuff. And they say, no, we can't use any other technologies. We have to ignore the fact that our emissions in electricity are only 30% of our total emissions. Let's ignore the other 70. Let's ignore the other 70, they say. So, Mr Speaker, the first point and the most important I'd make about this is that Labor is showing their true colours, which is they're not interested in technologies, they're interested in taxes. Now, they find lots of ways to impose taxes, sneaky taxes, implicit taxes, shadow prices, you name it. They do it through mandates. They force consumers to buy things because consumers don't know what's in their interest. Consumers don't know what kind of car to buy. Governments need to tell them, Mr Speaker. That's how the Labor Party thinks. They're making the phone calls to the old Soviet central planners, dusting them off and saying it's time to come in and take control of the economy. Tell consumers what kind of things to buy, Mr Speaker. This is the Labor Party way. This is the Labor Party way, because they don't trust the Australian people, Mr Speaker. They didn't trust them to get vaccinated. Billions they were going to spend because you had to bribe them to get vaccinated. You had to tell them. Mr Speaker, they went on and quietly— my electorate, Mr Speaker, and the member for McMahon's seen some pretty high vaccination rates in his own. My electorate, we're seeing 99% plus in LGAs double vaxxed. The Australian people make the choices, Mr Speaker. They don't need a Labor government to tell them to make the choices. Now, the second thing I would say about this that is quite remarkable is it tells us how Labor is thinking about net zero. Because they're not focused on net zero, Mr Speaker. They're focused on zero. They're focused on zero. They want to wipe out the mining industry in this country. They want to wipe out the beef industry in this country, Mr Speaker. They want to wipe out the natural gas industry in this country. They want them gone. They've wanted them gone for years. We saw that with the RSPT and all the sort of taxes they wanted to impose on them, Mr Speaker. They've always hated those industries because not enough of them vote for the Labor Party, Mr Speaker. It's purely politically motivated. So they want zero emissions. And so technologies that support those foundational industries of this great country, the competitive advantage that has made us one of the wealthiest countries on earth, they want them gone, Mr Speaker, whether it's agriculture, resources, heavy manufacturing. They used to support the workers in heavy manufacturing, Mr Speaker. Not anymore. Not anymore. We saw how the people of Gladstone felt about that at the last election. They'd had enough. They'd had enough. The so-called blue-collar workers that the Labor Party supported turned out to be white-collar workers in the inner cities, Mr Speaker. That's their focus. They couldn't care less about the regions, and that shows up in their approach to this very question in front of the House today, Mr Speaker. Now, we also know, Mr Speaker, that the Labor Party is crowing about 2030 targets, and they don't even have one, Mr Speaker. They don't even have one. They haven't got one. They want to wander off to Glasgow without a 2030 target. Well, Mr Speaker, let me give them a bit of news. The Paris Agreement requires a 2030 target. Labor's abandoned theirs from the last election because the Australian people said no, and they have no idea where they stand. Meanwhile, their focus is on getting technologies out of the portfolio. They don't want them there. They only want their preferred technologies, the ones that politically align with their ideological views, Mr Speaker. But you know what? Not everyone in the Labor Party agrees with this. Not everyone in the Labor Party agrees with it. And it will be remarkable. I'm very much looking forward to seeing who turns up from the Labor Party when we have a vote on this later on this afternoon. I'll be intrigued by who's absent, Mr Speaker, who doesn't turn up, because the Labor Party can't work out where they stand on any of this. That's why they have no plan, Mr Speaker. They have a target without a plan. That's what they had at the last election, a target without a plan. That's the Labor Party way. They have a divided party room on this. On the one side, they've got the barbecue stoppers who want to see the end of the great Australian, iconic institution of the barbecue. They want to see the end of it, Mr Speaker. The member for Cooper, handing out in her electorate saying gas has got to go. Your gas cookers have got to go, Mr Speaker. They want them gone. So those traditional industries that have been the bedrock of this great country, the Labor Party no longer supports them, Mr Speaker. Now, the intriguing thing about this is that this bill will also support investment in this regulation. I apologise, I take the member's point. This regulation will also support investment in crucial technologies like low-emissions vehicles. Mr Speaker. It will allow investment in technology for charging that those opposite, for some reason, seem to oppose. Industrial energy efficiencies, Mr Speaker. It will allow investment in industrial energy efficiencies. But those opposite are not interested in this anymore. Industry is not their focus anymore, Mr Speaker. They couldn't care less. We know where Labor is going on all of this. The Labor Party simply doesn't know where it stands on technologies. It's choosing some it really likes and others it really hates. It's purely ideological, but the one thing they fail to focus on is what's going to bring down emissions the most efficient way for all Australians that doesn't destroy jobs, that doesn't raise the price of electricity, that doesn't take away this great nation's great industries, our great sources of competitive advantage. And the real losers, if Labor ever succeeds with what they're proposing to do here, and the Greens, of course, they've teamed up with the Greens on this one, will be Australian workers, Australian farmers, Australian industry, Australian miners. Because the Labor Party wants those industries wiped out, Mr Speaker, and their position on this regulation demonstrates what they really think, teaming up with the Greens, Mr Speaker, as they always do in the end. They always do in the end. They pretend they're for the Australian worker, but it's the Greens that they ultimately support when it comes down to the crunch. An expanded mandate for ARENA will provide the support for those great technologies, for our great industries, that will ensure we can bring down emissions and maintain a strong economy.
Question is the motion be disagreed to, and I call the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This regulation should be disallowed. There is no doubt that that is the status of what should happen today. I'll pick up on the minister's last words, where he talks about that protecting the mining and the mining industry. With respect, the importance is protecting people and communities. It is not protecting industries. That is a very important distinction that needs to be made, because the industries themselves do change over time, and we've seen that throughout history through the various stages of modernisation, of industrialisations. Industries change, but what is important is having a plan for people and their communities, and that is where we are absolutely falling short in this place. We're here to discuss a regulation that will categorically impact the mandate of ARENA and really absolutely just corrupt it. So it's really important for the Australian people to be clear about just what ARENA does. ARENA has invested more than $1.77 billion since being created in 2012 into more than 600 renewable energy projects. And the boon to the Australian economy and the Australian people has been a total project value of some $7.75 billion. It hasn't been the most effective vehicle by which we have been able to support development of technologies. Now, the coalition government is incredibly fond of talking about its focus on technologies in how it will achieve some emissions reductions. Well, then why are you corrupting the very body that is achieving the results that you are trying to take credit from? The reality is ARENA is there to support renewable energy, not trying to masquerade or try and put a costume over more extending the life of fossil fuels. We're on the eve of a major global disruption. There's no doubt about it, the world is engaging on a transition, and that is accelerating. We know the main three sectors, energy, transport and food, are absolutely moving fast, and that rate of disruption and transition is accelerating at such a pace that, and we know from history through every other industrialisation age, that occurs at such a pace that all of a sudden people are left behind if you don't have a plan, if you don't have a clear transition plan on how to manage that changeover. What's really amazing is the desperation of the government to extend the life of fossil fuels goes so far as to put forward an instrument that is highly likely to be illegal. I mean, it really beggars belief that we're at that level of desperation. A government should never take this course knowingly, and yet the advice is clear that it is highly questionable whether this is a legal path. It really speaks to the dysfunction and desperation within the government to somehow say that they are acting on climate and reducing emissions, but on the other, extend the life of fossil fuels, of coal and gas. We need to explain, I think, the reality of what this regulation is trying to do. It is essentially trying to say that carbon capture and storage should be funded under the ARENA, because it essentially allows the extension of the use of fossil fuels, of coal and gas. And look, many people out there are confused, don't quite understand where the connection is. The best analogy I can give is it's like this magic pill that somehow we can keep on emitting emissions, burning fossil fuels, and somehow magically we're going to be able to offset with this carbon capture and storage. It hasn't worked. We've already invested billions of public funds into this, and it simply does not deliver. If this was a solution, it would have already been embraced by the rest of the world, and it has not. Australia is like the dinosaur of the global world trying to hang on to some magic solution, a unicorn that just doesn't exist. It won't happen. The other reason the government's using this is it wants to somehow greenwash blue hydrogen. So the public has heard a lot about hydrogen being a very viable energy source to replace coal and gas. But the real question is which kind of hydrogen. So we can have green hydrogen made from renewables, which has low emissions, which will have a very, I think, successful and very productive international market and really could set Australia up to be a renewable energy superpower of the future from an export point of view. Or we have blue hydrogen, which is made from burning gas, which is high in emissions and is not attractive to the international market. And the only way you can make that blue hydrogen, the only way you can greenwash it, is if you put it with carbon capture and storage and try and somehow, through an accounting trick, say that it is essentially not adding emissions to our global carbon budgets. It is all greenwashing. At the end of the day, the solution is clear. We actually need to do the hard work. We need to reduce emissions. There's no accounting trick, there's no spin, there's no greenwash that is going to change that fact. We have already used up 85% of global carbon budgets. We must, with urgency in the next decade, dramatically reduce our emissions. There's no simpler thing, no simpler truth than that we have to focus on. This regulation has already been disallowed in the Senate, and now it's coming again in this place. I call on many members in this place, in particular those on the coalition, who I read week after week writing op-eds in the papers, telling me of how concerned, and the Australian public and their electorates, telling them how concerned they are about global warming, about raising emissions, about how we need to commit to net zero by 2050. But when it really comes down to it, what are their actions? What do they actually deliver for their electorates? Because when it comes time to vote in this place, that is your moment of reckoning. That is when your electorate knows whether it is just greenwash or where you truly believe that you have a responsibility to future generations to meaningfully reduce emissions. It really is time to call enough on the greenwash, on the hesitation. The minister mentioned organisations that are in support of this, but the irony is those very same organisations support the implementation of the climate change bill. They want a legally binding framework so we can actually have a clear audit process on our emissions reduction in Australia. We can't have this system of emissions go up in one sector and we try and show that emissions are going down in another, and we never have an audit process to actually bring it all to account. We need to balance the books. We are in the red when it comes to emissions in Australia. I know the Coalition are fond of balancing the books. Well, it's well past time that we balance the books when it comes to emissions. So all those organisations strongly support the implementation of a legally binding long-term commitment and a clear framework on how to get there. So I would urge the government and the minister, focus on the solutions that have support, focus on the solution that can bring us all together towards a low emissions future. There is huge opportunity. The Australian people know there is huge opportunity for us to do that. It's time to put an end to the past. Talking about the 2019 election commitments, who cares? Seriously, since then we have had bushfires ravage our coast. We have had the world leaders, our international partners, we've had world economies all pivot towards needs to be done. We have had a clear and present warning from the IPCC about where we are heading. Make no mistake, we are heading to 1.5 degrees by the 2030s. We have a clear message from the International Energy Agency saying we must stop. No new coal and gas. We must stop. So who cares what you promised in 2019? Seriously. Seriously. In 2019, no one promised we were going to lock Australia down because the COVID pandemic was coming. And yet the government found the mandate to act on the science, act on the facts present on the day to take the necessary action. And so I call on the government, the facts as we know them now, we urgently need to decarbonise. It's time to do it, and this regulation should be disallowed.
I thank the member for Warringah. The question is that the motion be disagreed to. All those opinions say aye. Contrary, no. Think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. In accordance with Standing Order 133, the division will be deferred until after the discussion for the matter of public importance. The debate on this item is therefore adjourned until that time. The clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1, Counter-terrorism legislation amendment, high-risk terrorist offenders bill 2020, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Shadow Attorney-General.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Labor supports this bill. The bill responds to a recommendation that was made by the Independent National Security Legislation Monitor in 2017 to establish a federal extended supervision order regime. It is but one of the many valuable recommendations that has been made by independent monitors since the establishment of that office by the Rudd government in 2010, and is yet another reminder of the value of that office. The monitor helps to maintain the confidence of the Australian people in our security and intelligence agencies by ensuring that our security laws are effective, fit for purpose, and contain appropriate safeguards for protecting the rights of individuals. The monitor position is modelled on a similar institution in the United Kingdom, which has now operated successfully for 2 decades. It is important to remember that the current government tried to abolish the independent monitor in 2014. It is a very good thing that, thanks to strong opposition by Labor, the government failed. And even better, that the government appears to now appreciate the value of this important institution. The Liberals' initial strident opposition to, and then eventual embrace of the Independent National Security Legislation Monitor has followed a familiar pattern. When the Hawke government introduced legislation in 1986 to establish the first parliamentary committee to oversee Australia's intelligence services, the Liberal Party opposed the proposal in the strongest possible terms. The then Deputy Leader of the Liberal Party even declared, disgracefully, that the then Labor government's modest proposal for parliamentary oversight gave one, and I quote, very grave doubt about whether they are loyal to this country, unquote. Today, the Liberals support the work of the Intelligence and Security Committee. And when the Hawke government introduced legislation, also in 1986, to establish the Inspector-General of Intelligence and Security, the Liberals expressed what the then Shadow Attorney-General John Spender described as real reservations about the proposal. The Liberal Party was particularly horrified at the thought of the Inspector-General having the power to investigate acts or practices of intelligence agencies that are or may be inconsistent with human rights. The Liberal Party described that particular power as, quote, rationally inexplicable, unquote, and moved amendments to remove this power from the Inspector-General. Thankfully, those amendments failed, and today, 35 years later, most Liberal MPs appear to support the role of the Inspector-General of Intelligence and Security. Long may that support continue. Turning to the bill itself, if it becomes law, it would be possible for authorities to seek an extended supervision order as an alternative to a continuing detention order. Under a supervision order, an offender would be released into the community at the end of his or her sentence, but would be required to comply with prohibitions, restrictions or obligations that are, in the court's view, reasonably necessary and appropriate and adapted to protecting the community. The standard of proof that would apply to extended supervision orders would be the balance of probabilities, that is, the court would have to be satisfied on the balance of probabilities that the individual poses an unacceptable risk of committing a serious terrorism offence. This is a lower standard of proof than the standard that applies to continuing detention orders. The government argues that this reflects the less restrictive nature of an extended supervision order as an alternative to a continuing detention order. The bill is also intended to address what the government describes as, quote, the current lack of interoperability between continuing detention orders and control orders in the criminal code due to the different orders from which these orders may be sought, unquote. Currently, only federal courts can make control orders and only state or territory Supreme Courts can make continuing detention orders. That means that a Supreme Court cannot make a control order or any other type of post-sentencing order if, in the view of the court, less restrictive measures would be effective in preventing the unacceptable risk. If this bill becomes law, a state or territory Supreme Court would be able to make an extended supervision order as an alternative to a continuing detention order. This is a practical and useful reform, which is, of course, why the Independent National Security Legislation Monitor proposed it. The Intelligence and Security Committee, in its report, made a range of unanimous and bipartisan recommendations to improve the bill, including the inclusion of additional factors that an issuing authority must consider prior to issuing an extended supervision order, including whether a person is already the subject of another post-sentence supervision order under state and territory legislation, providing that a court may make an order requiring the Commonwealth to bear all or part of the reasonable costs and expenses of the offender's legal representation for an extended supervision order proceeding, requiring an issuing authority to assess the necessity and proportionality of the combined effect of all of the proposed conditions of an extended supervision order, not just the necessity and proportionality of each individual condition in isolation, ensuring that conditions imposed under an extended supervision order cannot amount to effective detention by providing that a supervision order cannot require an individual to remain at a specified premises for more than 12 hours in any 24-hour period, ensuring that authorities cannot impose new conditions under an interim supervision order unless the subject of the order consents, and ensuring that authorities can exercise discretion when it comes to minor or unintentional breaches of a supervision order, that is, discretion not to prosecute a breach. The committee also recommended that the government commission an independent review of the range of risk assessment tools that are available to evaluate whether a person poses a risk of committing terrorist acts, and that there be a statutory review of the new powers within 12 months after the Independent National Security Legislation Monitor, the INSLM, completes his review, noting that the INSLM is due to commence his review as, quote, as soon as practicable after 7th December 2021, unquote. The government has largely accepted each of these recommendations, although it has argued that legislative amendments are unnecessary to achieve two of the committee's recommendations, with some justification. The government has, however, rejected part of recommendation 7, which is that proposed clause 105 A of the Counter-terrorism legislation amendment High-risk Terrorist Offenders Bill 2020 be amended to require that interim supervision orders first may not be subject to application to include new conditions prior to confirming an extended supervision order, and secondly, may be amended with the consent of both parties. The government has rejected the first part of this recommendation on the basis that it would like to retain the ability to have new conditions imposed under an interim supervision order, provided that those new conditions are agreed to by the independent issuing authority. This was a considered, bipartisan and unanimous recommendation of the committee, and in the event that Labor is successful at the next election, it is a recommendation that we would revisit in government. Not all of the concerns that were raised by submitters to the committee's inquiry will be addressed by the government's amendments, and nor were all of those concerns addressed by the committee's recommendations. For example, the Law Council of Australia was not persuaded that amendments to the bill put forward by the Attorney-General's Department and the Department of Home Affairs in August, which would allow a control order or extended supervision order to apply to a person in immigration detention, were necessary. In common with a number of submitters, Labor members of the committee also expressed concern that where the bill departs from recommendations made by the Independent National Security Legislation Monitor, those departures had not been adequately justified by the government. If this bill becomes law, the Independent National Security Legislation Monitor will be required to undertake a review of the measures contained in the bill as soon as practicable after the 7th of December 2021, and, just as importantly, the Intelligence and Security Committee will be able to commence its own inquiry within 12 months of the Independent Monitor's report being completed. Those reviews will provide the Monitor, the Parliament and civil society groups with the opportunity to evaluate the practical application of the measures contained in this bill and to consider whether further improvements are necessary or desirable. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the Shadow Attorney-General. The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise, of course, to support the second reading of the Counter-terrorism legislation amendment high-risk terrorist offenders. Thank those that have contributed so far. The Shadow Attorney-General gave a selective history of the Labor Party's interaction with the security services and national security services in this country, talking about the events of 1986, but forgot the events of 1973, of course, when the Attorney-General Lionel Murphy in the Whitlam government undertook his famous oversight of the ASIO by unannounced arriving, potentially inebriated, at their headquarters in Melbourne. But I just add that to the record when we're talking about Labor and their respect, or potentially lack thereof, of the security services in this country. This is a very important amendment, and of course it has been recommended by the Independent National Security Legislation Monitor to create a new category of dealing with high-risk terrorist offenders after they've completed the sentence that they've been convicted of in court. And there is a comparable regime to the one that we're expanding here, which is unfortunately that which we need to have in place for the most vile, disgusting people that walk the earth, that is, those that commit the sexual abuse of children. And in the state and territory jurisdictions, of course, it is necessary, even when someone has been convicted of a crime and has done their time in things such as sexual abuse, particularly child sexual abuse. There is a very high expectation in many of those cases that that person is likely to offend again. And if we simply release them into the community because they've finished their custodial sentence, we do not and are not prepared to live in a society where someone might offend again because we didn't have a structure or a regime in place to protect against future abuse of children. And so this, much like that regime, gives us another power, another tool in the toolkit to deal with people who have been convicted of terrorism offence. They've served their time, but nonetheless a court may determine that they still pose a risk into the future of committing a future terrorist act. And indeed, the previous speaker mentioned that a similar regime to this has operated in the United Kingdom for 2 decades quite successfully, and we are really learning some of the good lessons from what they've put in place there, and we're seeking to do that here. So we are creating an additional ability to deal with these people. At the moment, we can have a continuing detention order. It is possible to keep people in a custodial environment if the burdens within that application to the court, a Supreme Court, a state Supreme Court or Territory Supreme Court, can be met. That is to say, look, this person should not be released back into the community. It may be that they have been sentenced for and completed their custodial sentence, but they are such a risk and they meet the burden required that they should continue to be kept incarcerated. And so that is a continuing detention order that is something that is already in place. It is obviously very significant to keep someone detained when they have, despite having been convicted of a crime, they've served their time. And some of the most ancient fundamentals of our system speak against that principle, and that's why there needs to be a very, very high threshold and a very significant need to indeed keep someone incarcerated beyond the service of the sentence that's been given to them through the appropriate processes of our criminal justice system. They can currently, after release, you can apply for a control order over someone that is a high-risk terrorist offender, convicted terrorist offender that has finished their custodial sentence. It is, and this is part of why we're undertaking this amendment, it is interesting that it is the state jurisdiction or the Supreme Courts of the state and territories that you apply for the continuing detention order through, but you have to go to the federal court for a control order. And really that's the crux of what we're achieving by introducing these extended supervision orders in this legislation, which is to address that gap. Really, you can apply, the AFP can apply to the Supreme Court. Say it was my home state of South Australia, someone had been convicted of a terrorism offence. They might have been given a 10 or 15-year sentence. They come to the end of that period, and of course, having served that sentence, they are eligible to be released. And at the moment, you can apply to the Supreme Court of South Australia for a continuing detention order and meet the burdens required to have that granted or not. But the Supreme Court in South Australia can currently really only make a decision on that application and either grant it or not. Separate to that, you can go to the federal court and seek some form of control order to be put in place on that person. There's no interactivity when you're making an application for a continued detention order for anything other than that to be considered, and then equally the fallback position is the control order. So we're essentially putting something in between those two systems by creating this concept of an extended supervision order. And that means that the Supreme Court, which will have jurisdiction over these extended supervision orders, will have the ability to determine on application. It might be that the application is for a continuing detention order, but the Supreme Court may in fact feel that whilst the standard for that has not been met, the standard for an extended supervision order has been met. And an extended supervision order is much far-reaching than a control order. And as some of the other amendments that are part of this bill go to show, it will allow in that extended supervision order the ability to undertake certain surveillance and other measures to keep an eye on people where we've demonstrated in court, at the Supreme Court, that there is a high risk of this potentially radicalised person reoffending. To briefly digress, I think it is particularly poignant that we are debating this in the aftermath of the horrendous action on the weekend, which may well be proven in the courts to have been a terrorist attack on a fellow member of Parliament, someone serving Sir David Ames in the United Kingdom, and it reinforces to us that terrorism, unfortunately, is with us, and the risks there are very significant and ongoing. And we must always, as lawmakers, be looking for opportunities to do all we can to protect innocent Australians from the horrors of terrorism. And we've had terrorist acts in this country. We've seen awful terrorist attacks occur across the planet. And unfortunately, we have this risk in this country. We have successfully prosecuted people in this country under the terrorist offences legislation in the criminal code. And that's why we need to do this, unfortunately, is that there are people that are going to be entering this category of completing their custodial sentence for having been convicted of a terrorist offence, and those people may well still be radicalised, and they may well still, it needs to be demonstrated in a court, of course, that they may still pose a significant threat of undertaking a future terrorist attack. Whether or not that's in this country or not is immaterial, but particularly if it's in this country, and that we have to have a judicial system that is flexible enough to deal with that risk, because no one will thank anyone in this parliament if we don't make these kinds of necessary reforms that are recommended through the Independent National Security Legislation Monitor. And the worst case occurred where someone that could have been captured by this measure measure wasn't put in place, subsequently offended, and in the worst case we see loss of life of Australian citizens become victims of a future terrorist attack that could have been prevented. One other element that may well come up from other contributions that I think is important to address, because I know that some stakeholders have had concern about evidence being used in these applications in a confidential way that is not given to the proposed subject of an extended supervision order or their legal counsel. And it's really important that we think about where this would be necessary and why it's necessary that is kept confidential and purely given access to the court officers that are making this determination, but not to the alleged or the convicted offender that is the subject of an application of an extended supervision order. You can imagine that the Australian Federal Police are capable of collecting a whole range of information on someone, that the confidentiality of that is vital for the ongoing activities of the Australian Federal Police when it comes to their work on counter-terrorism. And you can imagine the Australian Federal Police would be conflicted at times as to whether or not the value of using evidence that they have obtained in a way that is therefore revealed to the person that's been a convicted terrorist and who is told that the AFP have obtained this information. It might be recorded telephone conversations, it might be emails. We of course know full well some of the other technological platforms that now people are using to interact and communicate and collaborate around criminal activity. If the AFP has obtained information that would be relevant to an application for an extended supervision order, it is equally the case that if that information had to be provided to the person that is the subject of the application, then effectively that is giving that person the ability to warn and advise their associates and other people that have been the subject of that information that the AFP is in possession of that information. And that could compromise a whole range of other things that the AFP are seeking to do with that information, including criminal investigations and surveillance that could well be ongoing. And the last thing we want is to put the AFP in a position where they have to decide to potentially withhold something that would be relevant to granting an extended supervision order, because they don't want to jeopardise some of the other operations that they're in the middle of, or also they don't want to jeopardise and put at risk people that may be informants of the Australian Federal Police, because you can imagine one of the quite lucrative sources of information when it comes to seeking these extended supervision orders that the AFP might use is potential information from informants who have been serving a custodial sentence alongside the relevant person that's subject of the application order, and so on and so forth. So I think it's very important to rebut that point, because there have been some, I'm not suggesting I've heard any contributions in this chamber to that effect, but there have been some of the civil liberties groups and some of the legal groups, and I understand why. They always make sure that they err on and stand up for those rights. But I personally, in my contribution, make it clear that I reject that concern, and I think it's vitally important that there is relevant information that needs to be known by those that are making a decision about whether or not to issue an extended supervision order, need all the information to make the decision, and it's equally important that the AFP isn't compelled to reveal that information to others that might jeopardise other operations of the Federal Police and or withhold that information for the very same reason that they don't want to jeopardise other operations. And we see the wrong decision made on an extended supervision order because all the information to make that determination wasn't provided. So with that, I'd like to commend the Attorney-General and all those that have been involved in putting this bill together, and I thank the Independent National Security Legislation Monitor. I think this is a really good example of the kind of important and necessary reform propositions that are brought forward to government from that mechanism. I think it is going to put the Federal Police in a position to better than the already sensational and excellent job that they do in fighting terrorism and protecting our community and keeping us safe. This is the sort of additional mechanism that they need. We should give it to them, and we can do that by supporting this bill. So I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the member for Sturt. The question is the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Fisher.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker. On the 29th of November 2019, two University Cambridge academics opened a conference in London to celebrate the anniversary of the program that they had created in partnership. They called it Learning Together, and for 5 years the program had helped release prisoners to get an education and escape a life of crime. Just after lunch, following an uneventful morning, a man entered the fishmonger's hall where delegates were gathered, shouting threats that he would blow up the building in the name of his religion. Drawing two knives from his sleeves, he began to indiscriminately stab innocent people. In a scene reminiscent of a Hollywood movie, but tragically all too real, delegates at the conference grabbed decorative historical weapons from the walls in a desperate attempt to defend themselves. Soon, driven out into the street, the man began attacking passers-by on London Bridge. It took the courageous actions of a plainclothes police officer and a Ministry of Justice public servant, as well as the swift response of the City of London Police, to end the senseless violence. In just 5 minutes, two young people in the prime of their lives have been killed and another 3 were seriously wounded. Perhaps the most striking thing about this incident is that the perpetrator of this barbarous act of terrorism was not an unknown assailant, but an invited and accredited delegate at the conference. He was not a newly radicalised young man or an individual suffering from a bout of serious mental illness. Usman Khan was a known and convicted terrorist. The Metropolitan Police's Counter-terrorism Command and the Security Service had files on him. 9 years earlier, Mr Khan had been part of a very serious but thankfully unsuccessful al-Qaeda plot to bomb the London Stock Exchange less than a mile from London Bridge. In 2018, he'd been released from prison and on the morning of his attack had been given additional permission to travel to the city to take part in the day's events as a former participant of the program. He took that opportunity to fulfil the violent intention he had formed a decade earlier. Unfortunately, this has not been the only case of convicted terrorists going on to commit further acts of terror after their release. Just last year, another convicted offender, Sudesh Mamoor Faraz Aman, left a man and a woman in a life-threatening condition after stabbing them on Streatham High Road in East London, only weeks after his release from prison. Here in Australia, this is an issue we will increasingly need to face up to. We are far from immune. In September, we saw the sentencing of 3 men for planning to undertake a terrorist attack in Melbourne. I remember this very distinctly Deputy Speaker, because I was in Melbourne, only a few hundred metres away from where the event was planned to take place, and I was there on that day. Each of these men have been convicted with sentences of 10 years in prison. We need to think now about what will happen when they and many others who have already been convicted of these crimes come up for parole. Terrorism is a unique offence. It is committed not for personal gain or from animosity against a particular victim. Its target is an entire civilisation, and as such, its motive does not end with the commission of the crime. Our justice system, rightly, is built on the premise that offenders can be rehabilitated and that once they have completed their allocated punishment, that they return to membership of our society. However, when the ongoing aim of an offender may be the wholesale destruction of that society, unique measures are required to prevent the kinds of horrifying results that we've seen in London over the past 2 years. In Australia, a state or territory Supreme Court currently has only one option when approached to help prevent those who remain a threat to our way of life from leaving prison and committing a further act of terror. That is, the continuing detention order. In short, at the court's discretion, the convicted terrorist is kept in prison until they are no longer considered a risk to society. In a free country, this is a very grave measure. It must only be used in cases where an individual poses a very serious and ongoing risk, and rightly it requires a high burden of proof to be imposed. However, at present, if the state or territory Supreme Court identifies that a convicted terrorist poses a less definite risk, their only alternative is to release that individual into our community with only the usual requirements for a person on parole. It is a high degree of trust on the part of our community to place on individuals who have already acted on their ideological desire to harm us. The events in London in recent years show us that in many cases it is not a risk that we can afford to take. Currently, in these cases, only the Federal Court or Federal Circuit Court can offer a solution. A different applicant must make a separate application to one of these courts under a different standard of proof for the same offender to be subject to a control order. These control orders can stop a person from visiting certain locations, communicating with fellow terrorists, or owning and using certain equipment. They can ensure that a person wears a tracking device or obey a curfew. Such control orders can be an effective deterrent. However, as the Independent National Security Legislation Monitor found, it is not in the interest of applicants, the courts or the offender to run parallel systems in this way. It creates duplication in effort for law enforcement, significantly increases the costs involved and requires those who are the subject of these orders to go through multiple separate court proceedings. What is needed is an equivalent set of restrictions which can be imposed on the past offender in the community by state and territory Supreme Courts as an alternative to a continuing detention order where appropriate. And this is what the bill delivers. The bill establishes an extended supervision order, or ESO, scheme for high-risk terrorist offenders. It will allow state and territory Supreme Courts to impose any prohibitions, restrictions or obligations on high-risk terrorist offenders upon their release which the court is satisfied on the balance of probabilities are necessary to protect the public. It will mean that these courts have available an alternative to an ongoing detention and with a lower burden of proof to reflect the less restrictive measures being imposed. These orders will be tailored to the particular risks posed by each offender, and the court will be able to gather expert assessments from psychologists and other practitioners to understand those risks more fully. The ESO will prevent the doubling up that is required under the current system and ensure that terrorism offenders can be given a just opportunity to reintegrate into society while the public have protection from the most likely risks of possible further attacks. Under this bill, the ESOs will last up to 3 years. However, they can be extended if the offender continues to pose a risk to the community and can be modified if circumstances change. Equally, the court will be required to review these orders annually or whenever the Minister for Home Affairs applies for such a review. This will ensure ESOs remain appropriate and necessary both for the offender and the community. Deputy Speaker, with the global natural disaster of COVID-19 unfolding around us, it is fair to say that many Australians have ceased to think about the threat posed by international terrorism. However, the tragic events of the past few months in Afghanistan, as well as the dreadful murder of UK Member of Parliament Sir David Amess in recent days, are stark wake-up calls. Though the international community must do our very best to ensure that Afghanistan is never again used as a training base for international terrorists, we must also be alive to the fact that those who would seek to do us harm in the promotion of their radical ideologies can come from anywhere. We must be constantly vigilant. Since September 2014, 139 people have been charged as a result of 67 counter-terrorism-related operations around Australia. Some of these people will re-enter our society and make a positive contribution, and some won't. The unfortunate reality is that threat may remain for a long time to come, and it will be difficult to tell the difference between the two. We need to ensure that we have a system that caters for every level of threat flexibly and efficiently. That is what this bill will do, and we're committed to the House.
In accordance with Standing Order 43, the debate may resume at a later hour. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I call the member for Solomon on virtual presence.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to read the words of Territory Year 12 student Taylor Mills, written for the Raise Our Voice in Parliament campaign. Taylor says, last year 35% of young Australians reported psychological distress. My parents are supportive and try their best to understand, but I've seen the effects on my close friends and others when they grow up in a family which isn't aware of mental health issues and mistake it for their teenager being lazy or moody. Right now, so many young people feel that they have no one supporting them and cannot afford the help of professionals. I want to see more adult awareness of youth mental health. Every suicide means something isn't working. Suicide rarely happens without warning, so the more educated we are about the warning signs and not confusing those behaviours with normal teen moods, the better we can help people. Us young people are the next future leaders. In 20 years, I hope that instead of looking at high rates of youth mental illness, Australia will see our young people reaching high and becoming politicians, doctors and nurses, teachers and artists. Thank you very much, Taylor, for raising your voice to Parliament, and thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
I call the member for Flynn.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The future of Flynn is looking pretty good. Flynn is the industrial powerhouse of Queensland and is set to grow. We are providing raw materials and energy for the domestic and international exports. Gladstone and surrounding districts are set to grow to meet demand. In Gladstone, the resources and manufacturing is the primary industry of employment. The top 5 employment industries in Gladstone are manufacturing and resources, construction and engineering, healthcare and social assistance, retail trade, transport, postal and warehousing. There is 5 industries employed. These 5 industries employ 5.39% of Gladstone's population. Gladstone, of course, has the largest coal-fired power stations in Queensland and has a great port, exporting 125,000 tonnes last year. Gladstone is in the process of embracing hydrogen to become an industrial hub for hydrogen production. Recently, we've announced that we could result in 5,000 new jobs and $4.2 billion worth of hydrogen exports. There are also many other projects to follow. The future of Gladstone looks very bright indeed. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
I call the member for Kingston.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I'm very excited to be celebrating Youth Voice in Parliament, the campaign run by the team at Raise Our Voice. Today I'm giving voice to 3 young South Australians, Baran Jafari, Tabitha Parker and Sam White. And here is what they want for the future of our nation. Baran said, when I came to Australia from Afghanistan, I was given so many more opportunities. I could study and make my own choices, including the choice to remove my hijab. I know that many young women who are living in Australia still still do not have these freedoms, and I hope that in 20 years' time the restrictions placed on women no longer exist in Australia. Tabitha said, in 20 years' time, I hope that Australia will have a smaller gender pay gap. Currently, men are getting paid 14.2% more than women. In sport, there is an evident difference in pay between men and women. In the future, I hope that this is decreased. And Sam said, I want an Australia that's strong and prosperous for young people, for unemployed, for the wealthy, for First Nations people, for the refugees and for our retirees. I want Australia to put our interests first and to be a better player on the world stage. To all those young people who contributed, thank you. We are raising your voice and we are listening.
I call the member for Barker. North Sydney.
Mr Deputy Speaker, this year marks the 100th anniversary for one of Australia's oldest tennis clubs, the Longueville Tennis Club in my electorate. Like many things, COVID has impacted its planned celebrations, but I am pleased that they have still been able to release a fascinating history of the club. The idea of a tennis club in Longueville was first proposed in 1920 by locals who were eager to have tennis courts in their area, particularly for young people in the community. A group of residents discussed this and together donated £500 towards building the courts. It is now a much-loved part of Longueville and, in fact, the broader Lane Cove community. The written history of the club contains some wonderful anecdotes. Debates in the early years about whether it would be appropriate for men to play in shorts rather than long pants, or something I'd never thought about, the serious impact of World War II, which saw a nationwide shortage of tennis balls as manufacturing was diverted to the war effort. The Longueville Tennis Club has been supported by phenomenal volunteers. I want to thank the current executive, led by President Margaret Bisley, and also particularly Christine Butters, the chair of their centenary commitment, for her work as well. Its success is measured in the fact that its membership has been growing in recent years, and I note its life members include tennis legend Jeff Pollard. I extend my warmest congratulations to the Longueville Tennis Club. Your club has stood the test of time, even outlasting a pandemic. I wish you every success for the centenary and for the 100 years to come.
I call the member for Fowler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Helen is a 16-year-old young woman living in my electorate, but tragically she's living with a disability. She's also part of the Youth Voice in Australia campaign, and she's shared with me her hopes for what Australia will look like in 20 years. Helen says, today there are very limited options when it comes to education in Australia for disabled, neurodiverse, mentally ill and chronically ill children. The best option at the moment is in schools like Sydney Distance Education High School, where students complete their work online and can attend learning hubs 1 or 2 days a week. We attend this school because we can't attend traditional schools, and we often spend a lot of time at home, but we still want to go to school and interact with our classmates and teachers as often as we can. I'm hoping that these schools will receive a lot more funding and truly meet the needs of students, and that there will be more schools with learning hubs all over Sydney, so students like me can attend the same hub daily and build friendships. I hope these changes can be made so that future students can receive a good education without having to be isolated. Students like us need access to schools where we can thrive and achieve. Thank you, Helen, for passing on or raising in this parliament your voice on such a critical issue that we should be doing everything we can to support disabled.
I call the member for Barker.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, on the weekend I attended a dinner theatre production titled Kick Off Your Boots in Loxton, a small riverland town in South Australia. Loxton is a small town, but it has a big heart. Loxton's Little Town Productions has performed over 125 times to a collective audience of about 35,000 since it was established back in 1999 by local farmer John Gladdigow. Friday night I was privileged to be present for opening night at the debut of their most recent production, Living the Dream, which follows the story of the Connors, a typical multi-generational farming family living in regional Australia. While the production was great fun, it was much more than just an entertaining night out with Riverland locals. The production probes some of the underlying issues faced by generational farming family enterprises and offered some tools to meet these challenges. Rural and regional Australians have been significantly impacted by drought over the past few years, and at a time when COVID has made it hard for the community to come together in any meaningful way. The production of Living the Dream saw people come together over good food, good wine, and celebrate what it means to live and work in a rural community. Importantly, it also included strong messages around mental health and wellbeing and provided some tools for dealing with these issues. Congratulations to the whole team at Littletown Productions.
I call the member for Bruce.
On the 23rd of October 1991, the Paris Peace Accords were signed by all 4 of Cambodia's combatant factions plus 19 other countries. Australia and the world then made a promise to the Cambodian people to stand up for human rights, peace and democracy. But 30 years on, the world has failed to keep its promise. Standing by while Hun Sen's gangster regime has attacked human rights, killed democracy, given away the Cambodian people's sovereignty, accumulated secret wealth overseas and undermined our region. Now, I travelled at my expense 2 years ago to see the situation firsthand. What I saw in Cambodia truly shocked me. The trampling of human rights and the state of democracy was dire, and it's got even worse through COVID. But the question now, Deputy Speaker, for Australia and countries that promised 30 years ago to support peace and democracy is what can now be done. The 1991 Paris Peace Accords are a place to start. They're of continuing moral and legal relevance, as the UN has observed. Article 29 of the Accords, they anticipated this. They contain a formal mechanism to bring together these countries in the event of serious human rights violations, and it's way past time that this clause was triggered. Now, the Morrison government talks a big game, but it's not good enough to just keep saying all options are on the table but do nothing. Australia's Labor government drove the 1991 peace process, and today, 30 years on, Australia should again play a leadership role in triggering Article 29.
I call the member for Grey.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Newspapers in the region have had a tough time over the last year or so. So that's why today I'm very pleased to announce the birth of the Eyre Peninsula Advocate, a newspaper for Northern Eyre Peninsula. Previously, this area had been serviced by the Eyre Peninsula Tribune and the West Coast Sentinel, and those papers were discontinued by Australian community media. I do congratulate them, though, for bringing back the Lincoln Times, the Transcontinental in Port Augusta, the Recorder in Port Perry and the Whyalla News. However, great credit must be given to the District Council of Cleve, who approached the Plains Producer Managing Director Andrew Manuel. The Plains Producer is based out of Balaclava in the lower mid-north, down near Adelaide, really, and faced with the challenge of launching a new paper in that area. The Kimber Council and the Franklin Harbour Council jumped on board to support this fledgling newspaper, and we've now had 2 editions, and it's very pleased to see the community getting back those services that it saw before. They were once the only source of news in our communities, whereas today we're bombarded with news and opinions of variable quality, I must say, on issues that challenge the state and our nation, but few have the reliable local news service. We supported local newspapers through the COVID pandemic, and I wish to the Eyre Peninsula Advocate General Manager Stacey Laurie and her team every success.
I call the member for Melbourne.
This week I'm participating in the Youth Voice in Parliament, where we have a chance to hear directly from our young people in our electorates. And this speech was written by Elvie in my electorate of Melbourne. It's time. It's time to step up and show you care. You have a duty of care to your children and the earth that we inherit. For we've been here yelling as loud and as clear as we can, taking you to court. For something so simple, we beg you, let us have this, a future. When I think about what Australia will be like in 20 years on this current trajectory of emissions, I see the truth. The mega fires, extreme weather events and sea level rise. I see the not being able to breathe from toxic air. I see babies in N95 masks, 10 million children hospitalised from climate-caused injuries. And how I wish this was just me exaggerating. Australia, the largest exporter of coal, mining our mother, the land, with your greedy hands, continuing to rip it from beneath the feet of all of us, Aboriginal land, continuing the horrifying torment of genocide and ecocide. How dare you sacrifice us for short-term gain, money? How dare you turn a blind eye when we cannot? And you wonder why we suffer from mental health issues, always on the rise. This is because this is the real world we are living in, the over-informed world. This is the blood on your hands world. The truth. You have a duty of care to protect us. In 20 years, all I want is Australia to be safe. Thank you, Elby, from my electorate of Melbourne.
I call the member for Wentworth.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I also rise today to deliver a speech written by Kahu Millen, an insightful 17-year-old from my own electorate of Wentworth, as part of the Raise Our Voice in Parliament campaign. And Kahu was asked, "What do you want Australia to look like in 20 years?" This was his response. "I'm reminded every day of the challenges that face younger Australians, from mental health to community safety to the social challenges amplified by the pandemic. Tomorrow's Australians have a lot to overcome today. This is why I want the Australia of the future to recognise the importance and contributions of young people and the challenges that they face. A safer Australia that has reduced the threats of alcohol, sexual and community violence and has made mental health services readily available and easily accessible to all. A country that recognises and respects its illustrious Indigenous heritage and honours Australia's long and fascinating cultural heritage. A country that stands up for those who cannot and continues to support those who do so in the global quest for democracy. An Australia that welcomes technological enhancements and harnesses their power for the benefit of all Australians. I want a country where Australians can look to their children and see in them their greatest contribution to Australia's future. I want a future for all Australians, young and old, to look forward to. I believe that we have the strength and the will to continue to advance Australia fair. Thank you, Kahi, for your contribution to our democratic process.
I call the member for Eden Monaro.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise today to raise the voice of Jasmine Mishi, who is from my electorate of Eden Monaro. And Jasmine writes, "Our natural environment is simultaneously my greatest passion and my greatest fear. There is nowhere I am happier than experiencing the natural beauty of this world. No time am I sadder than when I think of what we have already lost and what future generations stand to lose. I'm scared of witnessing another decade of denial, of not even taking a step when we need to be sprinting. A leader is supposed to use their influence to inspire and empower others. When our own leader said we need less activism in schools, less activism from young people, we were let down. We are done with being silenced, patronised, rejected and scared for our future. In 20 years, we will see resilience, because everything this generation has gone through will make us stronger. The generation who withstood bushfires, a pandemic, climate deniers, record rates of mental illness, and yet continued to speak up for what they believe in." Thank you, Jasmine, for sending through your words. Thank you to the Raise Our Voice campaign, because this is a really important part of the democratic process, raising young people's voices to Parliament.
I call the member for Ryan.
Mr Deputy Speaker, thank you. Like most parents and members in this place, I'm deeply concerned about the potential harms of social media and passionate about what we as a government can do to rein it in. Recently in the US, former Facebook employee Frances Hagan has given testimony and shed light on the inner workings of Facebook. I've asked her to likewise brief Australian MPs this Thursday. Parents and MPs are alive to the harm that social media can cause. We hear the stories about it every day. The content is selectively targeted, not enough is done to remove harmful content, and anonymous predators have far too much freedom on these platforms. But what is disturbing about Frances's testimony is that Facebook and its offshoots like Instagram know of many of these risks and do far too little to address it. Her testimony indicates that there is an active effort by Facebook not to know, not to properly staff oversight units, not to create detection systems that could pick up underage users' inappropriate or damaging content. It is simply a don't look, don't tell mentality. We do not have to choose between staying connected and having appropriate privacy and protections. I'm proud to be part of a government that is focused on this and keeping Australian families safe online. We have the world's first e-safety commissioner, a new online safety bill that targets trolls terrorising adults and kids, and there is more money and resources for our child protection officers. But it's clear Facebook and other social media companies need to be regulated further. They are publishers of this harmful material, plain and simple, and we, as a government, will continue to keep Australians safe online.
Time has expired, and I call the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, another storm season and another pile of useless NBN boxes for people on fibre to the curb in the Blue Mountains and Hawkesbury. Since a storm last Thursday, I've had nearly 100 people contact me because their NBN box has blown, by far the majority from Winmalee, Yellow Rock and Hawkesbury Heights. About a year ago, I first raised with NBN that their boxes were being zapped in storms. First there was denial, then it was an exception, and eventually, after months of storm activity, they admitted they'd had to replace around 10,000 boxes in my electorate. And in spite of making a supposedly more resilient box, the first big bolt of lightning this year has wreaked havoc. Residents are telling me this was their third, fifth or even ninth NBN box to blow. And remember that when our internet goes down, our mobile coverage often goes too. So it's the 21st century. People are working from home, they're still schooling at home, and the internet goes down, and not just for the 24 hours that NBN claims is the replacement time. But it's now the 5th day, and many are still without their connection. Christopher's in Winmalee and he's prepping for his HSC. His sister's starting Year 12. They've got nothing until the 21st. Telstra and the providers have to prioritise senior students. More to the point, it's not good enough for us to be stuck with such a fragile system in such a vulnerable bushfire area. It's the Liberals' incompetence that's got us here, and it won't end till they go.
Time has expired. I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Last week I had the privilege of being joined by the Finance Minister, Senator Birmingham, to visit the progress on one of the great election commitments in the heart of my electorate of Sturt, the McGill Road-Portrush Road intersection, which is getting a $96 million upgrade under the Urban Congestion Fund, jointly funded between the Commonwealth Government and the State Government in South Australia. Progress is very impressive. It's good to see that they're almost ready to start laying the tarmac there, the difficult parts, the undergrounding of services, etc., relocating a big 66 kilovolt line from the nearby substation has all occurred. So the fun part is upon us. We are about to lay the tarmac and see some of the new lanes opening. This intersection is on Highway 1, Portrush Road is Highway 1, and so it's good to see that we're investing in what is a real choke point in the middle of my electorate. 65,000 vehicles a day are estimated to use that intersection, both on Portrush and McGill Road. So it's a timely investment in overhauling that. We're turning 2 lanes into 3 in both directions of Portrush Road, as well as double right-hand turn lanes from the current single right-hand turns. Other upgrades to McGill Road on that intersection mean that families are going to get home quicker and safer. It's a great outcome for all those people that live in the area in my electorate of Sturt.
I call the member for Fenner.
Judith Sloan, Janet Albrechtson and Nikki Savera are hardly Labor true believers, but they've been among the fiercest critics of the government's JobKeeper mismanagement, calling the overpayments irresponsible, inept and inexcusable. JobKeeper saved jobs, but so much money was given to firms with rising revenues that the cost of saving each full-year job was up to $200,000. The Parliamentary Budget Office first estimated that $13 billion went to firms with rising revenues in the first 6 months of the scheme. Then the government said that figure was $14 billion. Now the PBO has looked at the full 12-month scheme and estimate that $20 billion went to firms with rising revenue. That's $2,000 for every Australian household going to companies that didn't need support, companies whose sales were higher in the pandemic than the year before. Among those who benefited from JobKeeper were offshore billionaires such as Louis Vuitton's Bernard Arnault and Luxottica's Leonardo Del Vecchio. Now, if you asked a family in my electorate what they do with a spare $2,000, they might get the car fixed, donate the money to a homeless shelter or pay down the mortgage. But zut the laws, maledetto inferno! I'm guessing the one thing they wouldn't do is to take $2,000 and pop it in the post to French and Italian billionaires.
I call the member for Herbert.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to update the House on recent positive progress on the Townsville City deal. As I've outlined before, we've been working with the community on the reallocation of $195 million earmarked for Townsville. This funding was originally for Stage 2 of the Horton Pipeline, but was rejected by the state Labor government, and we ensured that this funding would stay here in Townsville. The deal partners have now agreed to further projects, which include $2 million for a business case for a concert hall, with the remaining $28 million to fund its construction, $12 million to match the state's contribution for enabling infrastructure for the Lansdowne Eco-Industrial Precinct, and $2 million for a feasibility study into recycled water for green hydrogen production. All three of these projects achieve the intended outcomes of the Townsville City Deal, which will make our place a better place to live, work and play. I spoke last time about roadblocks that are hindering the delivery of these projects. Unfortunately, nothing has changed. The state Labor government is continuing to block funding for the Royal Flying Doctor Service on factually incorrect claims about the project's effect on Queensland's GST allocation. These Labor lies were debunked in the Townsville Bulletin just recently. Now they are complaining about the funding for Lansdowne project, despite the state begging for the Commonwealth's investment. No one in state Labor jumped up and down on how the Gold Coast Light Rail or upgrades to the M1 are funded. So why does Townsville get treated differently?
Time has expired. I call the member for Isaacs.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Writing on ICAC's inquiry into Gladys Berejiklian this morning, Guardian Australia journalist Anne Davies said this: aside from the lack of judgment shown in commenting on current proceedings involving a political colleague, the Prime Minister's comments show a woeful lack of insight. End quote. I think she's being generous. This Prime Minister does have insight into how effectively ICAC operates to root out corruption in New South Wales, and that's precisely why the National Anti-Corruption Commission he promised Australians over 1,000 days ago is still nowhere in sight. The Deputy Prime Minister let the cat out of the bag earlier this month when he said that ICAC meant, and I'm not making this up, and I quote, politicians are basically terrified to do their job, end quote. While the Prime Minister is currently at war with his deputy on climate policy, they are in heated agreement that a federal anti-corruption commission for them is a terrifying prospect. The Prime Minister and his deputy are right to be terrified of what an independent National Anti-Corruption Commission would reveal about what they've been up to over the last 8 years. Unlike the Morrison government, Labor isn't terrified of taking strong action against corruption in government, and unlike the Morrison government, Labor in government will establish a powerful, transparent and independent National Anti-Corruption Commission to hold all politicians to account.
And I call the member for Ford.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. And over the weekend I got to join our local communities celebrate the return of the Beenleigh Cane Parade and Gala Ball. After many years of absence, the Cane Festival was back sweeter than ever, thanks to the hard work of the Rotary Club of Beenleigh with the support of Logan City Council. Over 2,000 people made their way into the heart of Beenleigh to celebrate this wonderful event, with over 50 floats from community groups, schools and businesses the feature. As one of the judges of the parade, I, along with the other judges, found it particularly difficult to pick a winner, as everyone had gone above and beyond in entering some very colourful and creative floats. But congratulations to the SS Walrus and also to the Beenleigh Garden Club in particular for theirs. The Cane Festival is a huge part of Beenleigh's history, and many members of the community it brought back memories from when they were much younger. For the newer members of the community, it gave them a chance to learn about the history of Beenleigh and our iconic cane industry. As the sun set over the local cane fields, the Beenleigh Events Centre opened their doors to host the Gala Ball, which offered the finest of all things local. And after another challenging year, it was wonderful to see everybody glam up and enjoy a night of fun and frivolity. It was an honour to be involved in the revival of this event, and I thank everybody involved.
The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. For many Australians, lockdown won't truly be over until their children go back to school. To every exhausted mum and dad across the country, I just want to say thank you for your marathon effort. Thank you to every teacher who worked so hard and so quickly to reinvent their jobs. And I want to acknowledge the students who've had to adapt to this new way of doing things, away from their friends, away from the playground. Homeschooling was a solution born of necessity. It's brought some joys but also its challenges. For so many parents, homeschooling has been a stressful juggling act. One more challenge on top of all the others as their own jobs have been reinvented or sadly disappeared altogether. Homes have been reconfigured into workplaces and classrooms. Families have squeezed in around the table with their workstations or in neighbouring rooms where the walls suddenly seemed very thin. Over these long lockdowns, patience has been tested. Time-starved parents put aside their own needs to support their children. And any chance of success is dependent upon two crucial ingredients: an understanding boss and reliable home internet. Not everyone has had that. Hopefully the silver lining of homeschooling is that families have new habits and memories that have made them even closer. But as life goes back to normal, may that school bell ring loud and ring clear.
I call the member for Bonner.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Our government is recognising the great value of Australia's space sector. Recently, the Morrison government announced the recipients of the Moon to Mars Supply Chain Capability Improvement Grants, and I was proud to see local Tingalpa business Crystal Aid awarded over $538,000 in funding. And this is on top of the $461,000 awarded to them earlier this year as part of the second round of this grants program, skyrocketing the total funding for this local business to $1 million, funding which allows Crystal Aid to bring more employees on board and deliver more opportunities for their skilled workers. It will enhance their ability to supply cutting-edge electronics to the international space industry, and will see Crystal Aid used in satellite electronic systems across the globe. It's been a privilege to witness Crystal Aid's rapid growth over the years, and I couldn't be prouder of their ongoing success. Mr Speaker, we've got liftoff in Bonner.
In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for member statements has concluded. Questions without notice. The member for Whitlam.
Questions to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, what is the impact on the economy of a net zero emissions target by 2050?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Well, Mr Speaker, if you have the right plan, it's a positive impact, Mr Speaker.
Members on my left.
If you have the right plan, Mr Speaker, if you have technology, not taxes, Mr Speaker, if you don't have a carbon tax, Mr Speaker, if you actually have a plan that respects people's choices rather than to force their choices, Mr Speaker, if you have a balance of technologies, a portfolio of technologies that can get to scale, and, Mr Speaker, that can get to an affordable cost, if you can ensure that you get the balance right between affordable and reliable energy, Mr Speaker, and you don't rush the plan, Mr Speaker, and you allow those technologies to develop, and you have your transition fuels in place to ensure you keep the lights on and the costs down, Mr Speaker, and if you have a credible plan, Mr Speaker, with the proper transparency as Australia is well known for, then it can be a great positive for Australia. It can be a great positive for Australia. But, Mr Speaker, if you take the approach that those opposite took when they were in government, which put in place a carbon tax, Mr Speaker, and I note now the Labor Senator, Senator Gallagher, has belled the cat, Mr Speaker, that a carbon price from Labor is back on the table. It's back on the table, Mr Speaker. So really what this will be about, Mr Speaker, ultimately in anyone's ambitions to achieve net zero, it's all about the plan. It's all about the economic plan, Mr Speaker, and who Australians would trust with the economic plan that can take Australians through what will be a very challenging time. And Mr Speaker, who they can trust to really look after rural and regional Australia, Mr Speaker, who they can really trust to do that. And they know they can't trust the Labor Party on these issues, Mr Speaker. At the last election, they took a policy
I just say to the Prime
Minister,
Minister's now drifting from what was a very specific question. He's compared and contrasted, but he's now drifted off the question, and I need him to come back to the question.
No, well, Mr Speaker, again, with the right plan, it's a positive benefit, Mr Speaker. With the right plan, it's a positive benefit. But what we do know is this, Mr Speaker, and that is the global economy is changing as the world responds to climate change.
Members on my left. Member
that
for
is
Isaacs.
true. And those changes, Mr Speaker, will have an impact on the Australian economy. They do present risks and threats to rural and regional areas, and only the coalition can be trusted to ensure that we can deal with those threats, that we can support rural and regional Australia, Mr Speaker. And if you don't believe me, believe the member for Hunter, Mr Speaker, and the member for Hunter makes it pretty clear that Labor has lost its way on that issue.
The member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. The national plan to safely reopen our nation and live with COVID-19 is being realised through the actions of Australians like those in my Western Sydney community coming forward
Member
to
for
get
Barton
vaccinated.
is warned.
Will the Prime Minister update the House on how the national plan is ending restrictions and building our path out of the pandemic?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Lindsay for her question. It's great to see her back in this chamber, as there are so many other members now back in this chamber, which is reflective of the fact that Australia is opening up. Mr Speaker, our national plan is working. The national plan that we began working together on with the Doherty Institute back in March, a plan that was agreed not once but twice by all premiers and chief ministers around the country as I brought that national plan forward, Mr Speaker. The plan that is based on the best scientific and medical research and analysis and advice available, Mr Speaker, that plan is working. That plan, Mr Speaker, which is to safely open and then remain safely open, Mr Speaker, that is a plan that we're now seeing realised right across the country, a plan that set out clear vaccination targets, scientifically determined, to know that when Australians pass those targets, Mr Speaker, they could be confident that we could open safely and remain safely open, Mr Speaker. Australians have responded to this
Member for
plan.
Greenway.
Australians have rolled up their sleeves. Australians are keeping their part of the deal that has come together as part of the national plan. 69.2% of Australians aged over 16 today, Mr Speaker, have been double vaccinated. As a share of total population, Australia's double vaccination rate is now higher than the United States. It is higher than the United States on double-dose vaccinations. And in the member's own electorate, Mr Speaker, in the LGA of Penrith, 84% of those in Penrith, Mr Speaker, are double-dose vaccinated. And, Mr Speaker, I hasten to add that in the Sutherland Shire that figure's 89%, Mr Speaker. So thank you to all those in the Sutherland Shire in southern Sydney. Mr Speaker, the vaccination rates are surging in New South Wales above 90%. Above 90% on their first dose rates. New South Wales is opening. Australians are coming home. 52,300 downloads of their international vaccination certificates over the last 24 hours. Mr Speaker, Victoria is opening up, and I note in particular Victoria's roadmap, just announced. Victoria's roadmap, delivering the national plan, Mr Speaker, from the Victorian State Government. I welcome that, Mr Speaker. Queensland is opening up, Mr Speaker. The Queensland borders will be coming down, Mr Speaker. We welcome that as Queensland honours the national plan. ACT is finally opening up, Mr Speaker, as well as South Australia, Northern Territory and Tasmania. I spoke to the Tasmanian and South Australian premiers this morning, confirming, Mr Speaker, their commitments. Mr Speaker, as a country, one of the lowest fatality rates in the world when it comes to COVID, one of the strongest economic stories and recoveries during the COVID pandemic, and, Mr Speaker, we're on the track now to ensure we have one of the world's highest vaccination rates.
Just before I call the member for McMahon, it's right that we have a large number of members back here in the chamber, which is fantastic. The unfortunate bit is it's been accompanied by a rise in interjections, and I just remind members it's taken a long time to get some of you back. It would be a pity if you'd come back only to be ejected under 94A. The member for McMahon.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister, and I refer to his previous answer in which he mentioned the importance of transparency. Will the Prime Minister release government modelling on the impacts of net zero emissions by 2050 presented to the Nationals Party Room? Why is this modelling secret?
The Prime Minister has the call. Yeah, no, the Prime Minister has the call. Members on my left.
Mr Speaker, I'm just seeking your clarification as to how the Prime Minister can be asked to answer that question, particularly given I suspect the member for
could the Leader of the House pause?
Misstated the
Leader of the House
question,
just pause for a second. Leader of the House just pause for a second. No one interjecting on my left is helping me hear the Leader of the House. The Leader of the House, if you could start again.
Mr Speaker, as I understood not that I was paying great attention to the member for McMahon, as probably the case for most in this chamber, but I heard the member for McMahon, Mr Speaker, talk about the presentation to the Nationals party room, and I don't know how that can be within the Prime Minister's remit. He was not in the meeting. He didn't attend the meeting. It was entirely appropriately a matter for the National Party, and I don't know how the Prime Minister could be expected, Mr Speaker, to answer that question.
No, if the Manager of Opposition Business can perhaps just resume his seat. The question was whether the Prime Minister would release the modelling that was provided to the party room, and the member for Chifley, wasn't it? I'll get you eventually. The Prime Minister has the call.
Mr Speaker, well, I can't speak to the discussions of the Nationals party room any more than the Leader of the Nationals can speak to the discussions of the Liberals party room, Mr Speaker. We're two great proud parties. We've formed a great coalition, Mr Speaker, as we have done for many, many years and continue to do so. Mr Speaker, what I can be very clear to the Australian people about is we will be very transparent about what our commitments are. Very transparent about what our commitments are, what the costs are, Mr Speaker, what the outcomes are going to be, and they can trust me to do that because that's exactly what I did at the last election, Mr Speaker. At the last election, I set out very clearly what our 2030 target was going to be, how we were going to achieve it, that we would meet and beat it, what the costs would be, what the programs were, Mr Speaker, and as a result, the Australian people backed our plan. Now, those opposite, Mr Speaker, the Labor Party, they had a 45% emissions reduction target. The then Leader of the Opposition couldn't explain those issues, Mr Speaker. He couldn't level with the Australian people. He couldn't explain
to the
costs,
Prime
Mr.
Minister,
Speaker.
this is not an opportunity to now move off the question, which was a very specific one about whether he would or wouldn't release modelling. And I think the Prime Minister's answered that, but it's not an opportunity to talk about the opposition policies at the last election.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, I can be very clear with the Australian people. We will set these things out very, very clearly, because that is our form. That is what we have done. Because, Mr Speaker, I think it's very important for Australians to know what our plans are, as they are aware of all plans of those who would go to the next election pretending to do various things. Now, we'll be very clear about our plans. People know what our 2030 commitment is, Speaker. It's a mystery what those opposites' 2030 commitment is, Mr Speaker. There's no plan there. There's no plan for 2050 from those opposite, Mr Speaker. We will release our plans. We will be clear about the costs. We will explain to people in rural and regional Australia in particular how we'll be standing with them as they work through the challenges that they will face and realise the opportunities are there for more jobs, more opportunities, more investment and a stronger rural and regional Australia, Mr Speaker. So I welcome the fact that in asking this question, Mr Speaker, the Labor Party are saying that the standard is you've got to tell people what your plans are and what your costs are and what it means for them, Mr Speaker, and that will be the first time they've ever done that.
Prime Minister resume his seat. I think he's concluded. Prime Minister's concluded his answer. The member for Cowper.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. Will the Deputy Prime Minister outline to the House how the Morrison-Joyce government is ensuring a strong economic recovery in the regions by investing in infrastructure projects that support communities and create jobs?
The Deputy Prime Minister has the call.
Well, Mr Speaker, I thank the honourable member for Cowper for his question and note the tremendous work that he is doing. We actually have seats that are next door to one another, and projects such as the Wallamumby to Kempsey Road upgrade, which is vitally important, a road that's held by the council, and obviously it's beyond their capacity to do much with it, a road that not much has happened for a very, very long time, yet it's a vital interconnector between the two electorates. But it's not just that he's working on, Mr Speaker. I also note the work that he is doing on a smaller project such as the Sawtell swimming pool and the money he got through the BBRF for that. And it's the places such as the Sawtell swimming pool where he might get the next Maddie Goff. And wasn't Maddie Goff a great asset? She came 5th in the Olympics, smashed the Australian women's 1500-metre record at 15 minutes 47 seconds, if I remember rightly, for the member for Cowper. And that is the sort of asset that takes communities forward. But it's not just there, because we can't be parochial. When we are building a nation, we build it across the nation. And we have $1.6 billion on the table in the Hunter Valley for the Newcastle bypass. That $1.6 billion, which will be complemented by $400 million from the state government, goes to show that when we are building projects, we build them across the nation. We build them across the nation for a national plan. We build them across the nation to make a better nation. And it's not just there. Also in the Hunter Valley we have such things as the Singleton bypass, for which we're putting about $560 million towards. Because whether it's the Pacific Highway or the New England Highway are building to a nationals plan. And it's things such as the Coffs Harbour bypass as well, which I know the member for Cowper has put so much work towards. $1.4 billion, in fact a little bit more than $1.4 billion, to continue the dream and the vision for people such as Warren Truss, the former leader of the Nationals, Warren Truss, who had the dream of making sure that he could drive a car from Melbourne to north of Gympie without seeing a traffic light on a dual carriageway road. That is real vision. Continued on by the member for Riverina. Continued on admirably by the member for Riverina. That dream, that Nationals dream, for which I'm now very proud of to be part of in the conclusion of that dream. This is important where it goes up to the member for Wide Bays, for the Tyro bypass, for the Cowper, in the seat of Cowper, for Coffs Harbour, and the seat of Hunter. The seat of Hunter for the Newcastle bypass. This is a Nationals and a national vision, and the coalition is putting the effort, putting the money and delivering an outcome that is not just resides in seats of our leading, but resides in the seats across this nation for a national benefit.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister, and I ask, has the government modelled the impact of net zero emissions by 2050? If the answer is yes, will the government release the modelling? If the answer is yes, when?
The Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. When the government has fully considered these matters, we will be, of course, setting out all of our plans. And, Mr Speaker, we'll be setting out all of the benefits, and we'll be setting out, Mr Speaker, all of the matters that relate to those policies. And that is the answer to the question, Mr Speaker. And we'll be very transparent, Mr Speaker, where we have been able to assess the impacts of our policies and to demonstrate, Mr Speaker, those benefits, we will certainly do that. And that would be the case in the areas that the member has referred to. Mr Speaker, we'll be doing that before the next election, Mr Speaker, and I suspect we'll be doing a lot sooner before they make their mind up about their 2030 commitment, Mr Speaker. They asked me about this over a year ago, Mr Speaker, and they still can't tell the Australian people what their 2030 commitment. I don't know what the time delay is on that side, Mr Speaker, but they cannot make their mind up about
the Prime
2030.
Minister. The member for Whitlam will cease interjecting. The member for— we'll now go to the independence question. The member for Kennedy.
Prime Minister, since real exports are limited to iron ore, aluminium, copper, coal, all smelted with coal, if oil exports then come directly or indirectly from coal, and if net zero 2050 is not a lie, can you convince China to give us solar panels for free and convince Australians to only turn their lights on during the day? Isn't how, not when, Bradfield Hells Gates producing zero-emission industries, high-protein algae, electricity, petrol as ethanol, sugar, all manufacturing industries. Isn't how yourself, Joyce Albanese, are after for our country. This is how.
The Prime Minister has the call.
Well, can I thank the member for Kennedy about his question regarding Hell's Gate Dam, Mr Speaker, because I know the member for Kennedy is very committed to the agricultural production of Northern Queensland, as indeed the Nationals and the Liberals are, Mr Speaker, very committed to the agricultural production capability of Northern Queensland. And, Mr Speaker, and as the member will particularly know, the government has strongly supported the Hewett Irrigation Scheme, which I know is a project that he has had a keen interest in over a long time, and that is going to unlock significant potential for jobs and opportunities right across Northern Queensland, as we will also see with great projects like the Copper String project. Which opens up that entire northwest minerals province, which this government is committed to, Mr Speaker, and taking those important projects forward for Northern Queensland, because we believe in the future of rural and regional Australia and the infrastructure and the energy it needs to realise its potential. But particularly on the issue of Hell's Gate Dam, I'll defer to the Deputy Prime Minister.
Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, Mr Speaker, I commend the member for Kennedy for the work that he has done for the people of North Queensland, and as a voice for so many people in so many regional areas. Although at times we mightn't agree, I absolutely respect the effort he puts into that. And Mr Speaker, he raised the issue of Hell's Gate Dam. The business case for this we're expecting back early in the next year. And what I can say, Mr Speaker, is the best chance for the member for Kennedy getting that dam built is if a coalition government is in place. That would be the best opportunity and the best chance, because we too, and I definitely have the vision of Water West, of the capacity for us to fulfil the capacity of the national vision that we would open up new agricultural precincts in the black soils of Western Queensland, which I know the member for Kennedy knows so well. The member for Kennedy is also a great advocate for North Queensland as a coalition government that is moving the North Queensland Water Authority from Canberra to North Queensland. That is the sort of decentralisation package that stands behind that we have a belief of people away from this great city but into other parts of our nation as well. We also note that his work on the Hewett Irrigation Scheme, which he has believed in for so long. I know that the member for Kennedy must get some solace and satisfaction from the fact that after battling for these projects for so long, that the prospect and the probability and the commitment to get these projects, to get projects for North Queensland done, is going to be done under a coalition government, because he knows what resides on the other side is nothing more than a plan for the inner suburbs of the cities that are their only hope of ever getting supported.
The Deputy Prime Minister's time has concluded. The member for Higgins has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. Will the Treasurer remind the House how the Morrison government's strong economic management continues to set up the Australian economy to bounce back strongly as COVID-19 restrictions ease, and is the Treasurer aware of any alternative policies?
The Treasurer.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Higgins for her question and acknowledge her experience as a paediatrician at the Royal Children's Hospital for 28 years, Mr Speaker, and as a Fellow of the Australian Academy of Health and Medical Sciences. A real achievement, Mr Speaker. Now, the member for Higgins, like others on this side of the House, know that today consumer confidence jumped for the 6th week in a row, Mr Speaker, and last week business confidence was up, and job ads are now 21% higher than they were at the start of the pandemic. And that last week, Fitch Credit Rating reaffirmed Australia's AAA credit rating and upgraded our outlook. And today the Reserve Bank's minutes came out for the month of October, and they said that they were expecting the economy to bounce back strongly, Mr Speaker. And they said that the labour market had been more resilient this year than last year, and that in New South Wales firms were already looking to hire, Mr Speaker, ahead of those restrictions being lifted. This is the strong economic recovery that Australians could look forward to. This is the $17 billion that the Morrison government has put to support families and businesses through the Delta outbreak that will help support a strong economic recovery. Now I'm asked, are there any alternative policies? Well, the Leader of the Opposition in the last 2 years has had two big economic ideas in his head, Mr Speaker. Last year, you know what it was? It was a structural productivity enhancing reform of a national driver's licence, Mr Speaker. That was going to see the Australian economy have a lift-off, Mr Speaker. Well, this year we got nothing in the budget in reply, so we've been waiting. We've been waiting with bated breath. 76 days ago we got it, Mr Speaker. $300 cheques to people who have already had the jab, Mr Speaker. $300 cheques to people who have already had the jab. Now, Mr Speaker, in the words of the Leader of the Opposition, this was going to be a $6 billion conversation starter. What it will do is spark conversation around the workplace, around communities. Have you got your $300 yet? Is a conversation we want, Mr Speaker. Well, I tell you who didn't want the conversation. His own shadow cabinet, Mr Speaker, because Senator Gallagher went on Insiders on Sunday and was asked by David Spears, should the government offer $300 to everyone or not? Senator Gallagher, I think probably the time has passed for that, Mr Speaker. It was a policy that was made on the run. It was a policy that was dumped on the run.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister for Regional Development. Has the Minister seen any modelling which shows the economic impact of net zero by 2050 for the regions? What does the modelling say about the economic impact on regional Australia?
The Deputy Prime Minister has the call.
Well, Mr Speaker, I thank the honourable member for Grayndler for his question. And yes, at this point in time, we are working very diligently and very closely through so many aspects of the issue of 2050, because it's incumbent upon us to make sure we look after the people of Albury, or we look after the people of Singleton, and we make sure we do the right thing by the people of Nowra and Queanbeyan. We are working very diligently to make sure that we look after people from Busselton to Mount Isa, that people in Albury and Wodonga. And so, to that purpose, Mr Speaker, we're going through every aspect of the plan that has been delivered to us, and we are making sure that we come up with the right capacity to go back to the people, whether it's in the seat of Cowper or whether it's in the seat of Flynn, or whether it's in the. So it's
the Deputy Prime Minister will resume his seat for a sec, and the Manager of Opposition Business on a point of order. Now, hang on. You don't have the call. The Manager of Opposition Business on
direct relevance, Mr Speaker. The question goes to whether he's seen modelling and the impact on the regions, not to read the table of contents from an atlas.
Going to the substantive part of the Manager of Opposition Business's point of order, which wasn't the last part, the question does ask is very specific. The Deputy Prime Minister's been entitled to give some context, which he's done, and he's not even a minute in, but of course that can't be the entirety of his answer. The Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, I accept your ruling, but I would note how dismissive the Labor Party are of regional towns. How dismissive they are of regional towns. How they smirk and snigger whenever you mention
just so the Deputy Prime Minister,
Grayndler.
you need to return to the question
So,
or wind
Mr.
up your
Speaker,
answer.
I note quite clearly that there has been an absolute diligent oversight within the Liberal Party, the Leader of the Liberal Party, the member for Cook, the Leader of the Coalition Prime Minister of Australia, has a mandate from his party room, and I am going through the process of making sure that I respect the views of my party room. The question goes to, we have certainly seen the results of modelling. Yes, we have, and we have seen that in a whole range of reflections on the price of commodities. So it's such a tricky question with such an easy answer, isn't it?
The member for Wentworth.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Health and Aged Care. Will the Minister please update the House on how breakthrough COVID-19 treatments, along with Australia's vaccine program, are helping to save lives and save livelihoods?
The Minister for Health.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Wentworth, who with his international experience will know that the pandemic continues to rage worldwide. 444,000 cases, 6,500 lives lost in the last 24 hours alone. But against that background, the vaccination program in Australia is saving lives and protecting lives. We're now at 32.9 million vaccinations in Australia. As the Prime Minister has mentioned, we've passed the 85% milestone for first doses. We are on the cusp of the third great milestone in relation to our second doses. We're on the cusp of that 70% mark as part of the national roadmap. And then, significantly, 1.9 million doses in the last 7 days, 3.9 million doses in the last 14 days, 7.8 million doses in the last 4 weeks. All of these things are about Australians coming forward in record numbers to protect themselves, to protect their friends, to protect their families and to protect their country. Indeed, one of the things I'm most pleased about is that there are now more than 1 million doses to those between 12 and 15 years of age. And we're almost at a 60% first dose rate in that group. But all of these vaccinations are very important protection, but they're not the only protection. What we've also been able to do is to acquire critical treatments, which are an additional complementary protection for Australians. Previously, we've mentioned sotrovimab, 31,000 doses, a monoclonal antibody which is given in the hospital setting, and that's protecting people already in use in Australia and saving lives and protecting lives. But in the recent weeks, we've been able to announce acquisitions of drugs such as molnupiravir, 300,000 doses of an oral antibody, and equally 500,000 doses of the Pfizer oral antibody, again a pill. This means that we can ensure that wherever people are, they're given that protection, that ability that if they are diagnosed or they've been exposed, they have that additional support. None of these are a guarantee. They are not as strong as vaccines, and it's very important to say that vaccines are the frontline treatment. But only yesterday we had the approval from the TGA of Ronapreve. We've just acquired 15,000 doses of Ronapreve, a monoclonal antibody combination therapy. It's about being treated in hospital, and it has a 70% reduction in the likelihood of fatality for those for whom it's being applied. All of these treatments and vaccines are coming together to save lives, to protect lives and to give Australians their lives back.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is again to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Regional Development, and I refer to his previous answer regarding the modelling of net zero by 2050 on regions in which he said, and I quote, "It has an impact on the price of commodities." What is that impact?
The Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, Mr Speaker, it's quite obvious if the world is going where it is going, and I think even the member...
Members on my left.
And the member... I don't know what's so funny about that. I don't know, I mean...
Members on my left.
Well, it's hilarious, isn't it? So, if they believe that the commodity prices, as been stated by so many sources, especially such things as coal, and let's note there's a whole range of coals, a whole range of calorific contents of coals, and they have different markets, then of course that does affect the price of commodities. It does affect, because if that is the case, and modelling, of course, is the best estimation. It is obviously not written, not written on tablets of stone, but that estimation would naturally point to a change in demand which would reflect a change in price. So by reason of that, in the results of the modelling, which we have seen, it shows a downturn in coal price, in coal commodities over time. And I don't know what is remarkable about that. And I understand the tactics of the Labor Party, it's to try and trip me up, but you've got to sharpen that process up a bit.
The Leader of the Opposition seeking to table a document?
I'm asking a request. Mr. Speaker, that the
Hang on.
point of order. You're not in charge. That I'd ask the deputy.
I can't rule on something if he can't speak.
I'd ask
the leader of the opposition is.
Yes, I'm asking that the Deputy Prime Minister table the modelling that he was referring to in his answer.
Yes, you can't make that request. You can do it by way of a question. You can only ask for him to table a document he was reading from, and he wasn't reading from any document. The member for Menzies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I asked the Minister for Defence if he will update the House on the Morrison government's AUKUS alliance with the United States and the United Kingdom and the benefits for securing our prosperity, our safety and our security in the future.
The Minister for Defence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for Menzies for his question and also for his service in the defence portfolio. A very distinguished former Minister for Defence and is a great supporter of our Australian Defence Force personnel. Mr. Speaker, our government, as you know, is very clear-eyed about the threats within our own region in the Indo-Pacific. There are many countries, including now many European countries, who are worried about the unfolding circumstances in the Indo-Pacific, and it's absolutely appropriate that the first order of this government is to keep Australians safe and secure. We will do everything within our power, everything within our capacity to make decisions, to deliver on policies that will deliver that security and that peace to our region. And through the AUKUS program, Mr. Speaker, through that compact, we have been able to bolster the security of our country, not only for today, but for the decades into the future as well. And I had, along with the Minister for Foreign Affairs, very significant engagements in Indonesia, in India and in South Korea before we went to the United States. We had very significant discussions, obviously, as well with the United Kingdom, and I spoke with the Secretary this morning, Ben Wallace, who is a great friend of our country and recommitted himself to the process and to the work that we have underway at the moment to look at the acquisition by Australia of the at least eight nuclear-powered submarines, which will provide us with an edge and a capability above that which operates within our region into the next decade, Mr. Speaker. That is an incredibly important asset for us to acquire, but it's not the only element of AUKUS. And I think this is a very important point to make. And I see Phil Thompson, the member for Herbert, up on the screen. I was up at Laverack Barracks in Townsville not too long ago and speaking with some of the troops up there, some of whom I should quickly note were involved in the extraction of Australian citizens and visa holders in Kabul. And I spoke with Phil and some of those members on FaceTime the other day. Remarkable Australians, but we owe it to them to make sure that we deliver on the other elements of AUKUS. And, Mr. Speaker, through AUKUS we will collaborate to enhance our joint capabilities across cyber, across artificial intelligence, across quantum technologies and additional undersea capabilities. Mr. Speaker, it builds on the 2020 Defence Strategic Update and the Force Structure Plan, and it also includes, importantly, Tomahawk cruise missiles, which will enable our Hobart-class destroyers to strike distant land targets with excellent precision. The RAF will be equipped with long-range anti-ship missiles and joint air-to-surface standoff missiles. Mr. Speaker, the Morrison government is determined to keep Australia safe.
The member for McMahon.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. The government has been in office for nearly a decade. The COP26 conference in Glasgow starts in just 2 weeks. After a decade, nearly a decade, how much longer is it going to take the Prime Minister to come up with a climate policy?
The Prime Minister has the call.
20% reduction in emissions, Mr. Speaker, since 2005, which is the product, Mr. Speaker, of the policies that we have put in place, Mr. Speaker, particularly over these last 8 years, that has ensured, Mr. Speaker, that we've been able to be seeing technologies realised, that we've seen that we've been able to drive down those emissions while stabilising and reducing electricity prices and keeping the lights on, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the world knows what our 2030 commitments are. We signed up to them. I took them to the election. at the last election, Mr Speaker, and the Australian people endorsed them. I said we'd meet them and we'd beat them, and we will meet them and we will beat them based on the policies that we've pursued. The technology not taxes approach, the emissions reduction fund, Mr Speaker, the work that we've been doing in the agricultural community. And Mr Speaker, the Minister for Energy and Emissions Reduction and Industry, I'm sure, could add to more of these. Our policies, Mr Speaker, are reducing emissions. Our policies are reducing emissions. And at the same time, Mr Speaker, we have realised one of the most significant expansions in our LNG industry that we've ever seen, Mr Speaker. At the same time, we've seen the number of people in manufacturing go up as opposed to under Labor, when 1 in 8 manufacturing jobs were lost. So under our policies, Mr Speaker, we're getting emissions down, we're getting solar panels on people's roofs, we're seeing record investments in renewable energy, we're meeting and beating our targets, we're getting Australians into manufacturing jobs, we're expanding our resources industries, Mr Speaker. That's what the Coalition's plans are doing. That's what they're doing. And we intend them to keep doing that as we pursue policies in this area which ensure we do the right thing by jobs, we do the right thing by the environment, we do the right thing by our national energy security, Mr Speaker, that ensures that Australians can look forward to their future with confidence, whether they're living in the Hunter, Mr Speaker, or they're living in the south coast of New South Wales, or out in Portland, Mr Speaker, where we've ensured that the Port Aluminium smelter will continue to operate and continue to run and support those jobs, Mr Speaker. That's what our energy emissions reductions and environmental policies are achieving for Australia. And we will continue to make decisions in that vein. We will continue to do that, Mr Speaker, and we will not be taxing our way there. That is the approach that the Labor Party pursued when they were last in government. That's their approach. Taxes, not technology, Mr Speaker. We are technology, not taxes. That's how we get ourselves to achieve these goals. That's how we can make our way through the very difficult global economic challenges that will confront Australia over the next 30 years. We have been careful in considering each of these decisions because we are mindful of the impact that it can have on rural and regional areas. We haven't signed Australia up with blank cheque commitments like those opposite have.
Prime Minister's
we
time
would
has
make
concluded.
and continue to make decisions based
the member for Groom has the call.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is for the excellent Minister for Industry, Energy and Emissions Reduction. Will the Minister update the House on how the Morrison government is securing the affordable and reliable energy that Australian families and businesses rely on, and how this will assist our economic recovery from the pandemic?
The Minister for Industry, Energy and Emissions Reduction.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. And I thank the member for Groom for his excellent question, Mr Speaker, representing Toowoomba, as he does, a region with an extraordinary history in those great industries which are the backbone of this great country, Mr Speaker. It's our resources sector, you see there, leading-edge agriculture, Mr Speaker, leading-edge manufacturing, like we see with Oberdare, a business that I was lucky enough to visit recently up in Toowoomba. And, Mr Speaker, they are reliant, like so many manufacturing businesses, whether it's in the members' electorate or right across Australia, on affordable, reliable energy, Mr Speaker. And we have seen recently around the world what happens when governments lose focus on customers in energy markets, Mr Speaker, because in the UK, for example, we've seen how reliance on imported gas and wind droughts combined, prolonged wind droughts, have plunged that country into an energy crisis, Mr Speaker. Default energy prices have increased by 12%, Mr Speaker, 12%, affecting up to 15 million households across the UK, and we are determined to make sure that doesn't happen in Australia. Now, critical to that is gas, Mr Speaker, much of which comes from the Surat Basin near Toowoomba. Mr Speaker, our manufacturing sector depends on gas. Over 40% of the gas used in manufacturing, or the energy used in manufacturing, comes from gas. And across our manufacturing sector, despite COVID, we are now seeing that there are 80,000 more Australians working in manufacturing than before the beginning of COVID, Mr Speaker. 80,000 more. We've got more than 1 million people working in manufacturing in this country, and they're reliant on affordable, reliable energy, and the key to that is balance, Mr Speaker. Now, we've seen 13.3 gigawatts of new renewable capacity come in 2 years, each of those years more than the entire time when Labor
was in government, Mr Speaker, but that needs to be balanced with dispatchable capacity. And that's what National Cabinet has agreed on in recent reforms that went through National Cabinet, but we're also filling gaps that are emerging, like when the Liddell generator closes in the Hunter Valley, Mr Speaker. Energy Australia will replace that with Tallawarra and us with the Snowy Kurri gas generator. But that's not the end of it, Mr Speaker. The Kidston Pump Hydro project in Queensland, the Port Kembla gas generator and Snowy Hydro, Mr Speaker, where we've seen just today Snowy launch its new precast factory in Cooma, where 130,000 concrete segments for the tunnels are being produced locally, supporting 220 direct jobs and thousands of indirect jobs, Mr Speaker. We're getting on with the job of delivering affordable, reliable energy as we bring down our emissions.
The member for Oxley.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. When the Prime Minister arrives in Glasgow in a fortnight's time, will he tell the meeting electric vehicles will end the weekend, batteries to store renewable energy are as useful as the big banana and the big prawn, and renewable energy targets are nuts?
The Prime Minister has the
Mr Speaker, I don't accept the caricature that the member has put forward. Mr Speaker, it's just simply not the case.
Members on my left.
It's a complete misrepresentation, which I'm completely used to from the Labor Party, Mr Speaker. They can treat the parliament in that way and treat it like a comedy act, Mr Speaker. But these are very serious issues we're dealing here with as a country. While Labor seeks to joke about climate policy, Mr Speaker, the government is focused very clearly on the decisions we have to make about what is going to impact on the livelihoods and lives of Australians over the next 30 years. And, Mr Speaker, we are not taking a glib approach like those opposite did. They just signed up, Mr Speaker, with a blank cheque.
The Prime Minister will resume his seat. The Leader of the Opposition on a point of order.
Yes, Mr Speaker. It goes to relevance. These are the Prime Minister's own quotes, his own good comments.
The Leader of the Opposition can resume his seat. Leader of the Opposition can resume his seat, and I'm going to point out very clearly he may well raise that on a point of order, but the question didn't ask that. The question asked him whether he'd do three things, and it could have been ruled out on any number of aspects of the standing orders. But when a question like that's asked, it's been my practice to allow the free-flowing debate. Otherwise, I'll be ruling them out. You can't ask a question like that and expect that there won't be some sort of political response. The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The commitment about net zero at 2050 is a very serious matter. It's going to have big impacts and big opportunities for Australia in the future. You don't do it glibly. You don't just sign up to it without a plan, which is what I've said from this dispatch box on many occasions. You don't go and sign Australia up to something like that unless you carefully consider what the plan is and what the impacts of that plan are. Now, Mr Speaker, we have been going through that very exercise very seriously as a cabinet, as a coalition government, as a serious government does to make these important decisions. We understand that the global changes happening in our economy because of the response to climate change are going to have adverse impacts in Australia, in rural and regional areas in particular. That is going to occur, and our plans are designed to address that and to recognise the opportunities that can be gained from the changes that are occurring around the world to ensure that Australia can emerge more strongly based on the plans that we're working on, Mr Speaker. That's how we're coming to a decision on this issue. Those opposite came to a decision to commit Australia to 2050 without any plan, without any estimate, without any modelling, Mr Speaker. They claim some modelling, but that modelling assumes a carbon price. It assumes a carbon tax, Mr Speaker. That is where the Labor Party is at. We are doing this on the basis of careful consideration of the impacts on Australians of our decisions. This is one of the biggest decisions that this country has to make, and we will make it carefully, we will make it collaboratively, we will be listening to Australians, as we have done, Mr Speaker, over the course of this term, to prepare for this very moment, to ensure that when we can consider this issue, we can do so in a way where we can position Australia strongly for the future. Mr Speaker, this is about an economic plan that gets Australia through one of these great challenges. We will have such a plan. We do have such a plan, Mr Speaker. The Lower Emissions Technology Plan already set out, which those opposite, even right now in the Senate, are seeking to disallow
a regulation, Mr Speaker, which would see us be able to invest in clean energy technologies, in carbon capture, use and storage, and they are opposing it.
The Prime Minister's time has concluded. The question. Seeking to table a document. The Leader of the Opposition seeking
leave to table a document by Phil Curry. Scott Morrison mocks South
the
Australia's big
Leader
batteries
of
like
the
the big banana.
Opposition can resume his seat. I've made it clear that I won't even ask for leave to table newspaper articles that are readily available. The member for Riverina.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Agriculture and Northern Australia. Will the minister outline to the House how the Morrison-Joyce government is modernising and investing in Australia's agricultural innovation system, ensuring that this key pillar of our Ag 2030 plan is supporting industry's target of a $100 billion sector by 2030?
The Minister for Agriculture.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Riverina for his question. I acknowledge also his significant contribution as Deputy Prime Minister in helping us achieve that Ag 2030 plan with cold hard cash, and particularly around the innovation systems, which has played a pivotal role in taking agriculture to the first time to over $70 billion. Innovation is driving that and will get us on that trajectory towards $100 billion. And we're doing that through our 15 commodity research development corporations, whether it be beef, cotton, grain, sugar, horticulture. They are the vehicles in which are driving that, and we've put over $147 million in modernising that since July 2020, plus the $1.1 billion a year that goes into agricultural innovation from levy payers and the Australian taxpayer. And while we've had great success, we are ranked number 23 in the world. There we have the same number of researchers and scientists as the United States and Netherlands, who are 4 and 6 in the world. So we are on reform to ensure that we become number 1 in the world, and we've created a new mechanism and modernising that innovation system to ensure we have the environment and infrastructure to achieve that. We've created Agricultural Innovation Australia, a commercial entity that will help to ensure that we get back to the first principles of agricultural innovation. Value to the levy payer, value to the taxpayer, remove duplication and commercialisation. And we're giving them the tools to do that. And the first tool was our Grow Ag platform, a digital platform that lists all the research and development that all our 15 research and development corporations are doing. We launched that in April last year up in Wagga, and can I say since then there are over 15,500 users of that website from over 130 countries, and since then we've had over 120 commercial inquiries to partner with our research development corporations, our regional universities, to put money and to partner with our capital to ensure that we have even better research and development. But we're going a step further in making sure we have a physical platform for those that want to invest to come and feel and touch and understand the research that we're doing. And we put $86 million into 8 innovation hubs right across the country, one at Charles Sturt University that the former Deputy Prime Minister opened with me back in April last year. And that's played a pivotal role in making sure that the research and development is being done at a local level so that the adoption is being taken up by the farmers, not only allowing those to interact with our investors but our farmers in understanding what's important to them. And those investments are driving the decisions of commercial entities around the world and foreign states to look to Australia as a leader in agricultural innovation, but also creating the new jobs of Australian agriculture, bringing the next generation into the new jobs in science and technology in regional universities and connecting them to the users that we want to adopt this technology the most, the Australian farmer. This is the environment and infrastructure we're putting around our innovation system to ensure we continue to produce the best food and fibre in the world.
The Minister's time has concluded. The Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Yesterday, the Deputy Prime Minister said that a net zero by 2050 target couldn't be legislated because of the impact on Australia if the target wasn't met. Doesn't this show this is another announcement the Prime Minister has no intention of delivering?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Mr Speaker, on the same basis that Australia made its commitment to Kyoto, the same basis that we've made our commitment to Paris, Mr Speaker, is the same basis we would take anything forward at Glasgow. And the proof of our record, Mr Speaker, is we have met Kyoto 1, we have met Kyoto 2, we are going to meet Paris 2030 and in fact beat Paris 2030. Mr Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition seems to
can confuse the processes that he wishes to engage in as having some material impact on what the outcome will be. Australians understand outcomes, and the outcomes are that under our government emissions are falling. They're falling, Mr Speaker. They're coming down. Emissions have fallen by 20% and more, Mr Speaker, on 2005 levels. They're lower, Mr Speaker. And that's not the only thing that's lower. Unemployment's lower, Mr Speaker. Youth unemployment's lower, Mr Speaker. The level of investment in this country is greater, Mr Speaker. There are more Australians working in manufacturing today, Mr Speaker. And there were less under the Labor Party when they were in power, Mr Speaker. We've got major big resources projects happening all around the country, Mr Speaker. We are seeing our LNG industry go from strength to strength, being world-leading, and at the same time our policies are reducing emissions. Mr Speaker, outcomes count, not broad rhetorical statements from politicians, Mr Speaker. Outcomes count. Outcomes count. And so let me remind the House of a few outcomes. 20% reduction in emissions, 69.2% of Australians aged over 16 vaccinated, the lowest rate of fatality for COVID, Mr Speaker, of almost any country in the world, the lowest unemployment rate in more than a decade, Mr Speaker. They're the results that the Labor Party don't want to speak about.
Can resume his seat. Has the Prime Minister concluded his answer? The member for Curtin.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Defence Industry and Minister for Science and Technology. Will the Minister outline to the House how the Morrison government's investment in our defence industry is creating jobs and supporting our economic recovery as we come back from the COVID-19 pandemic?
The Minister for Defence Industry and Minister for Science and Technology.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the member for Curtin for her question and acknowledge and thank her for her passion and interest in defence industry, particularly in our home state of Western Australia. Mr Speaker, our government's $270 billion investment in our defence capabilities is not only delivering the essential equipment that our men and women in uniform require for the safety and security of our country. As important as that is, Mr Speaker, it is also creating and supporting thousands of Australian jobs in the cities and right across Australia's regions. And it's also supporting our economic recovery as we bounce back from COVID-19, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, our government is investing $210 million to overhaul the health facilities for our troops in our Defence Force, at RAF Base Townsville in Queensland, in Puckapunyal in Victoria, in Campbell Barracks in Western Australia, and across more than a dozen locations as we build and we upgrade those incredibly critically important healthcare facilities for our men and women in uniform. And this is truly a national endeavour, Mr Speaker, as this project will deliver health services to 35,000 ADF personnel. And as well as that, it will support some 6,000 local jobs within the construction project. Mr Speaker, on average, across these projects, 92% of work has gone to local businesses, and in many cases the targets for local involvement has actually been exceeded. And I saw this work firsthand only recently when I visited RAF Base Pearce with the Honourable Simon Birmingham, where we had an opportunity to look at the new health facilities at Pearce. And I just want to take the opportunity to thank those health professionals that we met for the very good service that they provided and the tour, and just to thank them for looking after the health of our ADF personnel. Mr Speaker, as we heard from the Minister for Defence today, the Australian defence industry should also be gearing up for the opportunities that AUKUS will offer. The delivery of nuclear-powered submarines will require our Australian industry to be involved to help us build and to sustain those nuclear submarines. But a closer partnership with Mr Speaker with respect to the US and the UK will also mean opportunities beyond shipbuilding. And I refer to our government's investment of $100 billion over the next 20 years on our sovereign-guided weapons enterprise. And our Australian small and medium-sized businesses are going to be critical for the success of that important enterprise. Mr Speaker, we are not slowing down. We are backing our Australian defence industries in the bush and in the city for the defence of our nation.
The member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister.
The Minister for Regionalisation said yesterday that regional Australians are out of sight and out of mind for the Liberal Party. Is that why the Prime Minister has refused to recognise the economic opportunities of climate action for regional Australia for so long?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and the Deputy Prime Minister. I'm happy to refer to him also in responding to this question about the many achievements that this government has been able to realise for rural and regional Australia. And I simply make this point, that the challenges that are occurring globally because of the world's response to climate change will have significant impacts on rural and regional Australia. But they also present significant opportunities. And the plans that the government are considering will ensure that we can deal with both the costs and the benefits, Mr Speaker, because we understand there are impacts, that this is not a road, Mr Speaker, that is only where you will find opportunities. You will find difficult impacts on Australia, and the government understands that. The Liberal Party understands that. The National Party understands that, because that's where our constituents live, Mr Speaker. Between the Liberal and the National parties, and the Liberal Party in particular, we represent more regional seats in this parliament than any other party in this parliament. And we're joined together with the Nationals, Mr Speaker, and together we are the representation of regional Australia overwhelmingly in this parliament. And, Mr Speaker, that means we understand the impacts. And that's why our plans carefully consider the impacts on rural and regional Australia, and that's why our infrastructure plans, our skills plans, our manufacturing and industry plans, ensuring that we can have heavy industry in places like Gladstone, Mr Speaker, and even down there in the Shoalhaven, Mr Speaker, with the plants that are there. All of these places, Mr Speaker, we understand the importance of heavy industry, agriculture, the resources sector to rural and regional Australia, and the contribution that makes to Australia's future. And that's why every single plan you get from a coalition government will be good for rural and regional Australia. But the Deputy Prime Minister may wish to add.
The Deputy Prime Minister.
Well, I thank the honourable member for a question and note so many of the projects, whether you go to Tasmania with Scottsdale Irrigation District, we can start in Gippsland with the McAllister Irrigation District, we can go to roads such as the Hume Highway or the Pacific Highway or the Bruce Highway. We can go to North Queensland and say that the Hells Gate Dam business case will be back in early next year. We can go to Rookwood Weir and actually see us building it. We can go to the Inland Rail, 1,716 kilometres, and talk about how that is going to be the corridor of commerce to drive ahead regional areas. Or we can talk about the business plan that we've currently got on the table for the Gladstone to Toowoomba link. All these things are merely but a part. If we go to Western Australia, we can see the massive amounts that we're currently putting into road infrastructure right to the very north into the Kimberleys. Hundreds of millions of dollars that have been poured in there. Or going to the defence infrastructure of Darwin or the defence infrastructure of Rockhampton. There is not, without a shadow of a doubt, a massive investment that's been done by the Nationals, which is solely the only party that has regional representatives, and also the Liberal Party, which has so many
Deputy
representatives
Prime Minister's
of their own.
time has concluded, and I call the member for Reid.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Assistant Treasurer, Minister for Housing, Minister for Homelessness, Social and Community Housing. Will the minister update the House on how the Morrison government's home guarantee schemes are accelerating the dream for Australians of owning their own home, and is the minister aware of any alternative approaches?
The Minister for Housing has the call.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Speaker. And can I thank the member for Reid for her question. She is a champion for first-home buyers in her electorate. And in fact, under our Prime Minister, we are a government for first-home buyers. There's no doubt about it. And, Mr Speaker, one of the solemn commitments that we took to the last election was to establish our home guarantee schemes, the first home loan deposit scheme, which would help first-home buyers purchase their first home with a deposit of as little as 5%. Now, in about 18 months since that time, since the establishment of that program, we've had more than 53,000 Australians who have been able to get into their first home with the help of the Morrison government's home guarantee scheme. Now, Mr Speaker, building on the remarkable success of that program, in the last budget, the Prime Minister, the Treasurer and myself were very proud to announce a new aspect of the home guarantee scheme, which was the family home guarantee. One of the things that we understood, yes, for first home buyers, getting that deposit together is the hardest part of getting into a new home. But if you're a single parent trying to raise children, paying for their education, paying for your rent, getting into your home, a first home in many cases, is extraordinarily difficult. So we put in place the Family Home Guarantee, which helps single parents purchase a home with a deposit of as little as 2%. We've had now well more than 1,500 single parents purchase their new home, and it's only been in place since the beginning of this financial year. And we're starting to see some wonderful stories coming through, Mr Speaker. And I've got some really, I think, heartwarming testimonials from single parents who've utilised this scheme. I received this note from single mother Nicole, and it's fair to say 84% of single parents in Australia are women. Nicole sent this to me. With the amount of rent we were paying, we were never going to be able to save enough for a deposit. The Family Home Guarantee has given us the ability to buy without having to try and come up with a huge deposit. Buying a house means we get to make memories in a house we'll never have to leave. Now, Mr Speaker, that's why we extended this scheme to single parents. Mr Speaker, another testimonial from single mother Cindy. Not having to pack up and move around if the landlord sells the place, and not having to live through inspections every 3 months, this has changed my life. So, Mr Speaker, not only through the First Home Loan Deposit Scheme but the Home Builder program, 135,000 Australians and their families helped into home ownership. That's well more, when you add those together, 200,000 Australian families enabled to get into a home with the support of the Morrison government. We are a government for first home buyers.
The member for Gellibrand.
Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Is member for Gellibrand, yeah.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Yesterday, the former Prime Minister, Malcolm Turnbull, said that the Morrison-Joyce government is, quote, caught in this vice of this really strong group of climate denialists who basically don't take global warming seriously. How can Australians trust the Prime Minister will deliver on anything that he announces on emissions reductions this week?
The Prime Minister has the call.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. Because under our government's policies, emissions are coming down and jobs are going up, Mr Speaker. Because that's the outcome of our policies. That is the exact outcome of our policies. Policies that we've put in place, Mr Speaker, not just under my time, but indeed my predecessor's time, and under former Prime Minister Abbott, Mr Speaker. Under 3 Prime Ministers, Mr Speaker, we have been putting in place the policies which have been ensuring that we shore up the reliability of our energy supply and put downward pressure on electricity prices. Mr Speaker, we got rid of, under Prime Minister Abbott, the carbon tax, which was legislated by those opposite, Mr Speaker, which put prices up, Mr Speaker. We got rid of that, as we promised to do, and there will never be a carbon price under this government, Mr Speaker. But I notice from Labor Senator Gallagher that it's back on the table with the Labor Party, Mr Speaker. It's back on the table because they want to tell people what they have to do. They want to price people into what they want them to do. We have a greater level of confidence, Mr Speaker, about what Australians want to do, the choices they want to make, the choices we want to enable, whether it's getting into their first home, Mr Speaker, or what type of car they want to buy. And even if they want to get vaccinated, we don't think they have to be bribed to do it, Mr Speaker, by those opposite and the policies that they put forward. We have great faith in Australians, Mr Speaker. We have great faith that they are making the choices which are good for them and their family, and the policies that we're putting in place enable their choices, which will continue to see emissions come down, which will continue to see new technologies develop, which will continue to see more consumer choice available, and Australia continue to achieve in this area. Mr Speaker, there will be many who will go to the conference in Glasgow and make great bold commitments, Mr Speaker, but very few will be able to go there and say, Kyoto 1, done. Kyoto 2, done. Paris, we will meet and we will beat. That is our record, Mr Speaker. Our emissions reductions, Mr Speaker, exceed those of Canada, they exceed those of New Zealand, they exceed those of the United States, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, our record is getting emissions down, putting downward pressure on electricity prices. The record of those opposite, Mr Speaker, is that they drove electricity prices up with their carbon taxes, Mr Speaker, and they made Australians
Australians pay for their policies. On this side of the House, Mr Speaker, our policies are about taking the burdens off. Our policies are about doing the right thing by rural and regional Australia and households, Mr Speaker, so they can have the choices that they want to have, so they can plan for their future with confidence. Those opposite, Mr Speaker, want to sign Australia up with a blank cheque and no plan and make Australians pay for it.
The member for Barara.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question's to the Minister for Education and Youth. Will the minister outline how the Morrison government's childcare policies are supporting Australian families and businesses during the COVID-19 pandemic and how they will help our post-lockdown recovery?
The Minister for Education and Youth.
Well, can I thank the member for Barara for his question? And he knows, as we all do in this place, just how important childcare is, particularly to allow parents to go to the paid workforce if they indeed wants to do that. And that's why, Mr Speaker, that during this pandemic we have put $3 billion of extra funding into the childcare providers to keep them stable, to keep them afloat, to keep them going, and particularly for those essential workers. But it's also why we announced just in the budget of this year additional subsidies for those families with 2 or more children in childcare. And we did this because even though the out-of-pocket hourly rate for most families is reasonably modest, when you have 2 or more kids in childcare, it can add up. And we also know that the greatest workforce disincentives are precisely when you have 2 or more children in childcare at any one particular time. And so our policy added an additional 30 percentage points of subsidy for your second and subsequent children, Mr Speaker, capping out at 95% subsidy for those particular children. On top of this, we got rid of the overall annual fee cap, which of course can be a real barrier for women to continue in the workforce. Mr Speaker, in the budget we said that we would start this in the middle of next year, in July of next year, because that was the advice we had at the time. But we've been working very hard to see if we can bring this forward, which is what we always said. And I'm pleased to tell the House that we will be able to begin this on the 7th of March of next year. And this is great news for families and great news for businesses, because of what it means is for those 250,000 families that will benefit, they will have an additional $700 in their pocket this financial year. What it means for families next financial year and the subsequent ones is that they will have $2,200 on average in their pocket as a result of this policy. What's more, Mr Speaker, it's also good for the economy, because Treasury has estimated that an additional 40,000 people will work more as a result of this policy, adding $1.5 billion to GDP on an annual basis. So this policy, Mr Speaker, is good for families, it's good for the economy, it's good for business, and it's great policy developed by the Coalition. It's in such a stark contrast to the reckless policies of the Labor Party, a $20 billion policy where the major beneficiaries are millionaires under their policy, Mr Speaker. It's no wonder that the Labor Party is in such turmoil when they're eating themselves alive, because they're spending $20 billion of everyday working families' money to pay for the millionaires to have their childcare. $50,000
Minister's time has concluded. The member for Newcastle.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Regional Development, representing the Minister for Regionalisation. Yesterday, the Minister for Regionalisation said about government policy for regional Australia, "There are no friends for the National Party at the moment, not a friend in the country. The Peabodys have deserted us and not a friend internationally." Does the minister agree that there is no support for this policy?
The Deputy Prime Minister has the call.
Well, Mr Speaker, I thank the honourable member for a question and note that there was certainly no support for any Labor Party policy. That one fell right over. What I can also say, Mr Speaker, is that what we are doing in the Nationals is what would be expected of us in our regional constituencies. One would think that it would be the same that would be expected in the constituencies of Eden Monaro, where you would have the capacity to sit down and diligently go through, as we have, to make sure that how we represent our people back in our area is an earnest representation of the efforts that they are going through on our behalf in making sure that our nation continues on with the standard of living it has. We reflect and understand quite clearly that if it wasn't for our coal exports, which I wonder whether the minister obviously stands behind, I presume she does, being from Newcastle, and Newcastle being a very strong, one of the greatest coal exporting port in the world. In fact, coal prices are determined by the price at Newcastle. It's the Newcastle price. And this is why we are making sure that the people of the Hunter Valley and in Newcastle clearly understand that we have their livelihoods foremost in our mind as we go forward, as we diligently and prudently assess what is before us in such a way as we can make the proper decisions on that. And that process continues on, and we will make sure that the Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of Australia has a response from us by the end of this week as to what we see as the pertinent issues and to have further discussions in that place. This is not grandstanding, this is not ransom, as has been put forward by so many people. This is making sure we do our job, and we will continue to do our job. Now, what I can say is that the Labor Party have signed us up, Mr Speaker. They're going to legislate it. They're going to legislate it. But they haven't actually told the people of the Hunter Valley what that means. And so the people of the Hunter Valley are a little bit of a quandary as to whether they're still going to have a job, whether they'll be able to pay for their house, whether they'll be able to pay for their car. See, Mr Speaker, the Labor Party are going to legislate it. They say so. They say they're going to legislate it. So the people of central Queensland, whether they're in Emerald, whether they're in Rockhampton, whether they're in Townsville, are wondering under a Labor Party whether they're going to have a job, whether they can pay for their house, whether they can pay for their car, whether they can pay for their children's school. See, Mr Speaker, the Labor Party have said they're going to legislate it, but they haven't actually told the people of Port Kembla what that means for them, or the people who work at the ports of Newcastle what that means for them. All the Labor Party knows, I know you want to wind me up now, but I'm afraid I'll just keep going right to the end, because the end is where you're taking your blue-collar workers. You no longer ever care for them.
The Deputy Prime Minister's time has concluded, and I give the call to the member for Bass.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for the Environment. Will the Minister update the House on the Morrison government's commitment to a lasting and peaceful presence in Antarctica and maintaining Tasmania's place as the world's gateway to Antarctica, ensuring local jobs and investments for my home state of Tasmania?
The Minister for the Environment has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Can I thank the member for Bass for her question, commend her on all of the extraordinary work she does for her constituents. She called me the other day from a windswept Flinders Island asking me to sort something out for her, and of course I shall. So thank you, member for Bass, for being part of Tasmania's recognition of the importance of our Antarctic division. Australia is a proud Antarctic nation.
Member for Macarthur. The Minister has the call.
Australia is a proud Antarctic nation, and the icy continent has featured prominently, Mr Speaker, in our national story and our national interests, dating back to the early expeditions of Sir Douglas Mawson. Australia was an original signature to the Antarctic Treaty signed by the Menzies government 60 years ago. The treaty established the Antarctic as a non-militarised region with multinational efforts for peace and collaborative scientific endeavour, and today I would add for the protection of the environment in the world's last untouched wilderness. A modern Australian Antarctic program that supports the Antarctic Treaty system is critical for Australia to continue delivering world-class science and run safe and efficient operations. Over the weekend, Hobart saw the arrival of our new $1.9 billion icebreaker, the RSV Noina. The 160-metre-long vessel is the most advanced research platform of its kind in the world. It's capable of breaking through 1.65 metres of sea ice. It can deal with 14-metre seas, hurricane winds and temperatures of -30 degrees. It is the world's quietest icebreaker for scientific research, with minimal disturbance to the ecosystems below. A truly incredible ship.
carrying up to 4 helicopters. In fact, the heli deck is the size of 7 cricket pitches, 117 personnel, 32 crew, 92 days at sea, 3 permanent scientific laboratories and a moon pool for direct access to the ocean through the hull. Fantastic for the partnerships we have with other nations who can collaborate with their researchers and their expeditioners on board the ship. The NOINA provides an ongoing reminder of the Morrison government's commitment to Tasmania as an international Antarctic science hub, and it arrived just days after the 40th anniversary of the Australian Antarctic Division's move to Hobart in 1981. It sends a clear signal to Tasmanians that the Morrison government is focused on local investment, on creating jobs and growing Antarctic industries so that Hobart can be the world's greatest Antarctic gateway. We remain committed to scientific research, protecting the environment and ensuring the continent is only used for peaceful purposes. And we look forward to continuing to work closely with other nations as we deliver a new era of Antarctic endeavour, with Australia and particularly Tasmania leading the world.
The Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr Speaker. I ask that further questions be placed on the notice board.
Just before I call the Leader of the House, pursuant to Section 65 of the Parliamentary Service Act 1999, I present the annual reports for 2020-2021 of the Department of the House of Representatives and the Department of Parliamentary Services. And I also present the Auditor-General's Information Report No. 7 of 2021-2022 entitled Australian Government Grants Reporting. The Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
I thank the Leader of the House. And we'll go straight to the matter of public importance. I've received a letter from the honourable member for McMahon proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the government's failure to have a climate policy after 8 years in office. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places, and I call the honourable member for McMahon.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Well, it's the job of the Government of Australia to leave the country stronger than when they found it. It's the job of the Prime Minister of Australia to tackle tough issues, to prepare Australia for the future, to make us stronger as he does so, to argue for things which are tough and right. That's a thread which has joined many Prime Ministers, from Curtin and Chifley fighting to win World War II and then build a better peace, through to Gough Whitlam arguing for a better, fairer country with Medibank, through Malcolm Fraser arguing that Australia should play a leading role in tackling apartheid, through Auckland Keating building a better country, through to John Howard taking a crisis and arguing for more gun control in Australia, to great cost for himself, through Rudd and Gillard building a national disability insurance scheme and apologising to our First Peoples. That's what good Prime Ministers do. Over the last week we've been reminded that this Prime Minister is not fit to be compared to those holders of that office, not fit to be compared to his predecessors. This week the Prime Minister has shown us that when an issue requires leadership, he's just not there, and climate change requires leadership, just like the bushfires required leadership. Just like ensuring Australians had the world's best access to vaccines required leadership. Just like on those issues, Australians look to their Prime Minister and they find no leader in the lodge. They find a vacuum of leadership in our country. The Prime Minister likes to declare that things are not a race, but the world is in a race to net zero. We need to be in a race because that's what all the science shows us is absolutely necessary to hold the world to 1.5 degrees of warming and to avoid all the catastrophic consequences of not doing so. But also it's a race to net zero to ensure that our country, our people, can get the thousands of jobs that are going to be created in this revolution, this renewable revolution. Global capital is moving rapidly towards renewable energy, and we have a once-in-a-generation chance to ensure that our workers, our technology, are leading that race to zero and leading that transformation for our planet. But this opportunity is falling through the fingers of this government as we speak. They're spending all their time not setting a course to grab those opportunities, but arguing about whether we're even going to turn up at the race, whether we're even going to be at the starting line. After 423 weeks in office, and just 2 weeks before the most important climate conference we've seen, this government is deciding whether we even care, whether they even have a climate policy. After 70,000 hours in office, they need a few more 4-hour meetings to decide whether we're even going to be in the race. After 21 goes at an energy policy, they want us to believe that the 22nd one is the one in which they'll get it just right after all these attempts. Now, if there's one thing that's been welcomed this week, just one thing, it's that at least some Liberals have recognised and grasped the fact that action on climate change is good for the economy. For almost 2 decades, their entire political model has been based on arguing that action on climate change costs jobs. It's always been a lie, and it's an even bigger lie now. Now, it could be because the BCA has told them that there's 195,000 jobs to be created, or it could be because the BCA, with the ACTU and the World Wildlife Fund, the Australian Conservation Foundation, has found that there's 395,000 jobs to be created from clean energy exports. That's a good thing, that some Liberals have recognised this. But there's one thing they haven't given up on: dividing Australians between each other. They're addicted to dividing Australians between rural and regional Australians and inner-city dwellers. They are divided to this toxic politics. Now, I want to say something about rural and regional Australians. They know this land, they know this country, they live on this country and they see it changing before their eyes. They've got a connection to this country and they want to see this issue tackled. They want to see a policy to protect our land. Now, I could talk about the facts and the figures. I could talk about the fact that of the 250,000 jobs to be created in Queensland, in Australia by action on climate change, 185,000 of those are in Queensland. Or the fact that 13,000 are in central Queensland, or 28,000 in other areas of regional Queensland, or 16,000 are in the Hunter, or 6,000 in northern Tasmania, or 47,000 in regional Western Australia. They're the facts. But more important than that is the knowledge of our workers in our regions who've created energy in Australia for decades, who know how to make energy and who want to make energy into the future. And they know that they want to manufacture energy and manufacture renewable energy infrastructure. And we want them to do it too, and they are being denied these opportunities by a government with their heads in the sand. They want to know that Australia's jobs opportunity will be taken. They want to know that Australia's opportunity to be a regional powerhouse in renewable energy will be taken, but it won't be taken by this government. Now, we know that the regions which have powered Australia for so long, with the access to the ports, to the railway lines, to the electricity grid, are the same areas that will power Australia and export energy into the future. We will continue to be an export energy powerhouse with the right policies. But this 5 minutes to midnight conversion by the Prime Minister is not to be believed. This is the same man who has led Australia down the policy black hole for too long. And we know what's driving him because his own colleagues have told us. We know that the Liberal MP said it well when they said at the heart of the Morrison government is a focus group, not driven by the need to navigate a massive transformation. This is a government and a Prime Minister only driven by what is popular and political in the moment, not for the future, not the vision of those other Prime Ministers imagining a new Australia, guiding the course, taking the people with them, just focused on the politics. Well, the Australian people are entitled to ask, who's the right party to guide Australia through this transition? Which is the right party to take this opportunity? And they are entitled to conclude that in this building there is a guilty party, and that guilty party sits opposite. That is the guilty party which has avoided the opportunities for 8 long years. There are no innocents on that side of the chamber, Mr Deputy Speaker. There are no innocents. They are all equally guilty. When the Prime Minister was declaring that electric vehicles would end the weekend, he was guilty. When he was comparing batteries, the world's biggest battery at that time, with a big banana and a big prawn, he was guilty. When his hand-picked member for Hughes, who may have left the party but the Prime Minister is still responsible for him, was undermining the science of climate change, he was guilty. When the member for Wentworth was comparing electric vehicles to communism, he was guilty. When the member for Goldstein, who's joined the executive, was calling for Australia to leave the Kyoto Protocol, he was guilty. When the member for North Sydney was recommending that this House not even debate the Zali-Steggall bill, he was guilty. When the minister at the table was arguing that wind farms are injurious to health and claiming that there was too much wind and solar in our grid, he was guilty. Guilty of many other things as well. I do concede the point. I do concede the point. When the member for McKellar was arguing that electric vehicle policy was like Pink Bat's policy, he was guilty. There are no innocents on that side of the chamber. Their voting record is the same. The member for Goldstein's voting record is the same as the member for Dawson. The member for Wentworth's voting record is the same as Senator Canavan's. But not only are their voting records the same, the one thing that unites the other side, they've had their dysfunction and division, we've all seen it, the Australian people have seen it played out. There is one thing that will unite them: dishonesty about climate change. As the election approaches, and we've already seen the Prime Minister explain, I thought very compellingly, that their net zero is completely different to our net zero. A very, very different net zero. The Prime and the other members lining up behind him to cheer him on, to say yes, 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 we've never been at war with Oceania. No, it's a completely different war. It's a completely different net zero. That's the one thing that unites them, their addiction to power and to be dishonest to get it. So that when the Australian people make this judgment about who is best to manage this transition, they can make the judgment that the guilty party is not the best party to manage the transition. The guilty party is the party that deserves to be voted out.
I call the Minister for Energy and Emissions Reduction.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, when I'm watching a game of cricket or a game of rugby, very occasionally a bit of AFL or netball, my kids playing hockey, if I want to know how it's going, I look at the scoreboard. I look at the scoreboard, Mr Speaker, and the scoreboard on emissions reduction is absolutely clear. Emissions are down 20.8% since 2005, Mr Speaker. That's the scoreboard. That's the scoreboard. There's no ambiguity about that. And indeed, if you look at the commentators forecasting, their own forecast, Mr Speaker, back in 2013, before they left government, their own forecast was that emissions last year, with a carbon tax that, of course, the member for McMahon backed in because he's never seen a tax he doesn't like, with a carbon tax, they forecast that emissions last year would be 100 million tonnes higher than they turned out to be, Mr Speaker. That is, under a coalition government, we saw emissions 100 million tonnes lower than Labor expected under their own policies. And of course, Mr Speaker, in that time we got rid of their toxic carbon tax, Mr Speaker, their toxic carbon tax, because they only know one way to try to solve any problem in this nation, Mr Speaker. It's the whack a tax on it. A whack a tax. There's only one tool in this bloke's toolkit, Mr Speaker. It's a tax. It's a tax, and we know one way or another he's going to find it. He's going to force people to buy things. He'll find some way of getting a sneaky carbon tax, an implicit carbon tax, a shadow carbon tax, a trading price for carbon. One way or another, he's going to get a price on the electricity and energy that all Australians buy, because that's how he tries to solve a problem. Now, Mr Speaker, we beat our Kyoto-era targets by 459 million tonnes. That's the scoreboard. We're on track to meet and beat our 2030 Paris targets, Mr Speaker. And over the last 2 years alone, when you look at the improvement in our position versus their 2030 targets, we've improved that position by more than 639 million tonnes, Mr Speaker. That's the equivalent of taking every one of Australia's cars, 14.7 million of them, every one of them off the road for 15 years. It's the equivalent of that. This is the extraordinary improvements we're seeing, Mr Speaker, and one of the factors driving that is the record levels of investments in renewables, a record 7 gigawatts, 7,000 megawatts in 2020, the equivalent of about 4 large coal-fired power stations. And indeed, over the 2 years prior to now, 13.3 gigawatts, equivalent to about 7 large coal-fired power stations added to the grid, Mr Speaker. And of course that means, as a result of that, we have the highest household solar in the world. Australia forged, we shaped the development of solar in the world. We were right at the forefront. The University of New South Wales led the work, Mr Speaker. They led the work, and the result has been, Mr Speaker, we are the biggest user of household panels on roofs in the world. 1 in 4 Australians, Mr Speaker, just drive around the suburbs of Western Sydney, Fairfield, Camden, Campbelltown. They're there, Mr Speaker. That's under our policies, Mr Speaker, because we trust the Australian people. We trust the Australian people to make choices. Those opposite, Mr Speaker, the only policies that count for them are the ones where they don't trust Australians to make choices. They bribe them to take a vaccine, Mr Speaker. That's their solution. But in my electorate, 99% double-dosed. They didn't need a bribe, Mr Speaker. They make the right choices when the technology comes to parity, and that's central to our approach, a technology-led approach, Mr Speaker. That means technology, not taxes. That means expanding choice, not imposing mandates, Mr Speaker. We're not going to tell Australians what kind of car to drive. We're not telling Australians what kind of food to eat. We're not telling Australians what kind of energy to use. They will use low-emissions technologies as those technologies come to parity, exactly as we are seeing with solar right now, Mr Speaker. And if you look at the uptake of solar around the world, it's a marvellous example of technology-led change. In the 30 years up to the early 2000s, worldwide, we saw a total of 1 gigawatt of solar capacity installed around the world. Meanwhile, costs were coming down at 10% a year. Every year, year on year, 10% a year. From 2001 through to last year, the world installed 850 gigawatts of solar capacity as the costs came down to parity with alternatives. That's how technology works, Mr Speaker. It ain't a straight line, not a straight line, but it's explosive growth as the technology works. Now, as we look across our technology focus, whether it's hydrogen, energy storage, low-emission steel, low-emissions aluminium, Mr Speaker, carbon capture and storage, those opposite hate that one. Soil carbon, they've got no interest in that either, Mr Speaker, because that's good for farmers. Those costs are coming down rapidly, and as they continue to, we'll see the uptake, just as we've seen in solar uptake right across the world over recent years, Mr Speaker. Now, in sync with that, at the same time, we've focused on affordable, reliable energy for all Australians, because at the end of the day, Mr Speaker, Australians know they want to see emissions coming down, but they also don't want costs added to their electricity bills. They don't want to see jobs lost in those regional industries, Mr Speaker, those backbone industries of this great nation. We've seen 10 consecutive quarters of year-on-year CPI reductions in the price of electricity. We saw 19 months in a row of wholesale price reductions, Mr Speaker. And as we see energy crises around the world, Australia is making sure we get balance in our grid, that we're making sure there's a balance across technologies that delivers that affordable, reliable energy. It's true, we've had to make investments ourselves as a government in projects, great projects like Snowy 2, the Great Snowy Mountain Scheme, extending its reach into Snowy 2, one of the great engineering projects in Australian history, the Snowy Scheme. And of course Snowy 2 is building on that wonderful legacy in the member for Eden-Monara's electorate. I'm sure she supports that project and the very great progress that was made at Polo Flat just yesterday. Just yesterday, Mr Speaker, Polo Flat, an industrial area that was right at the centre of the original Snowy Scheme. But, Mr Speaker, those opposite lecture us constantly on this, and the truth of the matter is they have failed in taking their policies to the Australian people time and time again, Mr Speaker, time and time again. But they're sticking with it, Mr Speaker, because for the 6th time last night in the Senate and then today in the Reps, they're voting against the technology-led approach. They're voting against a technology-led approach because theirs is a tax-led approach, Mr Speaker. They voted against $192 million of ARENA investment in electric vehicle charging, Mr Speaker, and industrial energy efficiency, Mr Speaker. They're voting against it. Now, I know within their side there's a lot of dissension on this, but the member for McMahon, he's on a rampage, Mr Speaker. He's on a campaign for ideological purity. He wants to make sure that there's no investment in carbon capture and storage, soil carbon, industrial energy efficiency. Those things are not good enough for him, Mr Speaker. He's pure as the driven snow. But what he really wants to do, Mr Speaker, of course, is the one thing he's always wanted to impose on Australians. It's a tax. He salivates, absolutely right. He salivates over the prospect of another tax. Retirees, houses, cars, Mr Speaker. But the one he really wants is energy, Mr Speaker, because that tool, it's in the toolkit, he's whipping it out, and he's going to whack us all with that same old tax he's always wanted to, Mr Speaker. And you only have to look at what his colleague, Senator Gallagher, said on the weekend to know that's true, when she was asked explicitly by David Spears if a carbon tax was an option for Labor. She said, "We are looking at everything." We are looking at everything, Mr Speaker. And yesterday, when asked, are there any climate policy settings that you will rule out Labor either adopting or supporting, the Leader of the Opposition, no less, Mr Speaker, each way elbow, says, "We'll examine anything that's put forward, Mr Speaker." Each way elbow. This bloke's never seen a fence he doesn't want to sit on, Mr Speaker. He's never seen a fence he doesn't want to sit on. But I tell you what, he'll get off the fence and he'll go for the tax. It's where he always ends up. He will end up, though, saying one thing in Melbourne and one thing in Gladstone, a different thing in Balmain to what he says in Balranald, Mr Speaker. That's how he works. But I tell you what we will always do is focus on the interests of all Australians, on the interests of those great industries that have been the backbone of this great nation throughout our history, Mr Speaker, and those histories are what this great country is all about.
I call the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I was walking into Parliament House on Sunday, just as a gaggle of National Party members were walking out of their 4-hour meeting, a meeting where they didn't decide anything because they needed a bit more time. For people who are in government, albeit as the junior coalition partner, at the 11th hour, as the Prime Minister books his VIP to Glasgow to a crucial global meeting on climate change, well, for a group who have no policy whatsoever except to resist, they look pretty relaxed. And that's when it struck me that these people think it's some game. It's just a game to have a bit of fun with. This isn't about, quite frankly, the future of our country and our planet. They looked very relaxed, as though it was a sport, just to secure a few select votes in certain parts of the country. Ironically, the votes of people who are profoundly affected by a failure to have a climate change policy and who are going to bear the brunt of global impacts if the Liberals and Nationals continue to twiddle their thumbs. These people seem to think it's okay to play a game, and not just this game. It's a game that's not going to cost just in the future, but it's already costing this country now. It's costing people in my electorate now. These people seem to think that you're a competent government if you have 21 different energy policies in the course of your government. Seriously. Although, let's be clear, today Australia does not have a coherent energy policy, let alone a policy to tackle climate change. I think we've been a bit gentle in the language about this, and I want to make it very clear that over the last decade, they have misled the country on the effects of acting on climate change or not acting on climate change. They knew it was a lie to say that there'd be $100 roasts. They knew it was a lie to say electric vehicles would kill the weekend. And they knew it was a lie to say that the world's biggest battery was as useful as the big banana. They said these things knowingly. They said it knowing that what they were saying was not right. And that's from Tony Abbott through to Scott Morrison. We have been misled as a country. On this side, we have remained firm, knowing how important it is to take action on climate change. And people know it in my electorate more than many other places because we live it. This week, 8 years ago, I stood owning one dress, one pair of shoes and one set of underwear, because that's all that was left when my house burnt down in the Winmalee bushfires. I was one of nearly 1,000 people. 200 houses were destroyed in a single afternoon. We lived that. 2 years ago next week, the Gospers Mountain fire was started. And that was part of a black summer that saw 33 people die. And more than 400 people die from inhaling smoke. These are consequences that people experience now. These are not future costs. But the costs are also monetary, because to live in a community like mine, it costs you extra if you choose to live there. And we do choose, because it's an incredible place. But we pay more for insurance. If you can get it, as my colleague says, if you can get it for bushfires or floods. And it won't be long before we probably have trouble getting it for storms as well, as climate change makes these extreme weather events even more extreme. We pay more to build our houses. We don't just have a timber front door, we're not allowed to have a timber front door. In fact, my house is not allowed to have a single piece of timber anywhere on the exterior. It's concrete, it's steel, it's cortens, it's heavy things, it's windows like skyscraper windows, so that should a fire come through, a fierce fire like we saw, should that come through, it has greater resilience. That costs not just tens of thousands of dollars extra, but sometimes, in our case, hundreds of thousands of dollars extra for those in the most intense, likely flame zone areas. Same with floods. We also pay through the anxiety and the mental health impacts, and that's a cost that you are responsible for if you fail to act.
I call the Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, it's a great privilege to be able to speak on this motion moved by the member for McMahon. We've had some political run-ins in the past where, for instance, he spent a lot of time trying to shove Australian retirees down the financial stairs of the nation, and it's good to know that there has been no change in his demeanour. Before the last election, he was the man out there spruiking with his wondrous ideas how he would cut down the incomes and shove people under the poverty line of Australian retirees. And now he simply wants to reimpose that ambition around the energy prices of the nation and turn around to the nation's pensioners and say, I've got a solution for you. The solution is to make sure they pay more for their electricity so they can't live in comfort and in the warmth in winter. That is the foundation of Labor's policy related to climate change. It is not one that is anchored in what will do improvement to the environment. It is not one that will take the Australian community with us. It is not one, as the minister will attest, that actually acknowledges, understands, appreciates or even considers or listens to the challenges of people in regional Australia and the impacts it will have on them. Their solution is a tax, like so many other ones. And I know the member for McMahon can't look at me straight when I talk about this because he knows his legacy and he's taking his solution to his old portfolio that he failed in and now imposing on his new portfolio because they have no other ideas. And the foundation of the coalition position related to climate change at every step is what we need to get our emissions down while utilising and harnessing the power of technology. And that's what you've seen. That's what we took to the last election. It wasn't something we've made up willy-nilly as we've sat in this term. It's been a consistent theme. How do we empower Australians? How do we empower businesses? And how do we empower the nation to harness the opportunity of technology to drive down emissions? And we've seen the results. We've seen the results. 20% off 2005 emissions for Australia so far, and we continue to drive them down. And of course, we're now having a very important conversation about what we need to do to set long-term targets to make sure that all Australians have the opportunity to be part of that conversation. And we've seen the translation of our practical plan in investing in the future of renewables. $35 billion has been invested in renewables. I see this every day in the wonderful Goldstein electorate. You just go and look at it. In 2017, there were 2,700-odd solar PV cells on homes in the Goldstein electorate. It's now nearly 9,000 in the Goldstein electorate throughout the coalition government. And as the minister made the remark when he was up at the dispatch box before me, at every point, not only has the coalition government focused on what it can do to empower technology, but we have used the legislative instruments available to us to broaden the mandate, to increase the opportunity that we see to make sure that people can use the technology and the government agencies can invest in the technology that Australian businesses and Australians need. And what we've seen consistently from those opposite is they have blocked every attempt that we have made to do so, whether it is ARENA investing in charging stations, whether it's ARENA investing in carbon capture and storage, a technology that the IPCC's own modelling says will be necessary to hit long-term targets, that the International Energy Agency has mapped out in its net zero plan. But Labor doesn't want to have a bar of it because it gets in the way of their one objective, which is the reintroduction of the carbon tax. You know, Deputy Speaker, when I was coming up to the dispatch box, I had to check the date because it seems like they want to resurrect the carbon tax from the past. And it isn't Halloween yet, but we're certainly getting a fair degree of trick or treat. And we all remember the promise that was made by the former Prime Minister Julia Gillard in the lead-up to the 2010 election, where she said one thing before the election until she did a sweetheart deal with the Greens and brought in a carbon tax and imposed it on the Australian community. And that's the fundamental problem, is there is no respect for democracy from our political opponents and those sit on the other side of the chamber. We took a policy to the last election and it was endorsed by the Australian people. And we've seen this not just in the Labor Party but in the independent member for Warringah, who literally wanted to introduce legislation that would give appointed officials a veto power over this parliament and its capacity to be able to decide our legislative agenda and how we reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. We stand for democracy, we stand for technology, and we stand by the Australian people.
Call the member for Richmond.
From this government over the past, particularly the past week when it comes to climate change, a total debacle. The chaos and the circus we've seen, especially in the last few days, from the National Party, all around their willful inaction when it comes to climate change. And this will be their shameful legacy, the National Party's shameful legacy. It is absolutely appalling that Australia today does not have a climate change policy. Yet acting on climate change is one of our nation's greatest challenges, and it's also one of our nation's greatest opportunities. Yet they have all squandered that over the past 8 years. In almost a decade they have squandered that. Now we're in this situation today because this Prime Minister just never leads, and he's incapable of effective governance. And we're also in this situation because the National Party are just wreckers. That's all they are. And they have betrayed the people of rural and regional Australia. The Nationals have deprived regional Australia of all the economic and environmental benefits of acting on climate change. They are to blame. After nearly a decade in power and more than 20 policies, what do they have to show for it standing here today? What do you have to show for it? Absolute chaos. That is not governing. That's rolling from crisis to crisis, from inaction to more inaction. Now, we're just a fortnight away from one of the most important international climate change conferences that we've seen in a very long time. And the circus of the last few days involving the National Party is, quite frankly, embarrassing. That's the only word for it, Deputy Speaker. But let's look at the National Party's actions in the last few days. They had that party room meeting for 4 hours. They couldn't make any sudden decisions, they were saying. You've had nearly a decade. It was appalling. And of course in that meeting there were cabinet ministers, including the Deputy Prime Minister. They had a meeting for 4 hours about whether they'd support a decision that had actually been made in cabinet previously. But of course the Prime Minister needed them to tick off and they couldn't make a decision. And of course the Prime Minister wasn't even in the room We were all held hostage to the National Party. That is embarrassing, and they just don't understand how serious this issue is. We all know it's in Australia's economic and environmental interest to have action on climate change, including net zero by 2050, and a pathway to get there. Because after this decade of inaction, we've seen such environmental harm, we've seen job losses, we've seen lost economic activity, particularly in the regions we've felt it the most. And the fact is, it's the people in regional and rural Australia who are paying the price for this willful inaction. With the droughts, the floods, the bushfires, so many natural disasters. We've seen falling farm productivity as well and falling profits. Yet the National Party's chaos, cuts and lies have resulted in nearly a decade of willful inaction. And this is despite the fact that it's rural and regional Australia who can benefit the most from the transition to renewables, to a more renewable economy. And it's the regions that have suffered so much because of this willful inaction. It is because of the National Party that they are stopping economic growth in the regions. They are stopping job creations in the regions. And it is the National Party that are pushing up power prices because of their inaction. That is their shameful legacy. And in fact, the people of regional Australia are fed up with this Liberal Nationals government, fed up with their inaction and their division when it comes to climate change. People constantly bring that up with me all the time. In fact, I asked the Prime Minister yesterday 2 very simple questions, and he just couldn't answer those at all. Not at all. Didn't have any information. This is a really serious issue, and this government has never taken it seriously at all. It's not just about the environment, it's about our economy, and it's about jobs and about future generations. And that's why we'll only take a Labor government to take serious action on climate change, because our country deserves that. But this is a Prime Minister who just never leads, he never governs. On bushfires, he just said, oh, well, you know, I don't hold a hose, mate. On the supply of vaccines, he said it's not a race. That was appalling, and look at the consequences of that. On climate change, oh, that's too hard, we'll let the Nats decide. Massive inaction, that's all we see. The fact is, this Prime Minister, this government, the Liberals and the Nationals have all betrayed the nation with their willful inaction on climate change, and especially the National Party. As I've said many times, National Party choices hurt. And their decision to not take action on climate change over a decade has been devastating for regional Australia. The potential for the economic growth and the jobs has been lost by their willful inaction, and the people of the regions will remember that for a very long time to come.
I give the call to the Assistant Minister.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Australian government's plan is driven by technology, and it's working extremely well. As we heard the Prime Minister say in question time today, that emissions are down at their lowest level ever, and at the same time jobs are up in the middle of a pandemic. And I really trust the Prime Minister to deliver on that. I certainly don't trust the shadow ministers or the Leader of the Opposition, Mr Albanese, to deliver on anything like that. Not a hope in the world. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, I know that Australians can trust the Morrison government to get the plan right to transition with the world to renewable energy and at the same time maintain jobs. And you know why I know that? Because the facts support the government. Australia's emissions are now down nearly 21% below 2005 levels. So 16 years ago, when the population was lower, the emissions are 21% lower than what they were 16 years ago. And not only that, since emissions have been recorded back in 1990, emissions are lower than that 31 years ago. We are one of a handful of countries to beat our Kyoto-era commitments. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, the opposition can talk all they want, but the people listening to this broadcast can know that the facts are on the Morrison government's side. And I regularly hear from the perspective of Australia's young people as Assistant Minister for Youth and Employment Services, and what young people want is for Australians to tackle these complex challenges together. They don't want to live in fear or engage in polarising or divisive debate. And just yesterday I met with an impressive group of young Australians who represent Australia across the G20 countries known as the Y20 Youth Leaders, and they want an inclusive action, sustainable action, education and innovation. And Mr Deputy Speaker, they made some impressive recommendations, including 10% increase in current innovation spending by all G20 countries, and support for community-based green energy and smart microgrids networks, which those opposite, the Labor Party, all voted against recently, and as we heard from the Minister today, continue to vote against microgrids, continue to vote against more EV chargers and continue to vote against hydrogen with the government's bill right now that the member for McMahon, who's sitting right here opposite me, leads his party in voting against. And it will, and those opposite know it's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do for local people. You should talk to this shadow minister and get him to sign up. Mr Deputy Speaker, around 30% of young Australians surveyed feel that using renewable energy and favouring renewable energy providers are the most important individual behaviours to combat climate change. And this was followed by reducing consumption of disposable goods. But what we get from those opposite, and in actual fact what we also get from the Greens and some of the independents in this House, is fear-mongering, Mr Deputy Speaker. The member for Indi said on August 9th in relation to youth, "We are handing over a world that is burning to them." First of all, that's just plain wrong. Second, it's alarmist. And third, it affects young people's mental health. The member for Mayo, sitting in the chamber, said yesterday that we are last in the world in relation to solar. Firstly, plain wrong, alarmist, and it affects people's mental health. We have one of the highest uptakes of solar in the country. In fact, in Petrie, 1 in 3 houses have solar. 1 in 3, and I thank the members for Petrie and the members for neighbouring electorates for what they do in installing solar. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, some of those independents have been hanging around the Greens too long, and we're not having it. The member for Warringah, I won't even start there, but yeah, I'd just love once for independent members to maybe support the government, or maybe even just do a 3-minute speech on some of the good things that we're doing around climate to help our young people understand. But let me tell young people what this government, the Morrison government, is doing. We beat our 2020 target by 459 million tonnes. For those young people listening, 2020 target beat by the Morrison government, 459 million tonnes. Emissions are now at the lowest level in 31 years since records began, and between 2005 and 2019, our emissions in Australia fell faster than Canada, New Zealand, Japan and United States and the OECD average. Thank you. Thank you, Member for Mallee. In 2020, a record 7,000 megawatts of renewables were installed in Australia, and that's more than the entire 6 years of the Rudd and Gillard governments combined. That was done in 1 year. So more in 1 year under the Morrison government than in 6 years of Labor. To the young people of Australia, you have a future, and the Morrison government is the right government to make sure we don't tax you more and we make the change needed.
I give the call to the member for McNamara.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Good. Radio. Well, there is some talks of an early election, and if you wanted to give the Australian people an indication of what governing under the Morrison-Joyce government is like, you only need to look at the last 10 days. What a shambles it has been. What a ridiculous display of inertia, of dithering, of dysfunction, of absolute chaos between the Liberals and the Nationals. I say, if you are going to bring on an early election Prime Minister, well, the Australian people are fortunate that they won't have to put up with this sort of rubbish that we are seeing from the Nationals and the Liberals right now. What a pathetic display of childish behaviour when we need leadership on the most difficult and important economic and environmental challenge of our time. What we have right now is the states and territories, the international community, the business community moving way ahead of this government. The debate has moved on. No one is arguing whether or not we should have net zero by 2050. Of course we should. That's the baseline. That's the very bare minimum that we need to give ourselves a chance of keeping global temperatures below 1.5 degrees increase. It's the absolute minimum. And this government is at war with itself over whether or not it can even agree to that. We have the second weakest leader in this country is the Deputy Prime Minister, who can't even get his own party room to agree to the baseline level that we need to commit to as a country, as part of the global community. The weakest leader in the country is the guy who holds the top job because he's being held to ransom by a bunch of crazies in the National Party. The people who hold the power in the coalition party room is not the modern Liberals, not the member for McKellar, it's not the member for Goldstein, it's not the member for Wentworth, it's not the member for Reid, it's not the member for Higgins. They are irrelevant in the power distribution in the coalition. The people who have the power in the coalition are people like the member for Dawson, like Senator Rennick, like the other climate change deniers, like the Minister for Resources, who this morning was asked, do you even accept the science? And he couldn't give a straight answer. He just said the science is changing as it always has. How pathetic. We need leadership right now. We need certainty. And we need it because it is going to cost Australians jobs. It is going to cost our country economic development and opportunity because of the dithering and the embarrassment that we've seen on display by the Liberals and Nationals who are at war with each other over the last week. And instead of this ridiculous city versus country regional divide that the Liberals and the Nationals are trying to manifest, why not put forward some sort of a credible policy that is able to incentivise the economic development that we can realise in this country? Look at projects like the Sun Cable in the Northern Territory, where we're talking about potentially exporting a third of Singapore's energy via solar power. How exciting. We're talking about thousands and thousands of jobs. We're talking offshore wind off the coast of Gippsland in Victoria, potentially going to replace all of the energy from some of our major coal-fired power stations. Brilliant, but also so labour-intensive. These are jobs that we need to secure for our country, not ignore and just let roll along while the Liberals and the Nationals are at war with each other. Finally, the Business Council of Australia calling for a 2030 target of 50%. Now, they are not doing this out of the goodness of their hearts. The Business Council of Australia, as much as people might like to believe, are not a bunch of bleeding heart lefties, like many on the government side like to call us on the Labor side. They're doing this because it's in Australia's economic interests. They're doing it because tackling climate change is the single most important thing that we can do for the Australian economy to set it up for the next 20, 30 years. If we want to secure a future for our children, not just for a planet that they can live on, but for an economy that they can thrive in, we need to take this problem seriously. We need to turn up on the global stage with a credible plan. We need to put the climate wars behind us. And most importantly, we need to kick the dithering and dangerous dysfunction of the Liberals and Nationals out of office and install an Albanese Labor government to take it seriously.
I call the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak to this matter of public importance and to the Commonwealth Government's track record on energy, climate change and emissions reduction. On this side, we understand how important it is to have coordinated global effort to reduce emissions. Overcoming these challenges is a shared responsibility, and we are playing our part. Australia has a strong 2030 target, and unlike many countries, we are going to beat that target. Just like we beat our 2020 targets by 459 million tonnes. Between 2005 and 2019, Australia's emissions fell faster than Canada, New Zealand, Japan, Korea and the United States. We are committed to the Paris Agreement and its goals, as well as achieving net zero emissions as soon as possible, and preferably by 2050. We need to reach this target as soon as possible, but we need to ensure that regional Australia does not shoulder a majority of the burden. Regional Australians need assurances that their economic well-being will be protected to a move to net zero. Our government will do this through our technology investment roadmap. Mr Deputy Speaker, our plan is driven by technology, not taxes. Our commitment is clear: lower prices, keeping the lights on while doing our bit to reduce global emissions without wrecking the economy, and we are seeing results. We've already committed around $1.4 billion to help increase the uptake of low and zero emissions vehicle technologies. Through our technology investment roadmap, we are backing the next generation of technologies that will deliver lower emissions, lower costs and more jobs. Technologies like clean hydrogen, carbon capture and storage, low emissions, steel and aluminium industries, healthy soils and energy storage. Over the next 10 years, we will invest $20 billion in these technologies. This will drive at least $80 billion of total public and private investment and support at least 160,000 new jobs. Australia's experience has been that when new technologies become economically competitive, they are rapidly adopted by Australian businesses and households, including in regional communities. We are seeing that happen right now with the adoption of renewables in Australia at 10 times the global average, 4 times higher than China, Japan, the US and Europe. 1 in 4 homes in Australia have adopted solar, one of the highest in the world per capita. We have played a significant role in sharing this knowledge around the world. Our government will continue to support the kind of innovation that will help us solve this global challenge. That's why we have developed our technology investment roadmap. In my electorate of Mallee, the Commonwealth Government has invested $15 million in a solar hydro power plant at Carwarp. This innovative project will help to solve the challenge of storing excess renewable energy. The Commonwealth Government's Clean Energy Finance Corporation has also financed several major solar farms in the electorate, including in Kerrang, Bannerton, Weeman, as well as Victoria's largest solar farm, the 200-megawatt Kyamal solar farm near Mildura. Taken together, these projects alone have the capacity to power over 220,000 homes. The projects in the Murray Renewable Energy Zone in the north has been mapped by the Australian Energy Market Operator, encompassing more than 640 megawatts of solar generation developments. Mr Deputy Speaker, to fully harness the power of renewables in our nation, we need to focus on improvements to Australia's energy grid, and we are. That's why our government is investing in game-changing transmission projects, including the Western Victoria Transmission Network project and the VNI West, both in Mallee. These projects will greatly benefit the renewables sector in Mallee. Their construction gives the private sector the confidence to invest in new renewables projects, as they know that our grid will support further generation. For example, the RES Group Australia are constructing the massive Marrawara wind farm just north of Horsham in my electorate. This is slated to be one of the largest wind farms in the country, and it wouldn't be viable without the Western Victorian Transmission Network project. Mallee is positioned to be a national leader in renewable production and a key contributor to Australia's energy generation mix. I see a very exciting future for Mallee. I want to give a shout out to our farmers who are on the front foot in carbon emissions reductions. Indeed, they are arguably our best environmentalists. They rely on our environment for their livelihood. It's in their interest, and in turn we rely on them for our food and fibre. This government is supporting farmers in Mallee through the agriculture and biodiversity
has
stewardship.
expired, and I call the member for Jagga Jagga.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, 8 years in office, no climate policy. And you know, the way this PM works, it's like he's not in charge. Events just unfold around him, and all he can do in response is come up with a clever slogan or a stunt or perhaps a fear campaign. He doesn't do the hard work that our country needs to set us on the right path, to put the plan in place to deal with the most pressing issue of our time. So instead, this week, he is being led by a National Party room who pretend they've had 4 hours to consider the most pressing issue of our time. They haven't had 4 hours. They've had more than a decade. They've had 8 years in office. This is a farce. Apparently, net zero wasn't even discussed in the Liberal National Party room today. The PM is talking like he might want net zero, but is not doing the work to get us there. We can't trust he'll do the work to get us there. He's talking the talk, but there is nothing we see to back this up. Deputy Speaker, in this country we have wasted more than a decade on the climate wars. The IPCC report makes it very, very clear that the window is closing. If we do not take significant and serious action now, we miss that window. And the consequences are there for all of us. We will not limit warming to the level that we need for us all to have a future. So those are real consequences for all of us. There are real economic consequences on the table for all of us. The jobs, the industries of the future, the jobs and the industries that we should have right now that are being lost in this country, that are going offshore right now, the investment, because this government, this Prime Minister, cannot put a credible climate plan together. That's what's going on under this government. You know, the PM's leadership failures are not just his inability to do this hard work, to put this country on the right track. It's also his inability to bring this country together, to set out a plan that works for all of us and a future that all Australians can get behind. Instead, this Prime Minister allows members of his party room, senior members of his government, to stoke division in our country, to set up this false binary between regional areas and between city areas, to pretend that only people in regional areas are affected by climate change, to pretend that only people in the city care about climate change. It's just not the case. Deputy Speaker, here's what the Deputy Prime Minister had to say about my hometown of Melbourne. He said he couldn't really give an expletive about Melbourne's pandemic challenges, and when talking about our city, he said, "You can almost smell the burning flesh from here." Well, I can tell the Deputy Prime Minister that people in my electorate do give an expletive about the jobs and the livelihoods of people in regional Australia. They get that the transition in this country has to support new opportunities and new industries in those regions. What they don't see from this government is the leadership and the plan that will get us there. And what they don't appreciate is the suggestion that their concerns are somehow of a lesser order, that somehow their concerns are not worthy of being considered as part of this debate. And that is what they are hearing from this government this week in this place. People in my electorate get up every day, they go to work, they work hard, they look after the kids, they pay their mortgage. These are the people Senator Canavan is happy to pay more for their mortgage because he has an ideological problem with us acting on climate change. They need a leader. They need a government that is prepared to do the hard work for this entire country to put us on the track that we need to be on. They do not need a government playing the politics of fear and division. They do not need a Prime Minister who is about slogans and stunts but who can't follow through with a plan. Deputy Speaker, it's been 8 years. The kids who started primary school when this government first got elected are in high school. Others have finished high school. It's those kids' future we are talking about. This government has to come up with a credible plan.
I call the member for Parkes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'd just like to start my contribution reading from a document. The first part is about Inland Rail. One double-stack container train will take 276 trucks off the road, save 10,000 litres of fuel and prevent thousands of tonnes of greenhouse gas from entering the atmosphere on the journey from Brisbane to Melbourne. A little bit further down in the same document, the way society reacts to the issue of climate change will impact greatly on regional Australia. As our country grapples with the extent and the effects of climate change, we must remember that agriculture is the cure, not the disease. Farmers have been adapting to the variables of the Australian climate for many years. The adoption of advanced farming techniques, such as zero-till methods of crop production, best practice management in the irrigation industry and advanced pasture management techniques. That document, 19th of February 2008, happens to be my maiden speech to this House. Nearly 14 years ago. I will not be lectured by people on the other side about the concerns of adapting to climate change. Since that time, with Inland Rail. In 10 days' time, the first grain train from Moree will go over a newly completed section of that line that is now well underway from Melbourne to Brisbane, delivering grain to the port in a much more efficient and effective manner. Since that speech, large-scale solar farms, with the assistance of this federal government, have been constructed at Broken Hill, Gunnedah, Moree, Nyngan, Nevertire, a massive wind farm at Silverton, west of Broken Hill, with proposals of a large battery to go in at Broken Hill as well to supplement that. So I just say to the people opposite, you need to get out more. This is not, for the people of my electorate, this is not a philosophical debate on what you believe. They're actually doing it. They're living it. They're adapting. They're growing to it. And they will not be lectured about somehow their inability to adapt to climate change. In 2020, Australia invested, last year, Australia invested $7.7 billion, which is equivalent to $299 per person in renewables. And that's ahead of Canada, Germany, Japan, Korea, New Zealand and the US. In my electorate, has the highest uptake of rooftop solar anywhere in the country, probably anywhere in the world. Places like Dubbo have got nearly 50% of the houses covered by rooftop solar. We have irrigation farms that have large solar arrays, pumping water in conjunction with a hybrid diesel plant. On my own farm, I have 2 solar arrays pumping water for livestock. The jobs that are now being proposed for the Parkes electorate, we have a lithium mine being proposed for the Fifield area, a cobalt mine being proposed for Broken Hill, rare earths at Toongai near Dubbo, thousands of jobs coming down the pipeline because of the direction and the investment and the guidance of this government. My great frustration through this debate is that somehow we're at the starting line of adapting to climate change. This government has been doing this since day one. We have progressed right through, and so it might be fine for a scare campaign from the other side. I listened to the members just here on the corner, the member for Melbourne and the member for Warringah, but I don't see any evidence in their electorate that anyone is actually doing anything personally to adapt to climate change. If they really meant that we would have an offshore wind farm at Manly, or maybe North Head could be covered in solar panels, but we don't see that. The member for Melbourne, who lectures day after day, I've been there at night time. They don't even turn the lights off from their offices when they go home. So this is a serious issue. This government has got policies in place and policies for the future that is going to make sure that Australia is not only doing its bit, it's actually leading the world in adapting to climate change. My electorate has a proud record so far, and will continue to do so, of reducing their emissions and making the future of our planet a better place for future generations. I will not be lectured to by people here who are treating this as some sort of a high school debate on who believes in something more. We actually do things in my electorate. We don't just talk about it.
The time for the discussion has concluded. The Assistant Minister on indulgence.
Yes, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I just wanted to correct the record in relation to what I said about the member for Mayo. I said that she said that we are coming last in relation to solar, but she didn't say that. She said we should be leading the world. So I just want to correct the record. Thank you.
I call the clerk.
Next order of the day, deferred division on the motion moved by the member for Melbourne.
In accordance with Standing Order 133, I shall now proceed to put the question on the motion moved earlier today by the honourable member for Melbourne, on which a division was called for and deferred in accordance with the Standing Order. No further debate is allowed. The bells shall now be rung.
do a personal explanation. Incorrect.
Are you talking about Howard? He just corrected it. Yeah. How he could get it that wrong is another question.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. I fixed it for you.
Lock the doors. The matter before the House is the motion moved by the honourable member for Melbourne, which was deferred in accordance with the standing orders until after the conclusion of the matter of public importance. The question is that the motion be disagreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left, and I appoint the honourable members for. Nichols and Gray tell us for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Lawler tell us for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 49, noes 44. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. I've received messages from the Senate. A. Informing the House that Senator Rice has been discharged from the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties and Senator Cox has been appointed a member of the committee. And B. Returning the Export Finance and Insurance Corporation Amendment, Equity Investments and Other Measures Bill 2021 without amendment.
Okay, thank you. I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Counter-terrorism legislation amendment. High-risk terrorist offenders bill 2020. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Cowan by virtual presence.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the Counter-terrorism legislation amendment, high-risk terrorist offenders bill, allows the courts to make an extended supervision order for high-risk terrorist offenders that applies for up to 3 years upon their release from prison. Now, as those who have spoken on this bill before me would have noted, there is already a provision for post-sentencing powers that currently exist in the continuing detention order, which has only, since that bill was introduced, been issued once. This is a less restrictive measure, but applies where the court considers a high degree of probability that an offender will commit a terrorist offence. And under this order, unlike the continuing detention order, an offender would be released into the community at the end of their custodial sentence and be subject to a range of restrictive measures. Mr Deputy Speaker, I welcome this bill. Because all too often we have seen terrorist attacks that occur being carried out by individuals who have already served a sentence for a terrorist or terrorist-related offence, or who are known to security agencies. In November 2020, there was a terrorist attack in Vienna. That attack was carried out by an individual who was previously sentenced to 22 months for trying to leave Vienna to join ISIS. He was known to police and he was known to security agencies across at least 2 countries. He was paroled after serving only 8 months of his sentence, upon agreement that he would take part in a de-radicalisation program. And despite being assessed as a high-risk terrorist offender, despite being assessed as still holding ideologies and still holding willingness and intent to commit a terrorist act, he was released from prison. Now, among the PJCIS recommendations around this bill, among them is a recommendation to include an independent review of risk assessment tools that evaluate the risk of reoffending or continued offending for terrorist actors. I especially welcome this recommendation, and I'm pleased to see that the government has accepted this recommendation and will commission the Department of Home Affairs to carry out an independent review. Further examination and analysis of the assessment tools we use in assessing the risk of a terrorist act is absolutely essential. The Austrian terror actor was also subject to the same risk assessment protocols that we use here in Australia. He scored highly on the risk measure of expressed willingness to commit a terrorist act. But he was released because he willingly participated or agreed to participate in a de-radicalisation program. This case highlights the need for a comprehensive review of how risk is assessed and the extent to which risk is assessed here in Australia, as well across other countries that use assessment tools for high-risk terrorist offenders. The bill before us today, I believe, is an essential addition to the toolbox of law enforcement and security agencies in ensuring community safety from terrorism, especially where there is no guarantee or no absolute confidence that an individual has fully de-radicalised and has the supports that are in place in order to remain fully de-radicalised. The fact is, Deputy Speaker, that radicalisation and de-radicalisation are not linear or discrete processes that can be assured through participation in a specific program or with 100% accuracy assessed through the implementation of some kind of checklist or assessment tool. Radicalisation is not just a matter of individual psychology, and many of the terrorist typologies and profiles that have been put forward in the past have been debunked purely and simply because they rely too much on the assessment of individual psychology. Equally, my previous criticisms of both assessment tools and de-radicalisation programs is based on their focus on individual psychology with no appreciation or no appreciable assessment of the social context or other push and pull factors in both radicalisation and de-radicalisation. You can look at risk as an equation that has on one axis intent or willingness to carry out an attack, and on another axis, opportunity to carry out an attack. And what this bill does, in the absence of any perfect methodology or close to perfect methodology for assessing intent, is that it removes opportunity. We also have a dearth of expertise here in Australia that's needed to adequately assess and confidently evaluate the risk that a perpetrator poses, ongoing risk that a perpetrator poses to commit or further commit a terrorist attack. A report by the International Centre for Counter-terrorism at The Hague that was published in 2019 looked at the different assessment methods for high-risk terrorist offenders and concluded that there was a lack of evaluation of those tools, including the tool that is used here in Australia to assess high-risk terrorist offenders. The other factor is that the tool can actually be completed without ever having to interview the individual in question. Other tools that are available, such as the ERG22+, that use the same methodology as the tool that is used here in Australia, can be completed by more than one assessor and can do so to eliminate subjectivity and ensure the robustness of the methodology. Deputy Speaker, I welcome this legislation for a number of other reasons, not least those that I have mentioned with regards to our capacity and the fact that we simply cannot, with 100% confidence, assess whether or not a high-risk terrorist offender will continue to offend or will undertake to prepare or carry out another terrorist attack upon release from prison. I do welcome that the government has accepted most of the recommendations that the Parliamentary Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence and Security put forward for this bill. And I'm sure that their Shadow Attorney-General has spoken at length about those recommendations and about the work that the Parliamentary Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence and Security did on this bill, and in particular the recommendations around the conditions imposed on those who become subject to the post-sentencing powers included in this bill. I'm particularly looking forward, as I mentioned earlier, Deputy Speaker, to the review that will be commissioned around our risk assessment tools, and welcome that the government has accepted most of those recommendations put forward. But I should also mention the government's departure from the recommendations that were put forward by the former Independent National Security Legislation Monitor, Dr. James Renwick, in September 2017, when he recommended the introduction of this extended supervision order regime. And his recommendations were particularly around the standard of proof, suggesting that, or recommending that, it should be a high degree of probability, not on the balance of probabilities as provided for in the bill. And I think it's important to make that point there, that the government has departed from the recommendations made by the PJCIS, that we adopt the recommendations made by Dr. Renwick in his review in full, including around the probability the high degree of probability as standard proof for an extended supervision order. So in closing, Deputy Speaker, I commend this bill to the House. I also would like to take an opportunity to commend the PJCIS Chair and Deputy Chair, now former Deputy Chair, on the work that was put into this bill, as well as the other members of the PJCIS and the PJCIS Secretariat. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for McEwen.
Keeping communities safe is one of the highest orders of government. One of the most important priorities as a member of this place will be to make sure that we keep our communities safe and free from harm. There are many threats which face our country. These are threats of the pandemic, which all of us have felt one way or another over the past 2 years. We face threats of climate change and the devastating impacts for our country. There are threats of poverty and violence. And of course, there is the threat of terrorism. Terrorism poses a clear and substantial danger to the safety of our country and the well-being of our communities. Imposing smart, effective, proportionate policies to deal with the risks of terrorism and high-risk offenders should have been a priority of the Morrison government. And it's disappointing that it's taken this long for the government to finally address this issue. The bill before the House seeks to implement a recommendation by the Independent National Security Legislation Monitor in 2017 to establish a federal extended supervision order regime. Under a supervision order, an offender would be released from custody into the community at the end of their sentence, but would be required to comply with prohibitions, restrictions, obligations that are, in the court's view, reasonably necessary and appropriate and adapted to protecting the community. The standard of proof that would apply to extended supervision orders would be on the balance of probabilities, as determined by the court, that that individual poses an unacceptable risk of committing serious terrorism offences. These extended supervision orders would allow for appropriate authorities to monitor those offenders deemed to be at high risk to the community. At present, state and territory Supreme Courts are only able to make continuing detention orders, and federal courts are unable to issue such a detention orders, instead being allowed to only order control orders. This has resulted in a situation which the states are only able to bring in continuing detention orders if they deem that individuals still may pose a risk to the community after their sentence, as opposed to being able to implement control orders, which would be equally effective and less persuasive. Allowing the state courts to make extended supervision orders would provide an effective means for protecting our community for offenders deemed to be at high risk without the need for ongoing detention of offenders after their sentences have concluded. At present, it's only the federal courts which are able to make ongoing order controls for high-risk offenders, and such the primary benefit of this bill is its capacity to address the current lack of interoperability between continuing detention orders and control orders, such as the ongoing supervision that this bill proposes, due to the different jurisdictions from which these orders must be sought. As such, this bill provides a greater array of tools in which the courts may be able to ensure the safety of our communities with regard to high-risk terrorist offenders, and ensures the proportionality of post-sentence orders. For issues that are complex, such as terrorism, it's essential that our state and federal courts have the greatest capacity possible to respond appropriately to those who may present a threat to this nation. We know that the threat of terrorism is real, and this bill has a capacity to significantly assist relevant jurisdictions in confronting and minimising the threat of terrorism to our country. But it is disappointing, after 8 years in government, the government is only now addressing such a substantial and concerning gap in the capacity of the courts to manage the risks associated with high-risk offenders. The procrastination of the Abbott, Turnbull and Morrison governments on issues such as this, which are considerable concern to many Australians, is further evidence of the government's lack of urgency in addressing issues crucial to the safety of Australia. Australian safety, whether it be from COVID, future pandemics or indeed terrorism, should be treated as issues of the highest priority to the federal government. Instead, as we see with so many issues important to the safety of this nation, the Morrison government has procrastinated on their responsibility to work in the best interests of Australia. It's always too little and always too late. This bill is fundamentally about ensuring we have proportionate legislation with which to protect our communities. There are many threats that we face as a country, and as members of parliament, it's our duty to legislate to fill those gaps within existing government policy that puts Australians at risk. It is disappointing, as I said, that it's taken 8 long years for this government to address such a substantial issue. It's never been more clear that an Albanese Labor government is the best interest of Australian for a government which puts the interests of Australian first and act quickly on the issues which pose a risk to the safety of our communities. Now, we know throughout time that we have seen terrorism both onshore and offshore that's impacted the lives of Australians. And it's so important that we make sure that those who do these heinous crimes are held responsible, and those who do their time and do their punishment are monitored, and to make sure that we look after the values that Australia holds so dearly. But we need to know why, and the government should explain why it's taken 4 years to get to this situation. 4 years after reports from its own committees, its own supported committees, have said that there is a need for this and we need to do it soon. So I think that when we look at what's been happening on the Intelligence and Security Commission, which made those 11 unanimous and bipartisan recommendations, we know that the government has most of those have been recommended to the bill, but the government broadly agrees with some of them, but we need to make sure that they're all put in place. This is a paramount thing that we should be doing in this place, ensuring that our citizens are safe and our communities are stronger. The bipartisan reports that the Intelligence and Security Committees do is so important. It shows that this place can work properly. But there's always, you've got that extra step of making sure that the executive of government in this country follows through on those things. The importance of the committee's work can never, ever be underestimated. That's why Labor is going to support this bill, and we support the government amendments to implement the unanimous and bipartisan recommendations of the PJCIS. And what we are saying, that if the government fails to move the amendments to implement one or more of the unanimous and bipartisan positions of the PJIS, an Albanese Labor government will commit to implementing those recommendations if we win the next election. Because we're on the side of Australians. We want to look after their safety and we want to see this nation prosper. And it will only happen with a government that works in the national interest, not its own. Thank you.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Cowper.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I've said this before in this place, but I believe it bears repeating, and that is, as Australians, we need to appreciate the peaceful freedoms we currently enjoy are not given. They are hard-fought and hard-won, and have been actively and, for the most part, successfully protected in recent years via our current counter-terrorism measures. However, just in the ways our freedom can be threatened has evolved, so too we have to evolve in the way we protect those freedoms. And I respect and applaud this government's continued dedication to this fair and reasonable evolution. And it's worth noting, over the past 2 years, and a previous speaker did mention this, going through COVID, I think we've generally forgotten the dangers that present themselves in the terrorism sphere. They haven't gone away. They're still there. They're still plotting. And very sadly, we saw that in the UK, and my thoughts and prayers go out to Sir David Amess's families. It's tragic. And quite often you might sit back and think, well, that's something that happens somewhere else. But it's not. It happens here in our own backyard. Deputy Speaker, this bill provides for the adaptation of the key counter-terrorism powers, namely the creation of extended supervision orders, or ESOs, and complementary amendments to the International Production Orders Bill that will continue to ensure the safety and security of all Australians. It is an uncomfortable fact that Australia's national terrorism threat level is probable. That just reinforces what I've said about it is in our own backyard. And it's remained as probable since 2014, despite the fantastic work that our security agencies have done. This means over the past 7 years there is credible intelligence assessed by Australia's security agencies indicating that individuals and groups have not only the intent but the capability to conduct a terrorist act in Australia. Over those 7 years, 110 individuals have been charged as a result of 51 counter-terrorism-related investigations, and there have been 7 domestic attacks and 18 major counter-terrorism disruption operations in response to potential attack planning within Australia. 18. That's 18 times that our agencies have prevented death or injury on our streets, in our backyard. But it's equally uncomfortable that there are 13 convicted terrorist offenders due to be released back into the Australian community following the expiry of their custodial sentence between now and 2025. 13 people who have committed offences, been convicted of those offences, put in jail, to be released back into our communities. These released offenders can be highly radicalised, motivated and capable of engaging in further offending, or perhaps more worrying, inspiring and engaging others to do so. And if we couple these uncomfortable truths with the role of technology in propagating violent extremist ideologies and the COVID-19 byproduct of physical isolation, increasing the access and reliance on technology for communication, Deputy Speaker, it's not difficult to conclude that our current counter-terrorism measures must be adapted in accordance with the risk that is currently posed to our nation. Unfortunately, we see the rampant spread of the misinformation during lockdowns and increasing unrest as a result of the government's measures imposed to fight the pandemic have provided extremists with fertile territory to exploit public fear and radicalise other vulnerable individuals. And that is the cesspit of what we call social media and the dark web. But in essence, Deputy Speaker, this bill is seeking to expand the available legislative implements that the Supreme Court and the AFP currently have at their disposal. There are currently two defined options for managing terrorist offenders. The first is continuing detention orders, under which a court may impose that a person remain detained where they pose an unacceptable risk to the community and where that risk cannot be addressed through less restrictive means. The second option is a control order, which allows conditions to be placed on a person in the community. Now, it's worth noting at that stage, on a state or territory basis, that's not an unusual thing. And in a former life, acting for people who are sentenced to terms of imprisonment, the parole system allowed for restrictions or impositions on those people. Now, that's effectively what we're doing here. It's not something new, it's not something radical, but it takes into account where that offender is in terms of where their state of mind is and where that assessment is in terms of how the objective view of that offender rates. It should be noted these orders are not tailored for the post-sentence context, as they allow only for very limited and defined set of conditions and are issued by different courts to continuing detention orders. Deputy Speaker, the first of the key additions to the current options is this bill seeks to achieve is the introduction of extended supervision orders, ESOs, and interim supervision orders, ISOs, to complement the current continuing detention orders. ESOs have been specifically devised to ensure that high-risk terrorist offenders can be appropriately managed in the community at the end of their custodial sentence. In essence, ESOs are more flexible and tailored in nature than a blanket CDO, ensuring that each of the conditions imposed on the offender are reasonable, they're necessary and appropriate and adapted to address the risk to the community of the offender committing a serious terrorism offence. The Supreme Court may then issue an ESO for a period of 3 years, and that can be reviewed should it necessitate at that time. The bill sets out the general conditions that could form part of an ESO, and these relate to restrictions of matters such as the movement or the travel of the offender, travel documents, licences, communications, or particularly the use of telecommunications or precluding them from using telecommunications, education, rehabilitation, the issues that one would think are appropriate and reasonable to impose on somebody who has been convicted of a serious criminal terrorism offence. In addition to those matters that I've just read out, ESOs would also have the ability to impose a number of prohibitions in relation to alcohol, drugs and weapons, which is only very reasonable, and most importantly of obtaining foreign or Australian travel documents. Deputy Speaker, if we put into context the amendments that this bill will bring about, the 13 convicted offenders due to be released now and up to 2025, they're not, in my view, unnecessary, harsh restrictions or heavy-handed, particularly when we look at what's at stake, and that is the safety of our nation, the safety of our citizens. And sadly, we saw the attacks in New Zealand and the UK, and it's good to see that there has been that bipartisan approach, despite some of the comments by the last speaker. It has been bipartisan through the committees, and I can say that Dr Ali made a very good contribution to the bill earlier today. In the context of offenders' initial crimes, Deputy Speaker, these measured are proportionate and necessary, and the fact that through an ESO these restrictions and prohibitions can be tailored in direct response to the level of all risk, it should be comfort to those who have some suspicion as to the imposition on civil rights of offenders who have served their time. Deputy Speaker, the bill also amends the international production order regime which was introduced in 2020, allowing for improved cross-border access to communications data for law enforcement agencies, which we have seen work so effectively in recent months. These amendments will ensure that agencies are able to obtain international production orders for the purpose of monitoring compliance with the extended supervision orders. In conclusion, Deputy Speaker, I believe, and I'll always say this, our country is worth protecting. So I'd ask any detractors of this important bill to ask themselves if they truly share that belief. The national terrorism threat level is probable. It's been there for 7 years, so I applaud this government's determination and commitment to ensuring the ongoing safety of all Australians. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Stirling.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And the very first role of government is to protect the safety and security of its citizens. And as incredulous as it is, as hard as it is to believe, it is a fact that there are those who are opposed to our way of life, our freedom and our values. And amongst that cohort are those who have the intent and the capability to do us harm. And it is against those threats which this bill is directly aimed. Because this bill will ensure that our agencies have the powers that they need to respond to the evolving threat of terrorism, and this reflects in turn our government's absolute and steadfast commitment to the ongoing safety and security of all Australians. And in this current security environment, having a range of tools to combat that evolving nature of terrorism is absolutely vital. Indeed, experience overseas has demonstrated that the continuing threat posed by extremists, including those who have already served sentences for terrorism offences, is very, very real. The 2019 London Bridge attack and the 2020 Streatham attacks in the UK were carried out by convicted offenders, highlighting the continued need for effective prevention and risk management measures to protect our communities. This bill enhances the safety and security of all Australians by creating extended supervision orders, or ESOs. And these will ensure that high-risk terrorist offenders can be appropriately managed in the community at the end of their custodial sentences. A Supreme Court will be able to impose an ESO for up to 3 years at a time if the court is satisfied on the balance of probabilities on the basis of admissible evidence that the offender poses an unacceptable risk of committing a serious terrorism offence. The court will be able to impose any condition on an offender that it considers proportionate to the risk that the offender proposes. And this bill also provides agencies with the necessary tools to monitor compliance with these orders and to protect sensitive national security information and ESO proceedings. Deputy Speaker, the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security has considered the bill and made 11 recommendations, 10 of which will be accepted in whole, in part or in principle by the government. This bill will establish an extended supervision order scheme for high-risk terrorist offenders who continue to pose an unacceptable risk to the community at the expiration of their custodial sentences. Now, having people subject to ongoing constraint and even restrictions following the completion of their judicial sentence is not something that is done lightly. It is obviously a principle of fairness that we need to be very considerate and very cautious in our use of such provisions. But as we've outlined and as other speakers have pointed out before me, our first role is to protect safety and security of our Australian citizens. And where those risks are real and imminent,
It's where we have and where we must continue to act. And this will ensure that such offenders are subject to close supervision, but also in proportion to the level of risk that they pose to community safety. And that hinges on the flexibility that will be enabled by this bill that I touched on earlier. Terrorist offenders are typically highly radicalised and often do not change their extremist views whilst in prison, despite de-radicalisation efforts. And such offenders continue to pose a high risk to the community following their release. Currently, Deputy Speaker, there are two options for managing such offenders. The first is a continuing detention order, under which a court may order that a person remain detained when they pose an unacceptable risk to the community and where that risk cannot be addressed through less restrictive measures. And the second option is called a control order, and this allows conditions to be placed on a person whilst they are in the community. These orders, however, are not tailored for the post-sentence context, as they allow only for a defined set of conditions and are issued by different courts to continuing detention orders. This then creates an issue of interoperability, whereby the court considering an application for a continuing detention order is not able to impose conditions on the offender where it is not satisfied that a threshold for the continuing detention order is met. As identified by the Independent National Security Legislation Monitor, there is a need for a tailored option for managing the risk posed by offenders who are released into the community where a continuing detention order is not made. By way of further overview of this bill, under an ESO, the court may impose any conditions that it is satisfied are reasonably necessary and reasonably appropriate and adapted for the purpose of protecting the community from the unacceptable risk of the offender committing a serious terrorism offence. In creating ESOs, the bill will broaden the range of measures available to address the risk of terrorism to the Australian community. The government has put in place robust legal frameworks to provide agencies with appropriate powers, including control orders, preventive detention orders and emergency stop, search and seizure powers. The Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security has recently reported following its consideration of these powers and recommended that they be continued. Deputy Speaker, this bill will add further to that framework with a measure that addresses the specific risks posed by convicted terrorist offenders. As we've seen from the recent terror attack in New Zealand and similar attacks in the United Kingdom, convicted terrorist offenders can pose a very real risk to our communities. Protecting the community from such risk remains our government's highest priority. There is, of necessity, some amendments which will be acquired to other related legislation, which I'll now touch on. The bill amends other legislation to support the effective implementation of the Extended Supervision Order scheme. To ensure the compliance of an offender with the Extended Supervision Order, the bill amends the Crimes Act 1914 to extend the existing regime of monitoring warrants for control orders to also include extended supervision orders and interim supervision orders. These amendments will allow law enforcement to monitor the compliance of an offender either with their consent or with a search warrant for their premises or person. Amendments to the Surveillance Devices Act 2004 and the Telecommunications, Interception and Access Act 1979 will allow law enforcement to obtain warrants for electronic surveillance to monitor compliance with supervision orders and inform the Minister's decision as to whether to apply for post-sentence orders. Deputy Speaker, the bill also amends the International Production Order regime, which was introduced through the Telecommunications Legislation Amendment International Production Orders Bill 2020, allowing for improved cross-border access to communications data for law enforcement agencies. These amendments will ensure that agencies are able to obtain international production orders for the purpose of monitoring compliance with extended supervision orders. The bill amends the National Security Information, Criminal and Civil Proceedings Act 2004 to extend existing provisions which apply to control order proceedings, to allow the court to consider sensitive information in extended supervision orders proceeding without that information being disclosed to the offender or their legal representative. And this is important, Deputy Speaker, because it will ensure that the process of applying for an extended supervision order does not inadvertently and harmfully reveal sensitive sources, which is of the utmost importance in a custodial environment. To ensure that the offender receives a fair hearing, the bill extends the existing special advocate regime, which is currently in place for control order proceedings. The bill expressly prohibits the court from considering court-only evidence in determining whether to make a continuing detention order, as is currently the case. Deputy Speaker, since this bill was introduced in September 2020, the government has considered potential issues which may arise in the practical application of control orders and continuing detention orders. The government amendments to the bill would address those issues by, firstly, clarifying how control orders and extended supervision orders operate when a person is subject to immigration detention and other forms of custody, and secondly, providing that control orders and extended supervision orders are the only measures that may be considered by a state or territory Supreme Court when deciding whether there is a less restrictive measure to a CDO that would be effective in preventing the offender's unacceptable risk of committing a serious Part 5.3 offence. These are necessary amendments to ensure that these orders are as effective as possible in addressing the risk posed by terrorist offenders. The government amendments have been considered by the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. The government amendments also respond to recommendations made by the committee following its detailed consideration of the bill. The committee made a total of 11 recommendations and the government has accepted 10 of those in part, full or in principle. And the bill, including the government amendments, have been approved by a majority of states and territories in accordance with the Intergovernmental Agreement on Counter-terrorism laws. Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, this bill ensures that our agencies have the powers that they need to respond to the evolving threat of terrorism, whilst also reflecting the Morrison government's absolute and ongoing commitment to the preservation of the safety and security of all Australians.
Okay. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Honourable Minister.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I thank all members for their contributions to the debate on this very important bill. Mr Deputy Speaker, protecting the community from terrorist threats is and will continue to be one of this government's highest priorities. With a number of convicted terrorist offenders due to complete their custodial sentences of imprisonment in the next 5 years, the need for effective risk management measures to keep our community safe is obviously greater than ever. This bill will therefore be an important addition to the government's response to protect the community and, of course, to protect Australians from the threat of terrorism. Extended supervision orders will complement and add to the existing tools available to manage high-risk terrorist offenders at the end of their custodial sentence. This bill will also ensure that law enforcement agencies have access to appropriate warrants to monitor an offender's compliance with these orders while they are in the community. It will also ensure that sensitive national security information is protected where it's necessary to rely on that information when applying for an extended supervision order. I'd particularly like to thank all of my colleagues on the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security and senators for its detailed consideration of this bill. I also want to thank colleagues across the parliament for recognising the need for these important changes. Again, the bill reflects the government's ongoing commitment to protecting Australians from the threat of terrorists and ensuring that our law enforcement and security agencies have all the powers that they need to respond to the evolving threat of terrorism.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an act to amend the law relating to counter-terrorism and for related purposes.
Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately? Sorry. The House will now consider the bill in detail. I understand it is the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. The question is that the bill be agreed to, and I call the Honourable Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I present a supplementary explanatory memorandum to the bill.
I call the Minister. Oh, sorry.
To be called? No. Thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker. I also ask leave of the House to move Government Amendments 1 to 79 as circulated together.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Please proceed, Minister.
Yep. Move the third reading.
No, you move them. So your request.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker. I move Government Amendments 1 to 79 as circulated together.
The question is that the amendments be agreed to. I'll put the question. All that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The question now is that this bill, as amended, be agreed to. I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. This bill, as amended, has been agreed to. I call the Minister.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted for the third reading?
Leave is granted.
Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Third reading. A bill for an act to amend the law relating to counter-terrorism and for related purposes.
I have received a message from the Senate informing the House that the Senate has agreed to the following resolution: that the time for the presentation of the final report of the Joint Select Committee on Australia's Family Law System be extended to the 16th of December 2021. The Senate requests concurrence of the House in the variation to the resolution of appointment of the committee. I call the Minister.
I move that the message be considered immediately.
I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Minister.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker. I move that the House concur with the resolution of the Senate.
I put the question. All of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Before we start the next bill, it's a cognate.
I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day, number 2, Customs Amendment, Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement Implementation Bill 2021, resumption of debate on the second reading.
I understand it is the wish of the House to debate this order of the day concurrently with the Customs Tariff Amendment, Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement Implementation Bill 2021. Are there any objections? There being no objections, the Chair will allow that course to be followed. The question is that the bill be read a second time, and I call the Honourable Member for Brand.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to confirm Labor's support for the Customs Amendment and Customs Tariff Amendments Bills 2021, which are the enabling legislation to implement the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. In doing so, I move the second reading amendments that will be circulated in my name. The Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, or RCEP as it is known, was signed on the 15th of November 2020 by 15 countries. Each of the 10 Association of Southeast Nations of ASEAN, which includes Brunei, Cambodia, Indonesia, Laos, Malaysia, Myanmar, the Philippines, Singapore, Thailand and Vietnam, as well as the 5 non-ASEAN nations of Australia, China, Japan, New Zealand and South Korea. These countries make up 29% of world GDP and 30% of the world's population. RCEP is, simply put, the biggest trade agreement in history, taking in a third of global trade. Negotiations for RCEP started in 2012 at the 21st ASEAN Summit in Cambodia. Former Labor Prime Minister Julia Gillard and Labor Trade Minister Craig Emerson commenced negotiations for RCEP on behalf of Australia. From the very beginning, Labor has supported Australia being actively involved in the negotiation of this extraordinary example of regional trade infrastructure, which was very importantly led by ASEAN itself. This trade bloc of our own region's creation will be bigger than the European Union and the North American Free Trade Agreement of US, Mexico and Canada. RCEP reflects the dynamism of the region in which we live. It is not just a big deal for the world, it is a big deal for Australia. It includes 9 of Australia's top 15 trading partners and economies, which account for 58% of Australia's two-way trade and 67% of our exports. Ratifying RCEP will mean Australia has a seat at the table in the biggest trade agreement in the world. Importantly, Australia will be able to influence the rules as the agreement continues to develop. Once delivered and ratified by all countries concerned, RCEP will rank only behind the World Trade Organisation itself and its significance. In essence, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership strengthens the rules already developed through a number of Australia's existing free trade agreements and creates new regional architecture for economic activity with the potential to act as a forum for ongoing dialogue and cooperation. Further, RCEP includes core investment protections, rules requiring payment of compensation where an investment is expropriated, minimum standard of treatment of investors under international law and compensation for losses due to conflict and civil strife. The agreement provides avenues for tackling non-tariff barriers, including areas such as quarantine and technical standards, by promoting compliance with WTO rules and further improving cooperation and transparency. And importantly, RCEP supports economic capacity building and in particular provides a dedicated chapter addressing the capability of small and medium enterprises in the region set to benefit from the agreement. These protections and transparency provisions will provide greater certainty and confidence for Australian businesses looking to invest in the region. The advantage of RCEP is that it provides a single set of rules for exporters to use rather than having to rely on the multiplicity of different rules and procedures under our existing free trade agreements. This opens up opportunities for Australian exporters looking to utilise regional supply chains. Regional supply value chains are an essential component of the contemporary global economy. They are cross-border industrial networks for producing goods where countries specialise in different stages of production associated with a finished product. RCEP as a trading bloc will render such value chains cheaper and easier to access for all Australian companies. As a multilateral trade agreement, RCEP is designed to streamline these rules, standards and procedures, encouraging the development of deeper value chains. For example, businesses will be able to use a Made in RCEP origin certificate with standardised rules for how much local content is needed to qualify. Even though there may be bilateral FTAs between nations, businesses with global supply chains may yet have higher tariffs or restrictions because some component parts are made elsewhere. For example, an Indonesian-made product may have components from Australia or China and therefore face tariffs applied elsewhere in the ASEAN Free Trade Zone, but with RCEP, all components from any members' nations will be treated equally. This provides an enormous incentive for businesses in the RCEP countries to look within the 15-nation bloc for suppliers to contribute to their product. In this context, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership will possibly make the Indo-Pacific the most attractive location to build value chains in the global economy. And a strong, vibrant and prosperous Indo-Pacific is good for Australia. As an open trading nation, Australia has been a beneficiary of the multilateral rules-based trading system that has operated for decades. Labor recognises that Australia's security and prosperity relies on our continued economic engagement with the world and integration with our region, including through trade and investment. International trade creates jobs. 1 in 5 Australian workers, more than 2 million people, are employed in a trade-related activity. Labor knows that open trade will be an integral component of Australia's economic recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, and we acknowledge that open trade agreements and comprehensive economic partnerships have become matters of strategic and geopolitical significance. Labor will at all times act in the national interest and in accordance with Australia's international obligations in dealing with open trade agreements and comprehensive economic partnerships. As the WTO appellate body stagnates and reform is stalled, regional agreements such as the RCEP are integral to creating an even playing field between Australia and its trading partners around the world, but particularly in our vibrant region from which our future prosperity will be earned. But Labor knows that the community is rightly sceptical about this government's approach to economic change and trade agreements. We all know the Liberals and Nationals treat trade agreements like trophies to put on a shelf, ink the deal, get dressed up for the photo op, but then no follow-up. So I'd like to take this opportunity to reflect upon Labor's approach to international trade and trade agreements. We would do things differently while pursuing an open trade agenda. A future Albanese Labor government will promote Australia's international competitiveness, maintain a commitment to an open economy and work to increase the volume of Australia's trade with other nations. Labor has a long record as an advocate for an open global trading system. Reducing barriers to trade creates more competitive industries and benefits consumers through lower prices and greater choice. Trade is a pathway to a high-skills, high-wages future for working Australians. Labor will set out an ambitious open trade agenda in government aimed squarely at increasing the complexity of our exports in order to create more well-paid, secure jobs, strengthen economic resilience and ensure that every trade deal we sign will increase the living standards of Australian people. Labor will promote services sector innovation and identify the capabilities needed to establish Australia as a leading global trade and services economy. The benefits of trade can and must be shared fairly, both at home and abroad. Labor will invest in education, training, skills and innovation, building Australia's national infrastructure and promoting the health and welfare of the community so Australians can benefit from the opportunities created by trade. When multilateral trade negotiations, such as in the WTO, are not making satisfactory progress, Labor will consider high-quality regional or bilateral trade agreements that are in Australia's national interest and that support the multilateral trading system. We are committed to trade policies consistent with Australian values of justice and equality, community views, workers' rights and the interests of developing countries. Trade agreements must be consistent with Australia's social and economic values, be based on widespread consultation, provide for appropriate minimal and enforceable labour and environmental standards, take account of social and economic impacts and allow sovereign governments to make decisions and implement policies in the interests of their citizens. Economic growth has been good for developing countries, but in many economies these benefits have not been fairly shared. More equal economic growth will create decent jobs, lifting people out of poverty, giving them economic dependence while supporting human rights. RCEP as it stands does not have an environment chapter or a Labor chapter. When Labor was last in government, the then Trade Minister Craig Emerson sought to include these provisions. However, other RCEP members were not amenable to this. Prime Minister Gillard, Trade Minister Emerson and the Labor government at the time rightly decided to proceed with negotiations despite this setback to ensure Australia continued to be involved in the creation of regional trade architecture. Opting out and retreating to the sidelines was absolutely not an option, and to do so would have set back Australia's relationship with ASEAN significantly. The intent of the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership is capacity building, bringing emerging economies up in line with established economies like ours. This stands in contrast to other more ambitious agreements with developed economies, which do include labour chapters with enforceable international labour standards. However, RCEP does include ratchet measures with the ability to continue to develop provisions in these areas through successive reviews over time, and Australia must participate actively in those reviews in the future. Deputy Speaker, Labor does not support arrangements that undermine the Australia's government's capacity to govern in the interest of all Australians, including any provisions that remove Australia's protection of local jobs through regulation of temporary work, that waive labour market testing, that further limit the capacity of governments to procure goods and services locally, that require the privatisation or contestability of public services, undermine Medicare, the public health system and the pharmaceutical benefit scheme, all provisions that undermine state or Commonwealth workplace laws or occupational licensing arrangements, or undermine laws that relate to anti-dumping. I have sought and have received clear written advice from the Trade Minister that RCEP does none of these things, and that ratifying the agreement will not undermine the Australian Government's capacity to govern in the interest of all Australians. I can confirm that RCEP does not expand waivers of labour market testing for foreign workers. Stakeholders have rightly queried the inclusion of an instrument in the Migration Act, which mentions a change to our domestic labour market testing regime. I've clarified with the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade that this is a technical measure and there are no changes to labour market testing in this country as a result of participating in this regional comprehensive economic partnership. Indeed, the instrument under the Migration Act, foreshadowed in the National Interest Assessment, establishes that the obligations set out in RCEP form part of Australia's legal obligations. Such instruments are made under the Migration Act for every international trade agreement Australia enters into. To be clear, RCEP does not restrict Australia's domestic procurement arrangements at any level of government. It does not require privatisation of any Australian public service, nor does it undermine the pharmaceutical benefits scheme. RCEP does not undermine state or Commonwealth workplace laws, occupational licensing arrangements, nor does it undermine Australia's anti-dumping regime. It does not include provisions that limit the right of the Commonwealth to regulate in the interests of public welfare in relation to safe products, and there are no investor-state dispute settlement provisions. I'd like to take a moment to commend the work of civil society and the trade union movement in steering this government away from implementing ISDS as a base for dispute settlement in trade negotiations. The fact that we are seeing ISDS less and less in our international treaties is a testament to the tireless campaigning of the ACTU, AFTINET and others. Recent media reports that a former member of this place, Mr Clive Palmer, is exploring the use of ISDS mechanisms to sue the Australian government just go to reaffirm our opposition to them as a general provision of international trade deals. Having already forked out $1 million on legal fees because the Prime Minister supported Mr Palmer's attempt to sue Western Australia, Australian taxpayers don't want to be stung again by another vexatious suit from a vexatious litigant that seeks only to serve himself and to damage the state of Western Australia and the whole nation. Deputy Speaker, a future Albanese Labor government will ensure that trade agreements signed by the Commonwealth require skills assessments, including practical and theoretical testing, to be undertaken in Australia and not restrict such skills assessments for temporary visa holders, and would include in any future bilateral, regional or multilateral trade agreement a labour chapter with enforceable internationally recognised labour standards. Labor supports and will ensure in government that a rigorous independent economic analysis is conducted of trade agreements. Labor would also require an independent economic assessment of the impact of each agreement to be included in the report of the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties to the Parliament. I note the Treaties Committee report into treaty making, report number 193, tabled in August of this year, recommended, and I quote, "The government consider implementing a process through which independent modelling and analysis of a trade agreement at both the macro and sectoral levels is undertaken in the future by the Productivity Commission or similarly independent and expert body, and provided to the committee alongside the national interest analysis to improve assessment of the agreement, increase public confidence in the benefits of trade agreements and facilitate the longitudinal assessment of actual trade outcomes." Public confidence is critical in free trade. Labor calls on the government to implement this recommendation. This important review of the Treaties Committee into treaty development would not have happened but for Labor. In discussions with the government in relation to the Indonesian-Australia Comprehensive Economic Partnership, the government, through then Trade Minister Simon Birmingham, agreed to my request that JSCOT be asked to undertake such a review. And I'm glad the government allowed this to happen and gave the parliament an important opportunity to examine the manner in which it addresses free trade treaties and agreements, and demonstrated the community desire for more openness and transparency from government in relation to free trade negotiations. A future Labor government will ensure Australians are informed about trade negotiations and will undertake full community consultation before entering new agreements. The provision of public updates will follow each round of negotiations, and where feasible, draft text would be released. Labor will ensure transparency in future trade agreements through the tabling of national interest assessments and consultation with industry unions and community groups during negotiations. We would ensure the tabling of negotiation material in Parliament where feasible, again as recommended by the Treaties Committee in its report into treaty making. In relation to future trade agreements, Labor would commission an independent national interest assessment, which includes a comprehensive social, economic and regional impact assessment of the negotiated treaty text, and we would implement reviews of existing free trade agreements. Labor recognises that trade agreements should not be used to undermine Australian working conditions, and foreign workers should only be used in situations where specific skills shortages are present, and only for the period it takes to train and develop the capacity of an Australian citizen to do the job. Labor does not support the inclusion of provisions in trade agreements that confer legal rights on foreign businesses that are not available to domestic businesses. But we are not yet in government, as you well know, Deputy Speaker, and as we know, international treaties are the remit of the executive. Labor called for the final treaty text of RCEP to be publicly released before the agreement was signed and allowed to be scrutinised, but the Morrison government did refuse that request. Labor has previously raised concerns over the Morrison government's refusal to commission independent economic modelling for the RCEP. There is nothing new about this, all talk do nothing government, at a time when calm and skilful diplomacy is needed to resolve our trade tensions with China. The Morrison government has given the member for Dawson free rein to spout inflammatory comments and spread misinformation about our largest trading partner, China. Under Prime Minister Morrison, Australia is more dependent than ever, in fact, on China for our exports and jobs, and in fact we depend on the Chinese market more than any other country in the world. And when trade diversification is of the highest priority for this nation, the Prime Minister is putting at risk our trade agreement with the European Union due to the diplomatic ineptitude on the recent nuclear subs decision. Labor knows that achieving genuine trade diversification will require a long-term whole-of-government commitment and a plan. Every portfolio in government should be thinking about what it can do to contribute to a national effort to diversify what we export and where we export goods and services to. In health and finance, for example, Australia has a remarkable capability that is already exported, but much more can be done. Australia has $3.3 trillion of funds under management through our superannuation system. We have developed an industry that is envied around the world, and economies like Japan are looking for Australia for funds management expertise. Similarly, in health, Australia is expert in providing traditional and digital healthcare into remote areas, which will be replicated in the complex and challenging geography of Indonesia and its many islands, at a time when Indonesian healthcare companies are looking for internationally competitive health solutions. Labor is prepared to make that commitment and build that plan in conjunction with job-creating export industries to diversify our export economy. We would work with exporters to build relationships and secure the markets that Australian jobs depend on. Diversifying export markets is more than a photo op for a free trade signing ceremony. Unlike the Morrison-Joyce government, Labor knows that our relationships with our trading partners cannot be just set and forget. Signing a free trade agreement is the beginning of the story and not the end. In 2019, the Morrison government committed to a range of measures to secure Labor support for the Indonesian Comprehensive Economic Partnership, namely compelling JSCOT to review the way our country negotiates trade agreements, and I'm satisfied that the JSCOT treaty-making review has been completed well, and I thank all members of the committee for their hard work in undertaking this process. I call on the government to implement the remainder of these commitments, in particular those related to worker exploitation, as a matter of urgency. In relation to RCEP, unions and other civil society stakeholders have expressed concern regarding the potential for public regulation in the aged care sector to be constrained under RCEP. DFAT and Minister Tehan have confirmed that there are reservations in RCEP, like in any FTA, that allow Australia to regulate in the public interest, which includes for aged care or climate change action. The Minister for Trade has confirmed in writing to me that, quote, RCEP will not prevent or impair the implementation of any recommendation of the Aged Care Royal Commission. Furthermore, the Minister has confirmed that RCEP will not constrain the government from delivering the reforms of aged care in response to the Commission's final report. Indeed, Labor would not support any agreement which would inhibit the government's ability to implement in full the recommendations of the Royal Commission into aged care services. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank the senior officials and all the officials of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade and the Minister's Office for allowing them to be available to brief members of the Labor caucus over the course of this year in relation to the RCEP agreement. Acting Deputy Speaker, some final remarks on Myanmar, which as an ASEAN nation is a signatory to RCEP. Labor condemned the military coup of 1 February and the subsequent killings of thousands of civilians by the Tatmadaw and ongoing protests. This was a direct attack on Myanmar's ongoing democratic transition. We've since seen widespread arrests of politicians, activists and media representatives. These actions by the Tatmadaw are unacceptable, and the Myanmar security forces must cease their violence, ensure the right to peacefully protest and engage in dialogue with the people of Myanmar. On the 2nd of February, Labor called for the Australian government to review its military cooperation with the Tatmadaw, and over a month later this cooperation was suspended. We also called for targeted sanctions against those responsible for the coup. In April, Labor called on the government to provide visa pathways for at-risk Myanmar nationals to remain in Australia, and once again, a month later, the government said those on temporary visas could apply to extend their stay. But the Morrison government has still not implemented any additional targeted sanctions against those responsible for the coup and the human rights abuses we're witnessing in Myanmar. This is despite many of our like-minded partners taking strong actions against the coup. And this is also despite the government-chaired Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and Trade in June recommending sanctions against the Tatmadaw, and the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties in August embarrassingly having to remind the Morrison-Joyce government once again of the need to act. Labor members of the Treaties Committee worked very hard to finalise the final report, Report 196, in relation to RCEP to reflect stakeholder concerns on Myanmar. And I'd like to take a moment to thank Deputy Chair, the member for Wills, Senator Ayres, the member for Fremantle, Senator Ciccone, Senator Kitching and the member for Jagga for their tireless efforts on the committee, and to all other members of the committee for the work that they did in this regard. The J. Scott inquiry into RCEP recommended that the government continue to pursue the restoration of civilian democratic rule in Myanmar as a foreign policy priority, and considers making a declaration to this effect at the time of ratification. Now we have a situation where two government-led committees have recognised 3 times between them that there is a need for targeted sanctions against the coup leaders in Myanmar, but the Morrison government still refuses to act on this. I call on the government to act on the recommendations of the parliamentary committees it leads and prevent the impression from growing that Australia does not care for this ongoing crisis in our region. Australia must stand up for human rights. It is past time for the Prime Minister and Foreign Minister to act in support of Myanmar's democracy and to implement targeted sanctions and support the people and the development of democracy in Myanmar. It is important that Australia support ASEAN in its efforts to restore democracy to Myanmar to end the violent repression of its people. ASEAN itself has taken the important step of banning the military leadership of Myanmar from its upcoming regional summit. Consequently, the military have announced the release of 5,600 political prisoners held in custody because of their participation in protests against the military coup. It remains to be seen whether these prisoners will in fact all be released, but this is an important step by ASEAN and also by the military themselves. Deputy Speaker, I am pleased to stand here today to support the passage of the enabling legislation for the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. It is significant for ASEAN and of critical importance to our relationship with all the ASEAN nations in an increasingly contested region. Labor is the party of open trade. Our country's economy is as strong and vibrant as it is because of Labor government's acknowledgement that our future prosperity and security will only be found in the region. Our relationship with Southeast Asia and ASEAN is critical to this future. Rules-based trade, as contemplated by the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, is a vital component of a stable and prosperous region that is respectful of sovereignty. And with those words, Acting Deputy Speaker, I commend these bills to the House.
Thank you very much. Is the amendment seconded?
It is, Mr Deputy Speaker. I reserve my right to speak.
Thank you very much. The original question was that this bill now be read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Brand has moved as an amendment that all words after that be amended with a view to substituting other words. If it suits the House, I will state the question in the form that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak in favour of the second reading and start, I suppose, by saying I'm very proud to be speaking on this bill, and I hope to have the opportunity to speak on similar ones to this many more times for as long as I've got the honour to serve in this place, because free trade and pursuing a free trade agenda, export opportunities for this country, is one of the reasons that I've been inspired to want to serve in this place, because I think that trade with the rest of the world is vital to the continued success of our country, the continued growth of our economy, the continued increase in the number of jobs in our economy and the prosperity that that brings. And I'm certainly proud to be a part of a government that has such a strong history and plans for the future when it comes to expanding, improving our engagement with the world, particularly economically and particularly through free trade agreements. We know, of course, that we are looking, or we've already taken steps to pursue a free trade agreement with the United Kingdom, and I can commend Minister Birmingham and now Minister Tehan for the progress that is happening there. I hope it would be fantastic to see this country be one of, if not the first, nations to sign a free trade agreement with the United Kingdom now that they have exited their customs union with the rest of the remaining European Union. And of course, equally, it's been good to see progress with signing a free trade agreement with India. And there's still some work to be done there, and I might make some comments about India regarding RCEP later on in this address. But it's great to have such a forward-thinking agenda when it comes to pursuing free trade opportunities, and of course this bill is the culmination of a long process, but happy to be at this point now where we are making the legislative changes we need to bring into force the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement that we've signed with, of course, the 10 ASEAN nations, 4 other nations as well as Australia, being New Zealand, South Korea, Japan and China. Before I started a career, rightly or wrongly, in politics, I had the pleasure of working at an iconic Australian wool company, Michelle. It was certainly iconic in South Australia, I think nationally, and they're in their 151st year of operations, commencing in 1870 in a small mid-north town in South Australia. And for the 8 years that I worked in the wool industry, it was a pleasure to have the opportunity of travelling to most of the countries that are covered by this agreement. Of course, the wool industry is one of the industries that undoubtedly built this nation, probably the first major industry since European settlement in Australia, and of course not just in the early days but particularly in the 50s and 60s. It was one of the, and sometimes the largest, export commodity industry in the nation, and of course at times when before the petrochemical textile products that we now see dominating the sector, really cotton and wool made up the vast majority of fibres that were used in apparel textiles, but also more broadly in the textile industry. And though wool doesn't have the same volume that it had decades ago from a quality point of view, I think no one would dispute particularly Australian merino wool and products made from Australian merino wool, like the suit I'm in right now, are some of the best fabrics and the best textiles in the world. And Australia, of course, is renowned for its particularly superfine, high-quality merino wool for apparels, particularly in weaving. Michelle was a company that operated right through the wool supply chain, from early-stage fibre processing, scouring and carbonising, right up through combing, superwashing for shrink-resistant spinning, knitting and even cut and sew. So when I worked at that company starting as the commercial manager, then general manager in the textile division, I had the opportunity to work in a part of the business that was 100% export, and our supply chain was right throughout Asia and Southeast Asia in particular. And so I had a lot of experience with the issues that are going to be addressed from the changes that are made thanks to this agreement. This agreement I also see very much as a foundation, and other speakers so far have mentioned that this is something we can build on. Obviously, the nations that it covers are very important economically already to us. I think they're 9 of our 15 most substantial trading partners are in this agreement. And clearly, although we have other free trade agreements bilaterally with some of the nations in this, it is a good thing to bring them all together into a group of 15, because it provides an opportunity for that group to pursue and make common changes in the interests of free trade, trade liberalisation and increasing the economic activity within the member nations of the agreement. For a country of 25 million people that's as wealthy as we are, we know that that comes from the fact that we export and that we make our money not just through the economy here within Australia, but most particularly on top of that, and our additional wealth comes from our ability to export and sell to a market well beyond the 25 million Australians that we have here. Free trade is a great thing because the economic opportunities are clear and obvious. For a nation like Australia, that means jobs, that means a higher national income. It's also very important for the peace and harmony of the planet. I mean, trade restrictions have led to some of the most significant global conflicts for thousands of years. And if we can be more integrated economically, if we can rely on each other and need each other economically, if we can sell the things that we make the best or the services that we produce the best to the other nations of the world, and equally we buy the best that they have got to offer, the more integration between economies, the less likely we are to have conflict. And so that's a very happy additional benefit of free trade, is not just the economic dividend but the peace and security dividend of us being interconnected. And if we think of the nations that are captured within this agreement, of course, the more engagement and depth of economic ties and harmony between those nations that are all on our doorstep and in our region, the better that's going to be economically and from a security point of view. I note that India were initially a part of negotiations when it came to RCEP, and they made the decision a few years ago that they would not progress with the other nations involved towards the agreement which has now been reached and which we are now putting in place through this legislation, and the other nations are doing similar things to implement it for them. That is a disappointment, but hopefully in the short term, hopefully temporarily, because I know that there is goodwill amongst the other 14 nations, like there is from Australia, to see and welcome India into this agreement as soon as they're ready to, and as soon as we can come to appropriate terms with them, for them to have a part of this new structure that works for India and for the other existing nations that are members. Because India is very much a disappointing omission from this group of nations. I think if we had the Indian economy within this agreement, then it would be a very much truly Asian agreement with lots of scope for other nations on the periphery of ASEAN, to be sure, but the Indian economy is the largest economy in the region that is not represented in it. And I think that if this is a foundation that we can build on, one of the things that we want to do, of course, is to progress their membership once they are equally open to negotiating it. In the meantime, as I mentioned at the beginning of my remarks, of course, we as a nation are pursuing bilaterally a free trade agreement with India, and success there, whether it's first comes through bilateral agreement or via the RCEP mechanism. Either way, I'm very passionate about seeing a much more significant trade relationship between Australia and India, which will come if we have a free trade agreement of some sort with India. There's also opportunity to deepen the terms of the RCEP. We have bilateral free trade agreements with other nations in the agreement already, of course. We have them with Japan, Korea, China, Indonesia and other ASEAN nations, and of course our economic zone with New Zealand is probably the most liberal trading arrangement we've got with any nation on the planet. And so I accept and concede that some elements of this agreement don't go as far as some of the other bilateral agreements that we have in place, but that wasn't necessarily what any of the parties were seeking at this stage. But I think we should have the ambition to work towards that in the years that come, because I think if we can create some trust and goodwill through implementing what we've agreed on, all the 15 nations, and we can have a mechanism to be engaging through this process regularly on ways to further liberalise the trade and investment relationship between the member nations, then that will be a good thing. Australia's future is clearly in trade and continuing to pursue export opportunities and continuing to seek every opportunity we can find to reduce barriers to trade and investment between us and other nations of the world, but particularly those in our region. And the RCEP group of countries, of course, are very much in our region. So I think this is an exciting time to be debating this bill and to ratify it with some of the challenges but also opportunities, particularly in export markets in the years ahead. It's timely that we are debating it now and hopefully passing it through this chamber and this parliament so that it can progress to be fully implemented, not just here but amongst the other 14 member nations. And I look forward to the opportunities that this free trade agreement is going to provide to businesses in my own electorate of Sturt, but also right across Australia. Whether we like it or not, our future is going to be in much further integrating our supply chains and businesses across nations working together to create wealth and create jobs. This agreement is going to lead to that, and I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the member. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Fremantle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm glad to make some remarks about these bills that implement commitments that Australia has made under the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, to say some things about what the RCEP is and what it isn't. We are a trading nation, and our trade relations are incredibly important to our own social and economic and environmental well-being, also to the way that we engage with the wider world. And this is a key agreement in relation to our engagement with the Indo-Pacific. As a trading nation, I sometimes feel that in the parliament and perhaps also in the wider public domain, our conversation around trade can be simplistic and can fail to engage with some of the details and the nuances of trade, and particularly with trade agreement making. And I reflect on the contribution that the member for Brand, the Shadow Minister for Trade, made earlier. It was an excellent overview, not just of this agreement, but of trade agreement making and some of the things that are caught up in that process and that are important for Australians to consider. This agreement is a plurilateral trade agreement. It's the world's largest in terms of the economic coverage. As the previous speaker, the member for Sturt, said, it picks up the 10 ASEAN nations. It is effectively an ASEAN-led plurilateral agreement, which is significant in itself. And in addition to picking up Australia, it covers China, Japan, the Republic of Korea and New Zealand. It is a shame that India isn't part of it, and from Australia's point of view, the inclusion of India would have been meaningful in expanding sort of access to markets. As I'll talk about a little bit later on, the reality of this agreement is it doesn't give us access to markets to any greater degree than we already have, because we have existing agreements, in some cases several agreements, with all of the countries that are covered by RCEP. It follows not too far on the heels of the Comprehensive and Progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership, another plurilateral. Why are we seeing these plurilateral agreements? Well, we're seeing them follow on from a period in which Australia and other nations went pretty hard in trying to settle bilateral trade agreements, and I think to some degree saw the limitations in just having a somewhat messy and complex set of separate bilateral arrangements. Why did we have a period when we were going down that bilateral path? Well, that's because the multilateral system, the system that was put in place under the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, and through its successor, the World Trade Organization, has really run out of steam. And the best indication of that is that the Doha round commenced in 2001 and hasn't completed yet, 20 years later. The WTO, unfortunately, as the sort of the multilateral architecture for international trade, has really lost its sting. There's been a significant deterioration in cooperative spirit, participation, and the practical effect of what should be an effective multilateral trading system. So we get to these plurilaterals. We've had the CPTPP. Now we have the RCEP. Australia should pursue those. Labor has always thought that multilateral system is the best system because it's the widest coverage. If you can't get that, then there's certainly some benefit in plurilateral arrangements like the RCEP. They're better than having a welter of bilateral trade and investment agreements. When we enter into them, in the interests of the Australian people, we should be looking to achieve trade and investment arrangements that are more fair, responsible and sustainable, as well as more free, to overcome barriers that affect Australian producers, both when it comes to tariffs and when it comes to non-tariff barriers. We should be seeking agreements that harmonise arrangements and avoid what's called the noodle bowl problem, and that's what I was hinting at when I describe a sort of welter of bilateral trade agreements. It's very difficult for business, particularly for small and medium enterprises, when they are trying to expand into a range of markets, and each of those markets is covered by a separate bilateral, and the kinds of things that they need to conform to in order to have the benefit of those trade agreements changes all the time, and it becomes difficult to manage and difficult to comply with. That's what is meant when trade analysts or experts refer to as the noodle bowl problem, and sometimes through plurilateral arrangements you can help clean that up. We should also be trying to get into agreements that draw nations together in genuine commitments to ensure that economic activity doesn't compromise our environment and doesn't compromise workers' rights and human rights. And I'll come back to that in terms of the RCEP, because certainly there's a big difference between the CPTPP in that regard and the RCEP. So the RCEP has value as a framework, as a mechanism for drawing the participant countries into closer collaboration, and particularly when it comes to integrating the Indo-Pacific economically. In terms of its actual pure economic benefits, they're not that great. The reality is that even when fully matured, the RCEP would only provide tariff-free access that is equivalent to 94% of what we currently have. So if we were to get rid of all the agreements that exist with the other 14 nations, if we just click our fingers and make them all disappear and rely on the RCEP, we would straight away be going down to 86% of the existing tariff-free coverage, and even fully matured, we'd only have 94% of the existing tariff-free coverage. That's just where the negotiations ended up. The economic value to Australia is apparently going to be in what's called value chain improvements, because some of the tariff arrangements between other countries, not between ourselves and the other 14 nations, but between those nations themselves, provide the potential for economic benefits to Australian producers that are contributing into what is a multinational productive chain. Those value chain improvements aren't hard to understand in concept, they are hard to quantify, and there was nothing to the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties that could be provided to really get down to the nitty-gritty of what those value chain improvements might be. And of course, as it currently stands, through our treaty-making process, we don't have any independent economic analysis. We should, but we don't. So it's very difficult to see what the precise benefit of agreements like the RCEP would be. The RCEP could fix, but doesn't fix the noodle bowl problem, and that's related to what I've just said. We can't go and get rid of the existing bilaterals, because it would actually put our producers in a worse position than they're currently in. So we need to keep all of those bilaterals, or most of those bilaterals, and some other arrangements, ASEAN plus arrangements, for their tariff benefit. So unfortunately, the potential to use the RCEP to alleviate some of those noodle bowl problems can't exist. The Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry actually made an argument to the JSCOT that the RCEP would only be beneficial if Australia wouldn't now go and, in their words, start to clean out the agreements from underneath it. But as I say, that would have impacts in reducing the amount of tariff-free access that Australian companies currently have under those pre-existing agreements. And just to give you an example, Australia actually has 5 separate trade and/or investment agreements with Malaysia afoot. So imagine if you're a company seeking to expand and to trade into Malaysia for the first time, which of the 5 would you be using? Unfortunately, RCEP doesn't include any commitments when it comes to nations' approach to environmental protection and workplace rights and human rights. The CPTPP did, RCEP didn't, because even though when negotiations commenced back in 2012, Australia put that on the table and pushed for that, the other nations, the nations in ASEAN in particular, were not interested in including that, and that's a shame. I mean, it is possible. There's mechanisms by which the RCEP can evolve, and Australia should continue to be using our diplomatic leverage and our trade leverage to push for those things to be included in time to come, because they are important. There's no ISDS in the RCEP, and that's welcome. That's probably not because Australia is resistant to it. The present government's quite happy with ISDS. It was actually the case that other participant nations didn't want that. We've discussed in this place before at length the fact that ISDS, an international tribunal system, does potentially give companies rights to sue the Australian government in relation to our own public policy, and I don't understand why we ever give away our sovereignty in that respect. It does put us at risk. We saw that with Philip Morris and the plain packaging case. There is a question mark over some areas of the Australian economy, care service industries, aged care in particular, in relation to reforms that we might seek to make in future. Now, that was explored a lot by the JSCOT, and we were given reassurances that nothing in the RCEP would compromise Australia's ability to make those kind of rules. Unfortunately, however, in the section of the RCEP where Australia lodged particular reservations, we lodged a particular reservation in relation to childcare. So we lodged a specific reservation saying Australia will always maintain the ability to regulate with respect to childcare, notwithstanding anything in the RCEP. But there was no similar reservation for aged care. And understandably, that raises the question of why. I mean, why childcare and not aged care? There's nothing in the RCEP in terms of dispute resolution or remediation that really is any different to what's in the WTO, and I think that's something we should all reflect on. The member for Brand sort of talked about the way the government will say, oh, here's this new U-Butte trade agreement, tick, put it on the shelf. I mean, let's just remember all of our own recent experience of geo-economic coercion involving China. The government told us how good the free trade agreement was with China. This is a plurilateral agreement that includes China. How much has that bilateral agreement helped us in relation to some of the actions that have been taken in relation to Australian producers and trade over the last couple of years? And does anyone think that the RCEP is going to change that? If they do, they're not too bright. We did hear through the J. Scott inquiry a list of the same kind of concerns and shortcomings that really apply to our existing trade-making process, and the member for Brand, the Shadow Minister for Trade, talked about that, and I do encourage members of the community and members in this place, if they're interested, to go and look at Report 193. It's an unusual report in the work of the J. Scott because it's not a report on an international agreement, which is most of the diet of the J. Scott. It's a standalone report on the trade agreement making process itself. And as someone who's been fortunate to be a member of the J. Scott since I was elected in 2016, I think it was a really worthwhile exercise, and the report was delivered on a genuinely bipartisan basis, and it makes some key recommendations about how we can improve trade agreement making. The J. Scott itself was introduced in recognition that there was what was called at the time a democratic deficit when it comes to the way the Australian government enters into international agreements, because but for the J. Scott, there is literally no involvement of the Parliament in those agreements, other than when we get what we're now dealing with here, enabling legislation. But it puts the Parliament in a very difficult position when we're dealing with enabling legislation that has been committed to by the Executive in a trade agreement that's already been signed. That's why the J. Scott should, in my view, be enabled to have more to do with the making of these agreements than it currently does. The J. Scott only sees these agreements now once they've been signed. So the recommendations of that report 193, do include improved transparency, that the government publish negotiation aims and objectives in advance, that both the community and the Parliament gets to see that, that the J. Scott be briefed biannually, not just on agreements that are close to being settled, but those that are in process, that the government also looks to deliver greater stakeholder engagement through the use of non-disclosure agreements, so that there's midstream engagement, and of course that there's independent economic modelling. I'll just finish my remarks by thanking again especially the civil society participants in the treaty-making process in this case, and generally the labour movement, organisations like AFTINET and others. They make a huge difference. They do all that without any specific funding to do it. They do it in the best interests of Australia as a whole. They raise really important issues, and without what they do, we would end up with much lower quality agreements than we get. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Ford.
Well, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise and speak on these two bills and effectively covering the RCEP agreement. Now, when I look at the speakers list, Mr Deputy Speaker, most of the speakers are in regional areas, and might ask the question why somebody from an outer suburban seat is speaking on a bill like this. Well, the reason is, Mr Deputy Speaker, like many in this chamber, I have businesses in my electorate that export across the world, but many of them into Asia. And I was interested in the comment that the member for Fremantle made around the veracity of agreements when governments of other persuasions decide to do something different that doesn't honour the agreement, and particularly in reference to China over the past couple of years. Like any agreement, it's only as good as the willingness of all the participants in that agreement to honour what's in that agreement. And that's where we've got to work very hard to ensure that we maintain those relationships and keep working on these agreements. I think
they're not something that we can sit on the shelf and say, well, yes, that's done, and that's all we're ever going to do with it. I think they need to be continually worked on, reviewed, and built upon. And I recognise, as the member for Fremantle and others have observed in this debate, that we already have a range of agreements across Asia. And in this building on that, sadly also adding to the complexity of some of these, our businesses need to make decisions as to how they're going to approach those markets. But it's still important that we look to engage with these countries as groups to build a framework that seeks to broaden the agreement across a wide range of countries where we're all working together for an economic outcome for not only ourselves as Australia, obviously that's our interest, but equally we want to see Asia continue to grow and prosper and develop. Because we know as that Asian middle class continues to grow and prosper and develop, that is where there are very, very significant opportunities for Australian business. And I know with businesses in my electorate, such as Frosty Boy or such as Tees Abattoirs, the work and the inroads they've already made into Asia over the past 5, 10, 15 years, whether it's stuff they're doing in Japan or in South Korea or Vietnam, China, other countries. The time and effort that companies like that have put into developing those markets, what I would hope that an agreement such as this does is reinforce their confidence of the investment they have made already into Asia and gives them the confidence to build on it and grow on it. Now, as I look at this agreement and the opportunities it provides, for me, as the member for Fremantle has outlined, it doesn't really add a lot to what we've already got in a range of bilateral agreements, but as I said, I believe it builds an additional level of confidence in those markets and across the region in addition to what we've already had. So as we move forward with these, I think we need to encourage our local businesses to take advantage of the opportunities that are presented with agreements such as this. And I know previously when I was on the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Committee several years ago, one of the inquiries we held was how do we encourage small to medium business to start to dip their toe into the export markets. Because whenever I talk to businesses in my electorate that are exporting, traditionally they are larger businesses that have the resources and the capital and the connections or the ability to build connections across the region to enter these export markets. But it's our small to medium businesses that we need to work with and encourage to build an export capacity. And that's where I'd like to see some more discussion around these agreements as to how we actually generate that. And I'm not convinced that that part of it or how well that is actually considered in the development of agreements. And I would hope that through this agreement it provides the opportunity for us to have a discussion with our small to medium business sector to give them the encouragement to step into that export market and take advantage of the opportunities that arise. And they arise because they're presently not in the market. Right? I agree with the member for Fremantle's comments that the big businesses are already there, they're already in that space, and probably there's not a huge amount of value to them in this particular agreement. But for our small to medium businesses, there may well be opportunities in here that don't presently exist. And that's where I would like to, and I will spend some time exploring that in my discussions with my local business community, whether it's plastic manufacturers that are developing new products for the agricultural sector. I have a plastics business that has developed a specific injector for avocado trees. but that might be applicable to other crops that are grown across Asia. It may be other products they're developing in terms of biodegradable plastics, or, as we've now seen, some of the technology we're developing around waste recycling. If I have a look at a company like Blocktex, the process they have developed to take linen and towels and put that through a special process to break it down to its constituent elements and resell those to put back into the supply chain. We know waste is a significant issue, and the recycling and reprocessing of waste is an immature industry, not just in Australia but across our region. So how do we use that opportunity to bring the technology that we're developing here in Australia into those markets in Asia as a result of this agreement? So I commend the government for the work that it's done to get this agreement to completion, and I recognise that it was started under a previous Labor government back in 2012. But I think any of these agreements have the opportunity, or create the opportunity, for our business sector to give them the confidence to dip a toe in the market of in the export market where they previously haven't done that, and that's certainly part of the discussion I'm having with my business sector. It is an enormous market opportunity for us, and far too often I think our business community looks to the US or to Europe. Maybe, in reality we're focused on China for far too long as a single market, but there are other opportunities right across the region, and as a result of this agreement we've now got opportunities in Brunei, Cambodia, Indonesia, Malaysia, Myanmar, Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam, Laos People's Democratic Republic, China, Japan, New Zealand and the Republic of Korea. It is another piece in the puzzle, a piece in our trade puzzle that should encourage small to medium businesses to look to export as a way to grow their business. And we also need, now as a result of this, to also look at how we provide access for small to medium business to access those markets, have the opportunity for them to have the access to capital needed, the access to people with the skills and ability to help them engage in these markets. But I think this is a great step in that direction, and I commend the bills to the House.
I thank the member. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Fenner.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Debates over trade have a long history in this place. At the time of Federation, New South Wales Premier George Reid, who ran the one free trading state, said that for his state, going into a federation with the question of tariffs to be decided later was like a reformed alcoholic setting up house with 5 drunkards, leaving the question of beverages to be decided by majority vote. In the early years of the Federation, my side of Parliament allowed members a free vote on questions of tariffs. But by 1905 we decided to join with Alfred Deakin's protectionists and Labor supported tariffs, as indeed did the Conservatives. Tariffs nearly doubled during the 1920s, the era of Smoot-Hawley, and by the late 1960s the Australian economy was, according to one analysis, the most protected economy in the advanced world. What Blackjack McEwen called protection all round meant that if you wanted to sell a product in Australia, then you either had to get an import licence or pay a tariff, which could often double the price of the product. And then along came Gough Whitlam. In 1973, Whitlam cut tariffs across the board by 25%. And he did so for a number of reasons. He thought that high tariffs had left Australian companies uncompetitive and unable to compete with the world. He thought the tariffs hurt consumers, and he thought that they hurt workers in developing nations who found it hard to sell their products to Australia. Crucially, Bob Hawke, as President of the Australian Council of Trade Unions, put out a statement cautiously welcoming the tariff cut and saying that protectionism had dulled the entrepreneurial spirit of Australian manufacturers and that we could never pursue enmeshment with Asia behind high tariff walls. It was the Hawke government and then the Keating government that continued to reduce Australian tariff barriers, largely not because we were doing so as part of a bilateral deal with another country, but recognising the wisdom of the great Cambridge economist Joan Robinson, that it's worth taking the rocks out of your own harbours, even if other countries aren't taking the rocks out of their harbours. By the early 1990s, we'd reduced Australian tariffs by 2/3 from where they were in the 1960s. And that benefited all Australians, put thousands of dollars in the pockets of the typical Australian households. But the people who benefited most were low-income Australians. We on this side of the House have long had the greatest scepticism about consumption taxes. We were very sceptical about the introduction of the GST and the effect that might have on inequality. It was Labor that pushed for carve-outs from the GST. And it's for the very same reason that Labor supported tariff cuts through the 1980s and 1990s. Because tariffs are consumption taxes on imports, and they're regressive in the same way that the GST is regressive. And so as we've steadily brought down tariffs on clothes and cars, all Australian consumers have benefited. But as a share of income, low-income consumers have benefited the most. And for economists, trade is just another example of how comparative advantage works. And just as most of us don't fix our own cars, most of us don't cut our own hair, well, not unless we're in lockdown, and most of us don't make our own clothes, so too Australia benefits as a nation that has just 0.3% of the world's population from focusing on what we do best, on importing other goods that we need. Trade has made us more prosperous than we would otherwise be. And it's also opened up huge consumption possibilities. One study of trade liberalisation in the United States found the number of product varieties tripled from the 1970s to the 2000s. If you look through a large supermarket, you might feel as though you're hit by the paradox of choice. But if you're a collector, if you love unusual cars, or if you're a hobbyist, you've benefited from the reduction in trade barriers. It's not just bringing down the average tariff, which we've done, but it's the way in which a lower average tariff brings more products into the markets. And when we think about the employment effects, we have to remember that for many workers, their jobs are significantly enhanced by working using equipment that's been imported. If you're a farmer, you benefit from imported fertiliser. If you're an office worker, you benefit from imported computers. If you're a factory worker, you benefit from imported factory machinery. If you're a truckie, you're certainly driving an imported truck, and that's making you much more productive. And indeed, many of our export-oriented firms rely on imported capital equipment. Now, naturally, many have been concerned about the impact of trade on employment. But it is important to remember what's going on globally when we look at manufacturing. Global employment in manufacturing has peaked as a share of the workforce. And indeed, as a share of the workforce, manufacturing peaked in the Philippines in 1992, in China in 1995, in Mexico in 2000, in Indonesia in 2001, in India in 2012. So even in the countries where manufacturing dominates the workforce, it is falling as a share of employment. And the main reason for that can't be trade. if global manufacturing employment has peaked, it must be the case that this is a technology effect, which is why most of the studies that look at trade and technology say that about 4/5 of the job loss in manufacturing is delivered by trade. You only have to look at the factories of the future to see that many of them are far more capital intensive than factories of the past. There are many good jobs in manufacturing, and there are many great employment opportunities in manufacturing for Australia. But it is vital that when we look at what's happened in manufacturing employment, that we recognise that the chief impact on employment is coming through technology rather than trade. Australians hold warm views about trade. We're much more positive about trade than people in most other advanced countries. 59% of Americans say trade is bad when it comes to creating jobs in their economy. Only 35% of Australians think trade is bad for jobs. 67% agree that international trade is good for their own standard of living and for the Australian economy. 61% say it's good for Australian companies. 62% agree that Australia's trading future lies with Asia. But it is increasingly true that trade negotiations are taking place on a plurilateral rather than a multilateral basis. You look at that post-war achievements of the GATT and then its success of the WTO. They struck 8 global trading deals: 1947, 1949, 1951, 1956, 1962, 1967, 1979, 1994. And then it stopped, partly because global trade deals had brought down tariffs from 22% to 5%, partly also because developing countries were better represented, and so an all-in trade agreement became harder to achieve. So now we're in the world of plurilateral or bilateral deals. Australia has bilateral deals with all of the countries that are members of RCEP. Those bilateral deals can be helpful, but it's important to remember that the more countries that are in a trade agreement, the less likely it is to be trade diverting, the less likely it is to suffer from what Jagdish Bhagwati called the spaghetti bowl effect. And the more likely it is, with a large trade agreement, that you're able to get broad-based trade liberalisation rather than trade diversion. Trade diversion can be particularly harmful because many products now aren't made in one country, they're made in the world. Multinational supply chains tend to span borders, and so these broad deals ensure that Australia can be part of those multilateral supply deals. And we need to make sure that we have better scrutiny of trade deals. There's nothing globophobic about opposing trade deals whose costs outweigh their benefits, whether that's costs in intellectual property, lengthening patent and copyright terms in a way that doesn't boost innovation, whether that's costs through investor-state dispute clauses that enable companies to sue governments and which are not part of RCEP, or whether that's costs in terms of migration agreements which don't serve the interests of Australian workers. So allowing the Productivity Commission to scrutinise trade deals would give Australians greater confidence that these deals were being struck in the interests of all Australians, and greater confidence that they hadn't been captured by insiders. I commend the work of my colleague, the member for Brand and Shadow Minister for Trade, in working constructively with the Labor movement and with the government to secure a number of key agreements. We've received assurances that RCEP and the enabling legislation won't remove Australia's capacity to protect local jobs through the regulation of temporary work, that they won't inhibit the government's ability to implement in full the recommendations of the Royal Commission into aged care services, that they won't force the privatisation of public services, that they won't undermine Medicare or the pharmaceutical benefits scheme. And as I mentioned, RCEP doesn't include investor-state dispute settlement provisions. But it is clearly in Australia's interest to support what will be the world's largest trading bloc. This RCEP agreement covers nearly a third of the world's population, nearly a third of global GDP. It'll be bigger than the European Union and bigger than NAFTA. It covers 58% of Australia's total two-way trade. It is an agreement with Australia's key trading partners. The members of RCEP are not overall democracies. In this sense, this is a different trade deal than we would be striking in our negotiations with the European Union or the United States or the United Kingdom. But it is worth ensuring that we've liberalised trade at the same time. This is a foundation agreement, one which has the potential to act as a platform for reducing trade barriers. But it will rely on the hard work of the Australian government. We saw the promises of APEC in the late 1990s to secure zero tariffs from developed countries by 2000 and from developing countries by 2020. Well, that promise didn't eventuate. So it's important that we have follow-through from the government on this trade agreement. Australia needs to ensure that we continue reducing those tariff barriers because so many Australian jobs are tied up with exporting industries. Exporters that employ more Australians, that do more research and development, that pay higher wages. It is in the interest of Australian workers and Australian consumers for us to continue down the path of trade liberalisation. And I finish with the words of the late Senator Peter Cook, for whom I had the privilege to work in the late 1990s. He said, quote, "I am a strong supporter of free trade. Not fair trade, free trade. Naturally, free trade in itself will not solve the world's problems. Governments can and must play a strong role in ensuring that opportunities are fairly distributed to everyone. This is why I will always be a social democrat. And like the late Senator Cook, I will always be a social democrat. That is why I believe in trade liberalisation, why I strongly support trade agreements like RCEP. But because I'm a free trader, I also believe in a strong social safety net. And only Labor can ensure the benefits of trade are fairly distributed and that no one is left behind as we enjoy the gains in prosperity that can come from broad-based trade liberalisation and trading with the Asian region.
I thank the member for Fenner. The question is the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Nichols.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. And this bill, or these two bills, give many members in the House the opportunity to rise to talk about the way that this nation, Australia, has been able to forge an incredible reputation for itself as a trading nation. And as the previous member has stated, how we have excised ourselves away from the protectionism that we had in place through the 60s and 70s, and certainly opened up to the world, and certainly opened up to China, and opened up to many other Asian countries. Many of those countries are represented in the RCEP agreement, and it's great that we continue to hone these agreements in ways that are going to give our exporters access to lower tariffs, favourable arrangements, when they can prove that that the goods that they are trading are in fact originating goods and goods that have solely come from any of these 14 countries. The work that we do with the work that we have done in recent years with China, with the CHAFTA agreement, and Japan and Korea with the JAPTA and the CAFTA, they have been substantial agreements, and they have continued over the years to give our exporters more favourable and more favourable opportunities as the years go on, and that's effectively how our trading reputation, how our trading situation has got to where we are at the moment. Just in agriculture, we talk about a nation that can grow enough food for 75 million people, and this year is certainly going to be a bumper year with our grain harvest, our dairy production, our fruit harvests, all of these companies that exist within the Goulburn Valley. Many of them have very, very strong markets overseas, and the need for us to have world-leading trade agreements is absolutely paramount for their success. As you would also be aware, we've only just recently signed the UK trade agreement, a brand new agreement that we've been working on as England was exiting itself from the European Union. And over the last 4 or 5 years, we have been working extensively with the European Union to try and bring about a free trade agreement with that bloc of nations as well. And as you can understand, it's taken an awful amount of time and negotiation, but if we are able to land a free trade agreement with the whole European Union, it would certainly, I think, give Australia its third biggest trading bloc if we were able to bring that one through. In the Goulburn Valley, within my electorate, we have companies such as Unilever, who have a base at Tatura. SPC is an iconic Shepparton preserving company factory. Campbell Soups, Freedom Foods, Saputo, Parmalat, Bega, Kagome tomatoes. We have canola refineries that making canola oil, sending that off overseas, based in Numurkah. Fonterra, Kai Valley Dairy. It is incredible how many food and dairy processing plants that we have within the Goulburn Valley, and nearly all of them are reliant upon strong and robust trade agreements. A phrase that has come to the fore of trade negotiation and trade speak recently is a rules-based order. And unfortunately, the reason why we talk so much about a rules-based order is because we do, in fact, come up against some countries, one in particular, that tends to shy away from some of the rules that are in place. So we do, in fact, need to have these very, very strict and very, very tight rules that will give our exporters the confidence they need, give them the comfort that they need so that they can, in fact, plan for their futures in a way that when fruit that hits the wharf in another country, we know that it's going to be accepted. If the food and the processed food is of a high quality, well, we expect it to be accepted. We expect the financials to be reciprocated. But we do, in fact, have a range of issues with that, and certainly we just have to continually stress the importance of a rules-based order when it comes to our trade. We will see with these bills that we are dealing with here today, we will see the honing down of this term, which is an RCEP originating good, and that's going to give our traders that extra incentive as the preferential rates for the customs duties are brought into effect, and that's going to be a significant saving for our exporters. As the previous speaker also spoke about, we have been through an enormous change in the last 50 years in relation to trade, and how it has impacted significantly our standard of living and the way we go about doing things here in Australia. Unfortunately, in the last decade, we have lost the motor vehicle industry, but prior to that, we had an incredibly prosperous motor vehicle industry. And we've also lost a whole range of other industries, like with our wool. Unfortunately, we've got the situation in Australia where we produce about 95% of the world's fine wool, but we send 95% of that fine wool over to China, where it is processed and turned into, sent around the world as a processed yarn, and we buy back very, very expensive Italian suits with our own produce. But this is some of the challenges that are now facing us. Are we able to go back in and put our toe back in the water in relation to some of the processing and some of the manufacturing jobs and industries that we have let go over the years? Are we able to go back and reinvigorate some of these manufacturing industries that are going to give us that opportunity to value add and get a far better slice out of all of this food and fibre that we produce here in Australia? I think, Deputy Speaker, if we can continue to hone our agreements that we have in place, build on new ones. There are many of the agreements that we have, such as the Comprehensive and Progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership that we have with another 11 or 12 trading nations there. They are looking to have, there are other countries looking to come in and join the CPTPP, and that will again give us greater access under different arrangements as well. But it's a very, very bright time for Australia, and I want to commend the work that Minister Birmingham did in his portfolio when he had this portfolio, and now Minister Tian takes over the mantle. It's a very, very exciting time for Australia, and we have this incredible opportunity as more and more countries look to get hold of our high-quality exports as they themselves move from being these developing nations move into the middle class. And I think Australia has much to benefit from if we embrace the trade opportunities that are available. But as I said earlier, it is critically important that we have the safety net of these rules-based trading agreements, because we just simply cannot afford to get overexposed, which we probably already are, overexposed to some nations that then refuse to follow through with the agreements, the original agreements that have been in place for a number of years. Look forward very much in the next short while for us to finalise the deal with the European Union, to have those 26, 27 countries to come on board with that pact. Will also open up an incredible opportunity for many of our major industries, and that's something that I think will again really add to our GDP, but will also add to our quality of life if we're able to create a whole range of new markets of substantial populations that exist throughout Europe. So, Acting Speaker, I look forward for these bills going through the House. I look forward to the opportunity for us to continue to put new trade agreements in place, improve the ones that we already have, and making sure that into the future there is going to be great opportunities for us both to import, but in this instance effectively to create that export markets that we have done so well with to date, and I think in the future we look like we'll be able to do that even more so with improved arrangements such as we're talking about here in this bill. Thank you.
I thank the member for Nichols. The question is the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, what a Liberal Labor trickle-down love-in this whole debate has been. Been treated to a whole evening of evidence-free neoliberal liturgy. Trust us, pass this free trade agreement, manna will fall from the heaven. We can't tell you how much, even though we've got Treasury Department and modelling coming out the wazoo. We can't actually point to a single dollar that it'll benefit for you, but trust us, this is wonderful, sign it away, there's all upsides and no downsides. Liberal and Labor have even been competing for ownership of trickle-down economics. We even had one Labor MP get up and say, not only was this our idea, but we're the Labor Party and you should support us because we're for free trade, not fair trade. We had the Labor Party getting up in here and saying we are not for fair trade. That's why you should support this agreement. Well, what absolute rot. What absolute rot. This agreement, it's no wonder it is being pushed through with only a few speakers, because even the most moderate of pushes on this House of Cards tumbles it down. Because this is not a free trade agreement. What this is another one of those things that countries sign up to trade away sovereignty and give corporations greater rights to influence public services and how governments act. We actually already have free trade agreements with most of the countries that are covered by this deal, by this legislation. Right? That is why there is actually no benefit that can be pointed to from signing this, because the countries that are part of this are already, by and large, covered by free trade agreements. What this does is give corporations in those countries additional rights to come in and interfere with what the Australian government might want to do for the Australian people. And it's critical to understand how this works. At the moment in this country, governments, because people demand it, do things like invest in the public sector, invest in childcare, invest in aged care. What we also do is then put in place protections around those services, because people here expect those protections. What this legislation does is say, well, apart from a few things that the government has bothered to exempt, basically you're not allowed to increase protections in other fields anymore. Corporations from overseas could come and attack you and sue you for taking steps to lift the welfare of your population. That's what this legislation does. And you know this because the government has carved out exceptions for some areas, but there are others that it hasn't. And one of those is aged care. Now, after the Royal Commission, we have seen with crystal clarity what happens when we don't regulate the aged care sector enough, and when we hand over the care of our older people to billionaires who are more interested in driving Maseratis and paying executive bonuses than looking after people. We have seen that privatisation of aged care has been a mistake, and that looking after our older people should be done for care and the public good, not for profit. Because if they try and do it for profit, then they are trying to they squeeze money by denying people care. And we have seen what happens when people go into some of those aged care institutions, and it was so bad that we had a Royal Commission into it. And we've been told, as part of that, what we've got to do is regulate the sector better. The Greens think we should unwind privatisation and end privatisation, the for-profit nature of the sector, and just run it for the public good. But we've been told that we've got to regulate better. This legislation impinges on and potentially removes our right to do that. And the government has been called out, and submission after submission to the Senate inquiry said we are opening the door to unscrupulous big corporations based overseas who we can't regulate to come in and own parts of our aged care sector, and we would be powerless to lift the standards in our aged care sector. Even if it's not overseas corporations coming in, we may be prevented from doing it anyway. And it's not just aged care, it's other areas as well. One of the areas that has not been preserved by the government is environmental services. And what does that mean? Well, we don't know, but it could mean It could mean that if we have a change of government, kick this mob out, put the Greens in balance of power, push the next government to start taxing the billionaires and investing in renewables, it could mean that if future governments start to put in place regulations to reduce emissions, or to say we want to grow publicly owned renewable sector, that overseas corporations could come in and say, oh no, you're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to do that. You just signed up to this deal and you forgot to carve out that particular thing and protect that particular thing, so I'm sorry, your regulations are frozen in time as they are now. So another way of saying this is that this deal binds future parliaments and stops them improving regulations for the welfare of the people of this country. And this has happened time after time after time. Because what these agreements do is give corporations, big corporations, greater rights to sue governments. And they also carve out and weaken big holes in our labour laws in this country. It should be a basic principle that no matter where you come from or what kind of visa you're on, local rates and conditions apply. Right? You can't carve out exceptions to our labour laws. Local rates and conditions apply, and if governments want to say in particular sectors you have to advertise locally first, they should be able to do it. And if you're coming in, working here, local standards should apply as well. So everyone who comes in, they meet the Australian standards. These free trade agreements that are getting the big rubber stamp and get frozen in time by this legislation carve out huge loopholes in that. Loopholes big enough to fly plane loads of exploited overseas workers through. And that is terrible for those workers because they're just doing the right thing by themselves and their family. They see an opportunity to come and work in Australia. And in many respects, we should encourage that. But it should be on the basis of people getting to come in to fill jobs where we haven't been able to get people locally. But then when they're here, they get local wages and conditions and they've got pathways to permanent residency. But instead, what all the free trade agreements have done has said, well, no, we're going to carve out certain categories where labour market testing, where local standards that you might expect of your electrician, for example, don't have to be applied to people who come through. And instead of closing these loopholes, Labor and Liberal are freezing them. Now, this agreement contains no what is called a labour chapter. It doesn't contain a chapter protecting labour rights and advancing labour rights. Now, you might say, as someone on the Labor side did, well, look, we tried to get one in, we couldn't do it, and that would have been great if we got it in because we could have taken a step forward, but it's not like anything bad is going to happen because there's no labour chapter. At least we're not going backwards. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Because this is a deal with countries that we know have forced labour. And we know that because we hear when it suits the government for them to get up and talk about the Chinese government's oppression of the Uyghurs and forced labour camps. Like they'll rattle the sabre around for Donald Trump when it suited them to do that and say, we've got to take that on. But then they go and sign a deal with countries that engage in forced labour practices and then say the Australian government can't regulate to protect Australian businesses from competing against them. In other words, this is going to be forcing Australian businesses to have to compete for jobs with countries that we know engage in forced labour practices and engage in other forms of human rights abuses. So it's putting Australian corporations at a disadvantage and it's tying a future government's hands from being able to regulate it because regulations get frozen in time. And the icing on the cake, at a time when there has been a military coup in Myanmar and a junta in charge, and the United States saying, hey, hang on, we need to bring significant pressure, including economic pressure, to bear on this country, the Australian government is saying, let's go and sign a deal with them. Let's go and sign a trade deal with Myanmar. and the junta that is there. Well, no. No. That gives them the biggest endorsement you could imagine. When the Australian government says, yeah, we are going to sign up to them, all of these words from Liberal and Labor about protecting human rights vanish into nothing, because it is clear the dollar speaks the loudest. The big corporations who want to undermine our ability to regulate, to protect our citizens and people who live here. The other countries in the world who don't have the same standards that we and workers have been able to secure here. Now this government and Labor is saying, well, we don't believe in fair trade, we believe in free trade, and you're going to have to be forced to compete with them. And if they've got lower standards than we do in Australia, well, I'm sorry, it's just bad luck. And any future government that wants to try and mend it by lifting the standards is going to find themselves potentially at a huge disadvantage. You would imagine, given all the downsides, that the government and Labor, who want this legislation rushed through, would be coming here with a whole list of upsides. They'd be saying, well, this industry over here is going to benefit by $3 billion, that one over there is going to benefit by 5, that one over there is going to benefit by 6, so yeah, there's trade-offs, but it's worth it. You'd imagine they might say that. Nothing. Not a sausage. Why? You just look. You just look. Well, because this is a facade. That's why. This is a facade that is designed to give corporations greater rights than governments and to put Australian companies and workers at a disadvantage. But you just need to look at the government's own words in the regulatory impact statement. You know, you would imagine they would be trumpeting this in the documents that accompany it, but no. Given the relative quality of Australia's existing FTAs with RCEP parties, including the CPTPP, we do not expect RCEP goods market access commitments to provide Australia with additional market access with our current FTA partners. That's the national interest analysis. No additional market access. No additional market access. This is what the government's saying. And they say, well, it's not really going to help with tariffs because under our FTAs, they say, I'm quoting, Australia will have already eliminated tariffs on imports from all RCEP parties by 1st of April 2021. So it's not going to help with tariffs. Well, the national interest analysis goes on. There's no costs in losses of tariff revenue for Australia associated with entry into force of the RCEP, as under existing FTAs, Australia will have already eliminated tariffs on imports from all RCEP parties by 1 April 2021. Not a single dollar. Not a single dollar of benefit to Australia under the government's own national interest analysis. And it's not surprising. It's not just been the Greens and working groups and international groups who've called out this sham. It's not often you get the Greens and the Productivity Commission on the same page. But what the Productivity Commission has said is that we keep signing up, Liberal and Labor, to these so-called free trade agreements with spurious promises of policy, of benefit to the country, but it's never quantified. Never quantified. And even the Productivity Commission has said, before signing up to these things, let's have an analysis of whether it's actually even going to benefit people at all. And when the government and Labor march in here, and the best they can say is to read from the national interest analysis from the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade and say there will be no additional market access, not one single dollar. But there's plenty of downsides. There's plenty of downsides and exposure for Australian corporations and workers when that is the best that the government can put on it, when the ability to regulate our aged care sector is at risk, when we are giving corporations the right to attack future governments because we are freezing in time protections, we should not support this legislation. And if Liberal and Labor want to engage in a competition to say, oh no, this is actually ours, this is actually ours, it tells you why we have seen so many protections eroded in this country over so many years.
I thank the member for Melbourne. The question is the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Mr Acting Speaker. And it's always good to follow on from the Australian Greens leader to put some rationality back into the debate. And I'm always encouraged, Mr Acting Speaker,
by the fact that many truck drivers who keep this nation moving listen into Parliament. And what they would have just heard then was 15 minutes of passionate debate, yes, but debate that would have discouraged them perhaps from thinking that the nation is going well ahead with trade, discourage them from doing the grand job that they do for and on behalf of this nation as moving goods around. And many of those goods are going to port. And of course, Australia is a trading nation, and we need those goods to go to port, to get on ships, to go to other nations so that they can also realise and reap in the benefits of our farmers, our resources and everything else that we put on those ships. And I'm always encouraged by the feedback I get from our truck drivers. They've done a magnificent job through COVID-19. The National Transport Code has been able to enable them to cross borders when others couldn't, has enabled them to continue ferrying goods right across this nation in a timely fashion, in often cases to get vital medical equipment to where it needs to be, particularly in regional Australia and especially in remote areas. As I said, Australia is a trading nation. It always has been. 1 in 5 Australian jobs is reliant on trade. And when the government and Labor gets on board with something, it must be right, it must be good. And when the Greens are against it, well, that must give it the big tick of approval. It must indeed. In regional areas, that number is closer to 1 in 4 jobs reliant on trade. Now, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, RCEP, is a free trade agreement, and aren't we lucky we've got those free trade agreements? And aren't we lucky we've got a Liberal Nationals government which has been forthright and progressive in making sure that we get even more FTAs signed up, more FTAs agreed upon. And this agreement, RCEP, is complementing and building upon Australia's existing FTAs with 14 other Indo-Pacific countries. That is a good thing. It is a modern and comprehensive, as the name suggests, free trade agreement covering trade in goods, trade in services. And sometimes when we talk about trade, we don't always think of or remember those many, many services that we do engage in with other countries. Of course, investment, economic and technical cooperation, and it creates new rules around electronic commerce, intellectual property, government procurement, competition and small and medium-sized enterprises. New rules for those areas of endeavour. RCEP negotiations were launched in November 2012 between the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, and includes Brunei, Cambodia, Indonesia, Laos, Malaysia, Myanmar, Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam, and ASEAN's FTA partners Australia, China, India, Japan, New Zealand and Republic of Korea. Now, even without India, RCEP will still be the world's largest FTA, and that is significant. And just a market snapshot about RCEP. The gross domestic product in Australian dollars, $35.19 trillion, covering 2.3 billion people. Indeed, trade with Australia at 2019 figures, $712.65 billion. They're big, big numbers. And we need these markets. We need these export opportunities. And that's why I know the member for Wannon, the now Trade Minister, and others before him on this side of the House, and I'll give a compliment of those indeed on the other side when they were in government, have endeavoured to do what's right in the national interest. A report released on the 31st of October 2017, 4 years ago, suggested that trade liberalisation has given Australians higher income and more job opportunities. This Centre for International Economics report provided the very real and convincing evidence about the benefits delivered by trade liberalisation in the period 1986 to 2016. The report found that average household income — now this, bear in mind, Mr Acting Deputy Speaker, was 2017. It at the time was $8,448 higher in 2016 than it would have been without trade liberalisation. And as it, of course, said, 1/5 of the workforce, 2.2 million Australians at the time, worked in trade-related activities. That was 2013-14, 1.6 million in export-related and 671,000 in import-related areas. So those figures are somewhat dated, and we know that what we've done in the meantime has only been good to bolster those figures. Has only been good to bolster the average incomes of Australians, and certainly Australians in trade-related enterprises. Real GDP 5.4% higher in 2016 than it would have been without trade liberalisation. Investment 11.7% higher. Real wages, and this is significant, and I know those opposite are always talking about real wages, 7.4% higher and prices 3.4% lower. And we know that when you have a Liberal Nationals government on the Treasury benches, that we're always going to be promoting trade, and that those sorts of figures for real wages and real job opportunities are always going to be higher with us in government. You know that. The report underscored the importance of Australia's long-term commitment to free trade. And, Mr Acting Speaker, you and I come from a party that has been very trade-focused. Indeed, Blackjack McEwen was a brave pioneer to go to markets after World War II, when at the time it was not popular, to go to Japan, to trade with that nation, and others since have followed on that fine tradition. And I know you and I are very proud of that fact in our parties, but we know too that regional Liberals very much rely on the trade, the opportunities, the market access that our policies certainly promote. Now, any move back to high tariffs and trade barriers would see job losses. We know that. Cuts in household consumption and falling living standards, according to the report. And the report that was put out in 2017, it was right then, as it is, of course, today in 2021. Now, since the CIE's modelling excludes services and investment and all liberalisation by trading partners, its estimates of the benefits of trade liberalisation are conservative. And so you can imagine the figures put in that report 4 years ago now, what they are indeed today. And as I say, we've finalised 8 FTAs since coming back into office. That is great. We have reached agreement in principle on a United Kingdom FTA, and we're pursuing, obviously, an FTA with the European Union. And that is encouraging for our farmers, for those truckies who are at the current point in time driving around those fantastic goods that your electorate, the fine electorate of Gippsland, which punches well above its weight when it comes to output, and indeed mine in the Riverina and Central West. Australia has FTAs with 8 of our top 10 trading partners. We have lifted our share of trade, and this is an important statistic, covered by FTAs from 26% to 70%. And, of course, we've got plans to grow it even further. Now, we delivered the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, a free trade agreement between Australia, Brunei, many other countries, including Vietnam, New Zealand, of course, our great friends across the ditch. It's the gold standard FTA in our region. And this particular trade agreement went into force in Australia on the 30th of December 2018. But this, the RCEP, being, of course, that modern, progressive partnership with 14 other nations in the Indo-Pacific, is going to cover all areas of a modern free trade agreement, including those difficult areas that sometimes are hard to negotiate between trade ministers. And aren't we lucky as a nation that we have the member for Wannon, a colleague of yours from Victoria, of course, on the coalition side, coalition colleague, doing what he needs to do, travelling far and wide, given the difficulties that it is to travel abroad, but doing what he needs to do to be able to organise even more trade agreements. Now, specifically, the proposed amendments that we're discussing and debating will provide the rules, including the product-specific rules for determining if imported goods are RCEP originating goods. Now, this is how importers prove that their goods are produced, obtained or include sufficient content from one or more of the RCEP parties. Now, I know Senator John Williams, former senator, did a lot of work in this regard, and we have followed on that work in good faith to make sure that if a good says it is from somewhere, particularly obviously our own nation, then it is truly from that particular nation. Indeed, the line of access from product, from farm, paddock to plate is significant, and it has actually helped our trade arrangements. Now, satisfying these rules qualifies the goods for a preferential rate of customs duty when importantly imported into our nation. It requires Australian exporters and producers to keep sufficient records to enable them to prove their goods are RCEP originating goods if they claim a preferential rate of customs duty when exporting their goods to one of the other 14 RCEP parties. And that's significant. So it's two-way, good faith, and we're working towards making sure that this is obviously an important part of the bill that we're debating tonight. It also creates a new schedule of preferential customs duty rates for goods that qualify as RCEP originating goods. Now, the new rules for determining origin status of goods and record-keeping requirements for exporters and producers will be added to the Customs Act, which of course goes back to the year of Federation 1901. Now, the new schedule of preferential customs duty rates will be added to the Customs Tariff Act of 1995. Now, the Customs Act 1901 will be amended to insert rules for determining if imported goods are, as I say, RCEP originating goods. Satisfying those rules qualifies the goods for a preferential rate of customs duty when imported into Australia. Significant? Yes. And making sure that we keep faith with our trading partners is, of course, one thing that we always take very, very seriously. And making sure that we continue to provide the freshest, the cleanest, the best produce is something that our farmers, whether they're in Gippsland, whether they're in the Riverina, no matter where they are across this great nation, they take it very seriously, and we are, in fact, very lucky to have the farmers who operate under world's best practice, who make sure that every available drop of water is accounted for, who make sure that every available hectare of arable land is making they're making the best use of it. Now, the main amendment to the Customs Tariff Act 1995, inserting that new schedule of preferential rates, is part of what we're debating, part of what we're putting through. When these particular schedules have cross-party alignment, cross-party support, and the Greens are against it, well, you know, Mr Speaker, that it is a good thing. You know that it is a good thing. Why are these changes important? Why are they being made now? Well, RCEP was signed by then Trade Minister Senator Simon Birmingham back on the 15th of November 2020. And of course, we've been acting in good faith with the other 14 nations since then to nail down the important side points, the important attributes of this legislation, of this agreement, to ensure that everybody's on the same page. And when we get cross-party support, then we know it's in the national interest, and we know that it needs to be agreed to via legislation. Ensuring the agreement can enter into force as swiftly as possible, because putting it in place now makes sure that we can get the benefits, extract the benefits sooner rather than later. It's in the interests of Australian businesses, consumers and exporters. And they've done it tough. They've done it tough in recent times with COVID, with the lack of export opportunities because of the smaller number of planes coming into and leaving our country. That's why we've put in place those arrangements by which, whether they were lobster fishers in Western Australia, indeed in Geraldton, indeed the salmon from Tasmania, the sheep meat from Victoria, no doubt from your electorate, Mr Speaker, but right across this nation we put in place that assistance measures so that they could be transported out of Australia. That kept and gave great hope to our exporters. This bill before the House, these amendments, continue to build on the fine trading export opportunities that we have always put in place and will continue to do so as Liberals and Nationals in government.
I thank the member for Riverina for his contribution. The question is the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the member for Kingsford Smith.
Thanks, Speaker. This bill ratifies the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Treaty, and it brings into operation the world's largest free trade agreement, bigger than the European Union, bigger than the North Atlantic Free Trade Agreement. 29% of the world's GDP is covered by this trade agreement, and it's within our region. I simply can't see how we can't be part of this. It's the biggest trading agreement in the world, and it's right here within our region. Almost all of the nations of our region that we have an economic relationship with are part of this agreement. 15 countries, including ASEAN, including our biggest trading partner China, with a clearer set of rules for nations within the region regarding trade, with strengthened economic ties with the most dynamic region in the world, which will quickly develop into the world's largest middle class. That will bring investment opportunities, it will bring increasing trading opportunities, particularly around the delivery of services. When a population moves into the middle class, demand for services, particularly education services, for aged care services, for financial and legal services grows. And when you talk about the Asia-Pacific region, one of the leading economies in the delivery of those services is Australia. And this provides an opportunity for us to capitalise on that specialty and provide those services into the Asian region as the area grows and as more people come out of poverty and move into the middle classes. Now, it's traditionally been hard for Australia to break in to many of those economies when it comes to services. We've had a great trading relationship with Asia when it comes to delivering commodities, particularly fossil fuel-based commodities, but we have and had the success in the past when it comes to providing services for many of these nations. And that's because, in many respects, there are a lot of non-trade barriers that have been obstacles to Australian businesses breaking into those markets, and many of them have seen it as too hard. And the changes that are required to business models, the getting to understand the different regulations, and in the past, unfortunately, having to know personality to get things done, has prohibited Australia being successful in breaking into the delivery of services in many Asian markets. This trade agreement will help break down some of those barriers. RCEP countries include 9 of Australia's top 15 trading partners, accounting for 58% of Australia's two-way trade and 67% of our exports. The benefits will come in terms of a reduction in non-tariff barriers to trade, such as quarantine and technical standards, which can be a barrier and all too hard for many Australian businesses to try and break into some of those markets. It provides the opportunity for parties to the agreement to bilaterally negotiate reductions in tariff barriers. And let's face it, although Australia has free trade agreements with most of these nations covered by RCEP, there are still further barriers to trade in the forms of tariffs that can be reduced, particularly for Australia's agricultural exports into many of these markets. It provides investment protections for companies and businesses that want to trade and do business within Asia. But I reckon that the most important aspect of this agreement, and one that will provide benefits particularly for small to medium enterprises in Australia, is that it sets a single set of rules for exporters to trade under, rather than the multiplicity of different rules and procedures under the various free trade agreements that Australia has dealings with. So in that respect, it's very important in cutting red tape, particularly for small to medium enterprises. And if you're one of those businesses that you've got a product or a service that businesses in Asia may be interested in, and you're looking to break into that market, having a single set of rules that you can apply under multiple nations with is a big benefit. It's a big benefit for the creation of investment opportunities and jobs here in Australia. It also contains accountability measures regarding trade for member states, and this will be important in combating and reducing corruption in trade. And I think it's worth noting, Speaker, that many of the nations that will be party to this particular agreement are not democracies. And there have been issues in the past in terms of doing business in many of these nations where corruption has unfortunately been ingrained and part of the culture and part of the process of doing business in those countries. Now, of course, in Australia, we don't do business that way. And there are laws and there are regulations and there are bodies that are put in place to combat those sort of activities. So by having accountability measures for trade between member states, the reduction that hopefully will come in corruption associated with doing business in some of these countries, particularly in the non-democracies, will be a huge step for free trade within the region. It will also be a huge step for the development of a rules-based trading system within our region. And there's been much debate about the strategic merits of this over recent times, particularly the last decade, about ensuring a rules-based trading system for countries operating in the Asia-Pacific region, particularly when you're talking often about democracies trading with non-democracies. And this will be important in delivering a rules-based trading system that all can work to and apply to and understand and break down some of those barriers that have existed in the past. Now, like any free trade agreement, there are always concerns that have been put forward by Australians, by organisations, and I can understand the concern of Australian workers about their job protection and free trade agreements. The first issue I want to deal with is investor-state dispute settlement clauses, ISDSs, and the Labor Party has part of its platform an opposition to these on a routine basis being put into free trade agreements. And there's a good reason for that. There's a good reason for that. In the past, companies have tried to use ISDS clauses in free trade agreements to undermine Australian laws and regulations that are put in place for the good of the Australian people. And the classic example of this is the challenge by Philip Morris to laws that were put in place by the Gillard government, by the then Minister Nicola Roxon, around plain packaging on cigarette labels in Australia. A health measure that was brought in to discourage Australians to take up smoking and to continue smoking. A health measure that was supported by the Australian population, challenged through arbitration under an investor-state dispute settlement clause in a free trade agreement. Now, thankfully, Australia won that argument through that arbitration, but it cost the Australian taxpayer a lot of money to defend that action. And the notion of a corporation being able to use a clause in a free trade agreement to undermine and challenge an Australian law that's been decided democratically by this parliament and the people of Australia for the betterment of the Australian people is something that Labor does not support. Importantly, this free trade agreement does not contain ISDS clauses, so that should not be a problem. It does not dilute the capacity of the Commonwealth or the states to regulate skilled temporary migration, and this is important to the Labor Party and to the union movement and workers. No one likes to see imported labour brought into a country, particularly on conditions and wages that are lower than domestic workers. And it's been a challenge for Australia to regulate that in the past, because typically when we do try and negotiate free trade agreements, other nations like to provide opportunities in employment in Australia for their workers. And it was a particular challenge with the China Free Trade Agreement. But thankfully, due to Labor sticking to its guns, we were able to strengthen that agreement and get labour market testing as part of that. Well, nothing in this agreement will undermine the ability of the Commonwealth or the states to continue to regulate for labour market testing and for domestic or international skills assessments. The final point I'd like to raise, Speaker now, relates to Myanmar. I want to point out that I and Labor members condemn the human rights abuses that have been occurring in Myanmar following the coup. We have condemned Tan Manao's actions we have asked the government to review military cooperation with this particular group and with the junta. We have asked the government to undertake targeted sanctions. We have asked the government to be much stronger when it comes to defending democracy in Myanmar. And we, of course, sympathise with the people of Myanmar and condemn the actions of the coup leaders. But the best way to ensure that the concerns of Australians, that the concerns of people in Myanmar are heard, are through international dialogue. And this particular free trade agreement provides an opportunity for Australia to be part of that regional architecture, to put those concerns and to ensure that hopefully they can be actioned. And one way that potentially that could occur with respect to Myanmar is for this free trade agreement to be done, for Myanmar to be admitted to the free trade parties, but then to be immediately suspended by the parties until they can work out the situation that has developed in Myanmar and they can return to democracy. And that's an option that is on the table that the Australian government could consider. So all in all, Speaker, this is a benefit for Australia, it's a benefit for Australian workers, and I'm pleased that the Labor Party is supporting it, and I commend it to the House.
Yeah. It being 7:30 p.m, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for Franklin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Here in southern Tasmania, where I'm coming to you from today, we've just endured our first lockdown of more than a year since our last one, just 3 days that thankfully have been for no new COVID cases in southern Tasmania. But what it's done is get Tasmanians talking about our vaccination levels, talking about why here we are in the middle of October and still so few Tasmanians have had their vaccines. But I want to congratulate those Tasmanians who have gone out to get their vaccine. I think we're at 69% double dose now. I think we're 4th out of the 8 jurisdictions in Australia. But Tasmanians are particularly concerned about what happens when Tasmania opens up. When we hit that magical 90% our state premier wants, or 80% according to the national plan, we're still not sure yet what that will be. But we understand that our Premier will make an announcement this Friday about what the opening up plans for Tasmania will be. And what Tasmanians know is that we have the oldest population in Australia and sadly the sickest population in Australia, and that our hospital system here in Tasmania is already under great duress. We have a health system that is struggling to cope, whether it be accessing GPs around the state, in regional areas, in outer suburban areas, whether it be our mental health services or whether it be our hospitals and our ambulances. We know Tasmania's health system is not in good shape. We know that in August, less than half of all patients at the emergency department were seen on time. That is the worst result on record. We know that our ambulance response times are the slowest in the country. We know that ramping at our hospitals is a regular occurrence because we simply do not have enough staffed beds in our hospitals. We know that Tasmanians are already struggling to get the care they need, and Tasmanians are worried that when COVID and the Delta strain arrives on our shores in Tasmania, that we will not be able to cope. Now, we know, of course, that all state and territory ministers wrote to the Commonwealth asking for additional resources and funds, saying they need extra support for their health systems. In my home state of Tasmania, this is particularly true. We know that this support is needed. We know that Tasmania can't do it alone without the Commonwealth's support. We heard today in question time the Prime Minister say he's spoken to our State Premier. I hope that when the Premier announces Tasmania's plan on Friday about how we're going to reopen to the other states of Australia, that included in that is Commonwealth support for our health system. It simply cannot cope without additional support. The state and federal Liberal governments have had now more than 18 months to get this right. If Tasmania's hospital system fails under the weight of COVID when we reopen, it will be at the feet of the Prime Minister and the Premier. They will be responsible if Tasmania's health system does not survive this reopening. We've had assurances from the state government that they've purchased more ventilators. We've had assurances that there are enough trained staff. But we also know that last time we had COVID in Tasmania on the northwest coast in June last year, the federal government had to call in the army to actually deal with the hospitals on the northwest coast because the system could not cope. I hope since that time that the state and federal governments have done their jobs. The Tasmanian public is very anxious and very concerned about what it will mean when we reopen the borders here and that Delta, the COVID strain of Delta, comes into our state. Tasmanians, I urge you to go out and get vaccinated. We know that far too many Tasmanians are still not vaccinated, particularly in some of those regional communities, particularly some of the vulnerable groups. We have had to raise particular circumstances to get people access to vaccines. That should no longer be an issue. We know the state government has finally got round to getting a bus to go and visit in regional communities. But I urge every Tasmanian to please go and get vaccinated. Once you hear the Premier's plan on Friday, please don't panic. We're doing everything we can to put pressure on the state and federal governments to make sure that our health system in Tasmania will cope, that people will be able to access GPs, that people will be able to access the hospital emergency department when they need it. But far too many Tasmanians are wondering what will happen, will it work? And they haven't yet had any assurances from the state and federal governments about how this is going to work. So I hope that on Friday, when we get the big announcement about when Tasmania will reopen, that the government's done its job.
The time has concluded. The question is the House to now adjourn. And I call the member for Cowper.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, in today's modern society, identity is everything. It doesn't just identify us, but it allows us to engage in many things. For example, being able to get a driver's licence, being able to open a bank account, being able to enrol in education or enrol in school. And even more in recent times with COVID and QR check-ins, it allows us, with that identification of who we are, it allows us to enter restaurants and pubs and go to Coles. So it is just absolutely staggering that there are currently 250,000 Indigenous people without birth certificates in Australia in 2021. What this does is isolates those people from those things that I've mentioned, from education, from having a bank account, being able to walk into the pub or check your QR code. And that's something we desperately need to fix right now. And I was very, very pleased only last week to meet with Hilton Naden and Alan Brennan from Pathfinders up in Coffs Harbour. Pathfinder's mission statement is to empower people to live with hope and equal opportunity to achieve their potential. And for the past 6 years, they've been running the Pathfinders National Aboriginal Birth Certificate program with the generosity and the support of the Paul Ramsay Foundation to the tune of $3 million over a period of 6 years. Just incredible work that these people are doing from the Pathfinders Foundation. And what they're doing is giving not only education, but providing the ability to get gainful employment and work towards those things we often speak about in this place of closing the gap. We cannot close the gap if there's 250,000 Indigenous Australians who can't identify themselves. So it was really pleasing to hear that from 2015 to 2017, Pathfinder's National Aboriginal Birth Certificate program ran its first stage and was able to provide birth certificate and free birth registrations for over 8,000 Aboriginal people across Australia. The second program they ran, they provided over 15,000 birth certificates. There's 23,000 people who are now able to make a life for themselves, to have an identity. And some of the stories and quotes from the Indigenous people in the material that I was provided it gave them a new life. And it provided that hope, and what it did, it was such a simple process that it encouraged those people to tell their friends who didn't have birth certificates how easy it was. So, Deputy Speaker, what I have done as of today, I filed a notice of motion, and I have no doubt that both sides of this House will support it when it comes to this place. And in short, or in part, I've asked that we acknowledge the work undertaken by Pathfinder's National Aboriginal Birth Certificate Program in partnership with the Paul Ramsay Foundation to educate and inform Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities, provide sign-up days for registration, and visit juvenile justice and correctional centres to facilitate registration. Because that is those places, the juvenile justice centres and the jails, is where you find people who can't identify themselves. That is one of the byproducts of not having a birth certificate in some instances. I've also asked that we call on the state and territory governments to commit to removing the barristers for birth registrations as a key measure under the National Agreement for Closing the Gap. So I'd again like to congratulate Pathfinders, the work that they're doing, and I will do everything to support them and support their program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is the House to now adjourn, and I call the honourable member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Albury-Wodonga Health is already one of the busiest regional health services in regional Victoria and regional New South Wales. As the population on the border grows, it will only get busier. People right across Indi use Albury-Wodonga Health Services, and we need a new hospital on the border before it's over capacity. Within 15 years, the border population will grow by 1/3. By 2040, we'll need a hospital capable of handling 150,000 emergency presentations, 40,000 surgeries and 1,900 births per year. As a former nurse and a midwife who's worked in North East Victoria for decades, I know how much stronger our communities will be with new facilities, from neonatal care right through to aged care. Albury-Wodonga Health are finalising a master plan for publication next month, which will set out just what our community will need in a health service for decades to come. Now is the time for the federal government to step up and commit to funding this new hospital. Mr. Speaker, in the past fortnight, over 700 of my constituents have signed an open letter through my office calling on the government to commit to funding, and that number is growing by the day. The New South Wales and Victorian state government have shown their interest in making the hospital a reality, and I'm calling on the federal government to do the same. If we had a world-class hospital in Albury-Wodonga, people needing medical treatment wouldn't be separated from their families, alone in hospital in Melbourne. They wouldn't experience delays in really high technical treatment, and in fact they wouldn't avoid treatment altogether, which some people do. They choose not to be treated rather than have to go to Melbourne. Little babies could be looked after in a neonatal intensive care unit close to home. Specialist appointments wouldn't take a 3.5-hour drive each way. Ongoing treatments wouldn't mean moving away from family supports and comfort. That's what regional Australians truly deserve. I've been meeting with Drs David Clancy, Barbara Robertson and Philip Steele from the Border Medical Association, who share my vision for a state-of-the-art hospital on the border. The Border Medical Association is a non-political group which represents a large group of doctors based around Albury-Wodonga who I know are passionate about securing this new hospital. The Border Medical Association recently had this to say, and I quote, "The current health service is struggling to keep up with the demand and maintain safety in two small hospitals separated by the Murray River. The infrastructure in these hospitals is obsolete and overrun and no longer fit for purpose. The duplication of hospital services and stretching of resources leads to harm for patients on both sides of the border. It leads to inordinate waste. We cannot provide a high-quality service for our community, which stretches from Mansfield to Hay, with the parlous state of our hospitals. Our community knows this, and they need to see meaningful change. This need should have been resolved much earlier, before we reach this critical juncture. The urgency now means that the federal government needs to support and facilitate the states making this a reality. Mr Speaker, I've also had many constituents contact my office to tell me what a hospital on the border would mean for them. Here's what one constituent had to say. This would be a game changer for us in the regions. No more trips to the Royal Melbourne. They're fantastic there, but the travel, the traffic, the parking and the trauma when you have a chronic health condition. The benefits of a new hospital would be immeasurable. And another, my mother is 93. We need to ensure prompt access to medical attention for her. In 2019, she needed a pacemaker and received excellent care, but then had to be transferred to Melbourne. With the pressure of the pandemic and growing population on the border, we need to increase our capacity to ensure all patients like her are able to receive prompt, effective, patient-focused care. Or this constituent. In the past 10 years, my wife has had 2 life-threatening incidents requiring hospitalisation in Melbourne intensive care units. The healthcare was amazing, but it was so difficult for our family to be near her at that time. It would be so much better if there was a world-class hospital on the border. And just recently, I met a man in Wodonga who had suffered congenital heart disease, obviously since he was born. He has a small young family, and he has his own business. He loses a day of work every time he has to travel to Melbourne for treatment. He asked his specialist if he could be treated in Albury. He said, "I'm sorry, they simply don't have the facilities." Mr Speaker, now is the time for the federal government to step up and commit to funding a world-class hospital on the border.
The member's time has concluded. The question is the House to now adjourn. I call the honourable member for Parkes.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This week, regional Australia has been at the centre of a lot of the discussions, obviously, around emissions reduction. But what I want to talk about tonight is, some of the commentators, the journalists, have shown a clear lack of understanding of the sophisticated nature of what's happening in regional Australia, and indeed one sneering journalist on the weekend referred to my constituents as yokels. Agriculture this year looks like it's going to be about $67 billion worth of exports, so it's a large part of our economy, and indeed agriculture and mining as what's kept this country afloat over the very difficult time we've had over the last 18 months, 2 years with the pandemic. At the moment, in the Parkes electorate, harvest is about to begin on what's possibly one of the biggest grain harvests that this area has seen ever. And sure, we've had an improvement in the weather, and farmers have been coming out of drought. But one of the reasons this crop is so good is because of the way the farmers managed their soils through the drought and subsequently following on, but also the varieties that are grown. Not many people realise that the Sydney University have got a plant breeding facility. It's been in Narrabri for over 50 years, breeding varieties of grain that have high protein and are suitable for the difficult climate of Western New South Wales. We've got record prices for livestock, cattle and sheep, and sure, there's the supply and demand, but one of the reasons is the quality of the product. The breeders that are undertaking the selective breeding, getting the best genetics from all over the globe, embryo transplant, a lot of work that's going so that the quality of the livestock that's coming through onto the market and the size of them is much improved. But away from agriculture, there's talk of the mining sector, and I've got proposals for rare earths, lithium, cobalt, but also the established the lead and zinc mines, copper mines across the western part of my patch, and the coal on the eastern side. And even as the globe transitions away from coal, there's going to be a place for the high quality, the low sulphur, low ash coal from the Gunnedah Basin for years to come. So even our customers like Korea and Japan, as they might transition on to hydrogen and other things, they will still have a mixture of the high quality product that comes from my electorate. But there's also the companies like Fernies that were just announced the company of the year for Western New South Wales. I was able to help them with a grant from the Commonwealth Government last year to help modernise their business. But highly sophisticated businesses, and at the moment, right across my electorate, there are thousands of jobs available, not just labouring jobs, but sophisticated jobs for engineers, for medical professionals, for educators, for lawyers, for you could name any of the professions, and there are opportunities in Western New South Wales at the moment. There's been a lot of negativity coming out during the pandemic about some of my western towns and the Indigenous communities, but you don't hear the stories of Brewarrina, where the local council has 80% Indigenous employment, where the men and women of Gadooga now are working on building the roads, very high-quality roads, into their area. The upgrade that they've done with the help from the federal government for their ball bars, where they've seen up to 80 people camping there up on that border town that's largely Aboriginal population. So there is so much positivity at the moment, and the last thing we need is journalists who don't look beyond the surrounds of this capital, referring to the people of Western New South Wales and my electorate as yokels. They're far from yokels. It's a sophisticated, go-ahead area, and with the help of some more people migrating to that area, has a very, very bright future.
Question is the House do now adjourn, and I call the honourable member for Kingsford Smith.
Thanks, Speaker. To the people of Kingsford Smith, I want to say thank you. Thank you for your sacrifices, your compliance and your hard work during the past 3.5 months in getting us through this most damaging Delta outbreak of COVID. A special thanks to the parents who have been undertaking homeschooling of their kids for the past 3.5 months and doing it tough, and to all of our essential workers that have kept our economy running during this difficult time. Thanks to our aged and healthcare workers and those running our vaccination clinics and our testing sites. We must never forget we're going to expect a spike in cases now that we're opening up, and our healthcare system is going to be under enormous pressure, and we need to make sure we support our already tired and overworked healthcare workers. I'm proud of the campaign that we have run in the Labor Party to get local vaccination clinics up in our community. In the Bayside local government area, the second dose vaccination rate is now at 73%. Unfortunately, in the Randwick LGA, it's still only at 68%, so there is more work to do in our community. And I say to those that are eligible to get the jab, it's not too late to protect yourself and the people that you love. Please consider getting your first or second dose of the COVID-19 vaccine as quickly as possible. You don't need to book, and it's free. In New South Wales, 535 lives have already been lost. One of those I want to pay tribute to is Paul Nicolau, a friend of mine that was my local dry cleaner at Matraville. Paul, to your family, we say commiserations. And there are currently 586 cases in hospital, with 125 of those in intensive care. We could not forget that we should have never been in this situation. The Prime Minister had 2 jobs this year: a speedy and effective rollout of the vaccine and quarantine. He failed both. It was uncovered that the Health Minister knocked back a meeting in June 2020 with Pfizer. That saw us 6 months behind on our vaccine rollout. And a year after telling Australians they were working on developing a domestic mRNA vaccine manufacturing capabilities, the Morrison government is no closer to producing mRNA vaccines. They can't even provide a realistic timetable for delivery. Yet by this government's own admission, hundreds of thousands of immunocompromised Australians need additional protection from COVID. They're being let down by a government far more interested in announcements than deliveries. Speaker, many in our community are swept up by the euphoria associated with opening up. But I want to remind people that many are still doing it tough. Many have lost their jobs. Many businesses are still struggling. and particularly I want to mention the travel industry, both domestic and international, has faced some of the harshest conditions throughout the last 18 months. Many of those businesses have been unable to trade due to government regulation and have had to lay off staff. But the Morrison-Joyce government has focused on announcement over delivery and continues to put the jobs of thousands in the Australian travel sector at risk. There are going to be businesses, because of public health orders, unable to trade even as we pass the 80% vaccination levels. A classic example is travel agents. Travel agents, because of the restrictions around travel, can't resume their normal trade, so they won't be able to employ people in normal circumstances, and they're yet going to lose their Commonwealth Government support. It's not good enough. The economic pain won't disappear overnight, and the decision to end support by the Morrison government will make it worse. Until international travel normalises in 2022, an ongoing financial lifeline is now critical to the 30,000 Australians working in travel and 3,000 travel agencies and businesses who employ them. Australia's travel agents and business need ongoing support, including round 3 funds from the COVID-19 Consumer Travel Support Grant Program. The government must release that round 3 level of funds. The New South Wales government has said that they will continue to pay their share of disaster support and recovery payments until the end of November, albeit at a tapered rate. But the Morrison government has completely cut off their share now that the state has passed the 80% vaccination rate. If New South Wales recognises that what the Commonwealth is doing is not good enough, and those businesses and indeed those employees are going to need that support right up until the moment they can resume normal trading. It's not good enough for the Morrison government to abandon those in the travel sector. The government must restore support to get those businesses through this difficult period of COVID.
Question is the House to now adjourn, and I call the honourable member for Nichols.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Well, for a few years now, the federal government, actually before the last election, the federal government has had $2 billion of its taxpayers' money on the table for the Victorian government to match, so that we could end up with a fast train service to Geelong. It has, but of course, nothing has happened. Nothing has happened at all, and the Victorian government seems to be hell-bent on spending $120 billion on a suburban rail loop that seems to be totally fanciful. However, the consultancy group Juturna, who have been contracted by the Geelong Council to actually work out what is the best way to deliver fast train services to Geelong, have come up with a program called Stronger Together, and it offers an opportunity for fast trains not just to Geelong, but for fast trains to also service Seymour, Shepparton, Bendigo, Ballarat, Latrobe Valley, and even on the northeast line to Benalla. This is an opportunity to bring, of the 1.5 million Victorians that live outside of Melbourne, it's an opportunity at 200 km/h electric trains to bring around 600,000 of those Victorians within commuting distance of Melbourne. And right now, if you look at the wealth distribution of Victorians, what you see is the people who are lucky enough and fortunate enough and have been successful enough to live in what you would call inner Melbourne, where they're able to access high-paying jobs and take advantage of what those high-paying jobs bring to their family. You then have another class of Victorians who live on the outskirts of Melbourne, live in the suburbs, travel an hour into work every day, still have access to those high-paid jobs, and they are the second class of the Victorians that we have in our state. And then there's a third class of Victorians that are prohibited from accessing these high-paying and this wealth that exists within inner Melbourne. And they are the people that live in regional Victoria. And as I said, there are 1.5 million Victorians that live in regional Victoria that are outside of that commuting distance to the Melbourne's CBD. And what 200 km/h trains would do under this program, which has been it has been fully worked through, the proposal has been fully worked through, it has a business case associated with it. It simply needs the Victorian government to get on board and start looking at ways that we could actually have a proper resettlement plan. Like, to have a country like Australia where 43% of the nation's population live in 2 cities is a joke. What we need to have is a way that we can actually get the population to and from our capital cities so that people will be more inclined to headquarter their businesses out in regional Victoria. Bendigo Bank is an amazing organisation. Very nearly at one stage brought their headquarters into Docklands, but they didn't. They stuck with having their headquarters in regional Victoria, and Bendigo Bank is headquartered in Bendigo, and 500 high-paying jobs found their way to Bendigo or stayed in Bendigo because of that. And I'm sure that opportunity, that situation could be replicated many, many times over if we had that connectivity back into Melbourne so we could have genuine two-way traffic. And, as I say, 200-kilometre-per-hour trains effectively halves the travel time of our existing services at the moment. So all of a sudden Geelong comes inside 30 minutes, Bendigo comes to 45 minutes, and Ballarat would probably be around 35 to 40 minutes as well. But even places like Shepparton become accessible to Melbourne with a 1-hour travel time. So what we have is an opportunity here. That money is still on the table. The Victorian government simply needs to look beyond spending $120 billion back in Melbourne. It can actually look at maybe bringing the rest of Victoria along for the ride, spend a little bit of money in the regions, connect regional Victoria back to Melbourne, and connect Melbourne back to regional Victoria. There's great opportunities out here. The Victorian government at the moment simply needs to realise that that everybody deserves to be looked after when it comes to infrastructure spending, and not just the projects that are going to benefit Melbourne itself. Thank you.
It being 8 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 9:30 a.m. tomorrow.